McClunky.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official live stream, the first major event of A Lawless Time, the Sector Qualifier in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm Josh Snyder, and I'm joined by Mickey D. Mickey, we've got a full weekend of SWU for everyone, and again, we're kicking off the majors of A Lawless Time. This is good times indeed.
I am very excited. Not only is it the first major of A Lawless Time, it is the first major post-rotation. So this is the first major
Yes.
we aren't going to see cards like Luke Skywalker from Spark of Rebellion, Power of the Dark Side, Overwhelming Barrage, Poe Dameron, all of these staples that we saw in the previous sets, all gone for the premiere format. And I'm very excited to see what this new format looks like. We've seen it start to take shape in the first couple weeks through planetary qualifiers, but I'm excited to see how that continues and how the top players at this event adapt to that meta.
Indeed. Over the first few weeks of planetary qualifiers, we've had really a boogeyman rise to the top. And Mickey, it's another last name of Fett. A
Mm-hmm.
Fett has come around once again, Boba Fett from Jump to Light Speed, and has really taken things by storm over the first few weeks of the planetary qualifiers, winning, if I'm not mistaken, 10
I
different
believe
planetary
so.
qualifiers. So really the number one target in the room coming into this weekend. How do you feel that lends to this weekend? Do you think a lot of players are just going to jump on that train, or do they want to target Boba?
So I think a lot of the top players' inclination is to try and target the top deck. I at least know that my inclination is always to target the top deck. And we kind of see that play out in the deck breakdown. We don't have an official graphic currently, but since we had some downtime in round one due to technical difficulties, Josh and I went over some of the top decks and leaders in the meta. And Boba Fett is the most represented leader at about 16%. He has, I believe it was 63 copies. But right below him, and I think this is in response to try and target that Boba Fett, like you mentioned, is the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader from the Legends of the Force at 62 copies. So right neck and neck, pretty much exact same representation. And that's a deck that is built to target that Boba Fett deck with a lot of restore, things like Yoda's lightsaber and constructed lightsaber from Legends of the Force, Itinerant Warrior, all those extra heals to counteract Boba's indirect damage, while also being able to play on the ground and just that generic mid-range control the board style.
I think it's so surprising to me that we even had a deck that close to Boba.
Yeah.
I was speaking to a lot of players throughout the week and hearing from different content creators, and it really felt like Obi-Wan Kenobi was going to play a major role in this event, but I didn't expect them to be that close. I really thought Boba would stand out a little bit more as the most represented deck. So I love to see that Obi-Wan Kenobi is extremely represented here in Atlanta. And it's very interesting because, like you said, it has the ability to counteract the space game plan by just restoring and healing a crazy amount of damage. So it'll be interesting to play or see how it plays out and if that will be enough to overcome the massive space threats. Now, before we continue to talk a little bit about the meta and what's coming up, we do apologize. We had a little bit of some technical difficulties this morning, and unfortunately, we're unable to bring you coverage from round one, but we are here. We're live. We've got things taken care of. That's the important thing, Mickey. We're here now, and
Yes.
round two will be starting very soon. Now, as we kind of move back over into the talk about the meta, you did mention Lando Calrissian as
Yes.
well. And this is a leader that at the beginning of the meta, if we go back into maybe even before the PQs really got rolling, the Cantina Clash put on by McClunky Gaming. We remember that event, and Lando won that event. And it felt like at that point, Lando positioned himself as one of the top decks in the format. But over the past couple weeks, his representation and the results haven't quite been as good. What are your thoughts on Lando right now, Mickey?
Yeah, so I think the format, because Boba Fett is the top threat, right? Everyone is preparing for Boba Fett. I think that's kind of homogenized the format a little bit. Everyone has to be attacking base more often and committing to a race game plan because you can't really go over the top of Boba Fett. They can always pilot onto a ship and then use that ability to deal 4 damage to units as long as they go onto a vehicle, and then they can plot topple the summit and just wipe the board. And so Boba Fett has a great stabilization tool and also has great reach in cards like Devastator from Jump to Light Speed, being able to push 4 points of indirect where they choose, and just a ton of indirect cards in general, like the Fett's Fire Spray from Jump to Light Speed, and other such cards. So they have the reach in the late game. It's hard to stabilize against Boba, which means decks have to go underneath him. And so that's why you see things like Obi-Wan Kenobi commit to this more aggressive game plan with a lot of restore and upgrades, and other such decks, like a lot of these aggressive negotiation decks we see, things like Colonel Yularen from Secrets of Power, even the Client from A Lawless Time, things that are like upgrade my leader and I want to aggressive negotiations you to finish you off to get underneath Boba. The reason I think Lando has fallen by the wayside a little bit in the past few weeks is that he's one of the few decks that doesn't really fall into that game plan. He really wants to control and stabilize the board early, while then having an explosive flip turn with that, going up to 9 resources with 3 credits and 6 resources. Play things like Bo-Katan or even the Mandalorian and Qui-Gon Jinn, and use that explosive flip to get ahead. But that's not really playing into the game plan that the meta requires right now.
Now, you talked about that explosive flip turn with Lando Calrissian going up to essentially 9 resources, having the 3 credit tokens. Now, in some matchups, in some situations, this isn't the right play, but I've heard that being able to play Bo-Katan on the 6 resource turn, that could be a pretty good play, Mickey.
Yes, it is quite good in the right situations. I think
Right.
Lando is very, very good into the old style meta that we saw. It would be an incredible pre-rotation deck, right? Being able to play that Bo-Katan super early and control the board, which is a lot about what the game was. But now that the game is less about board control, if you Bo-Katan your opponent on the 6 resource turn, but you're at 25 damage on your base, if they just claim and play in aggressive negotiations, that can be enough. So it's about controlling the board early as much as it is controlling the board late if you're playing that Lando strategy.
Excellent points for sure. Now, according to our room cam here, we've got some movement. The matches have been paired for round two. So we are going to be bringing you some live action of round two very shortly. That is exciting. What we've all been waiting for this morning, this first major of A Lawless Time. And Mickey, we're just a little over 2 months out from the Galactic Championship.
Yeah.
So many of these players, of course, trying to get the points they need to qualify for the main event of the Galactic Championship. And you also have so many players that are vying for top spots on the leaderboard, trying to solidify a position in the top 32 to have their travel covered to the Galactic Championship. And then you've got guys like Mike, Jim, Bobby Sapphire that they just want to become player of the year. And so far, he has been able to do just that, as he is leading by almost 200 points over second place. And he is here in the room today. But leading into the Galactic Championship, Mickey, like you and I were talking about earlier, this is the last big set, our last set of big major events before we get there.
Yes. And it'll be interesting to see how this develops because it, like we were talking about before, it's post rotation now. And so we're seeing how the meta adapts and how the game is very different than it used to be in terms of like the foundational kind of play lines and what's important in the games. And so this event is going to be the first big event to set that type of meta. And while we're going to have new cards in the upcoming set for Worlds, for the Galactic Championship, this is going to be kind of a foundational, statement of how are we going to play the format. Not only that, it's going to set the tone for, future sectors and regionals over in Europe, that will also be in the premier format. And then we're going to see all that development kind of piece together one by one until we get to that big explosive galactic championship.
Absolutely, and the Galactic Championship, just as last year, going to be featuring a new set releasing not long before it. As we get down to the table, Tyler Mersing versus Wes Hodges. We're going to have some Obi-Wan Kenobi action early. We talked about Obi-Wan Kenobi, the second most represented leader in the field, against Vel Sartha. Now, this Vel Sartha deck paired up with the Aggression 27 HP Splash Base, and Tyler running the 28 HP Vigilance Force Base. Should be an interesting one here, Mickey.
Yep, this is kind of two of the pillars of the format, you could say. Um, if you break down the format, there's kind of three main pillars, I think, right now. And they're all kind of like we had mentioned before, doing similar game plans. But we have our pilot pillar, which contains decks like Boba Fett and Luke Skywalker from Jump to Lightspeed and Darth Vader from Jump to Lightspeed. We have our kind of Force mid-range decks, including Obi-Wan here. It also includes Mother Talzin from Legends of the Force, even Qui-Gon Jinn. And then you have these aggressive negotiation decks, and they can take a couple different forms. So this is almost like you can split it into two categories. We have these vigilance aggression combinations usually that are trying to draw some cards with cards like Xiao Fan and power up those aggressive negotiations. Velsartha here is one of those decks, but Jin or so is also a version of that. And then you have aggressive negotiation decks that lean more on like their leaders and aggressively upgrading things. So things like Colonel Yularen and the client, like we talked about earlier. So two pillars of the format kind of going at each other here.
Here we go. It looks like Wes will start with the initiative to kick things off here in round two. Vel Sartha versus Obi-Wan Kenobi. This is going to be exciting. Vel, of course, has that ability to dish out experience tokens whenever needed, but you will give your opponent a credit token. And then Tyler can use the Force to start dishing out some experience tokens, but it has to be a unit that doesn't have one. But nevertheless, Tyler will certainly be presenting a very strong ground arena with these experience tokens. Wes gets things started with Karis Nimic down in the ground arena. Great opener as we get across for Gunji on the other side for Tyler.
Yes, and these experience tokens from Vel's side are going to be quite interesting because Obi-Wan Kenobi is a deck that likes to curve out. It likes to play a 2-drop on 2, a 3-drop on 3, etc. So it creates some interesting tension from Tyler's side of what do you resource? Because normally, you want to keep a nice even curve, but if you expect your opponent to give you the credit, maybe you keep more 4-drops because you can play a 4-drop a turn earlier. But if your opponent doesn't credit, then you're getting punished for holding more 4-drops. So it's going to be this interesting game plan of when are you going to predict your opponent to credit? Can you force your opponent to give that experience to give you credit? Something like this Gunji into this Karis Nimic, if you didn't give the credit, this Gunji would just freely defeat this Karis Nimic.
Well, now we're going to see Maz Kanata coming out, the light guides, allowing Gunji to attack into Karis Nimic with an additional 2 power, taking out Karis Nimic. We do see the disclose. So a ready spy token is created for Wes, but Tyler had the response for the buffed up Karis Nimic unit. And now we get back over to Wes's side with a ready spy token and 3 resources to work with. But a good response to that Karis Nimic with 4 power. Definitely don't want to leave him around too long.
Yes, I think Maz Kanata is one of the big reasons to play green force decks in general. We saw the power of Fleet Lieutenant before with Rebels, and Maz Kanata is just a Fleet Lieutenant, but with an extra point of HP. So very powerful card, and one of the main reasons. If I were playing in this event, I think I would be on this OP1 deck.
Wes is staying true here, using that Vel Sartha action ability once again, an experience token to that spy token. And another credit for Tyler as he used the Force and that Obi-Wan Kenobi action ability to buff up Gunji unit with an experience token.
Very sharp play there from Tyler, buffing his Gunji, expecting this Arvel Skeen to come down, defeat the credit. If he didn't give the experience to the Gunji, the Arvel Skeen, excuse me, could have done that 1 damage to the Gunji instead to defeat it. If you can't use that credit, which it looked like Tyler couldn't use the credit, the next best thing is protecting your Gunji and making sure it's outside of that ping range.
These aggression decks that give opponents credit tokens like Velsartha does. Arvel Skeen's so good at answering just that, dealing that damage to Tyler's base. And the spy token for Wes did attack and trade with Gunji, both units defeated. But now Tyler, once again, having the initiative. Maz Kanata will attack and trade with Arvelskeen. Both units are defeated as we see Red 5 coming down for Wes. And Tyler just continuing to stick in the ground arena. Usually these Obi-Wan Kenobi decks just heavy in the ground arena as he plays Yaddle, the 2-cost Force Jedi unit.
I really like this play from Tyler because if you look in his hand, he also has the Ezra Bridger for 4 resources that he could play, but it seems like he also has a second Gunji. He's deciding to go too wide here instead of just playing a 4-drop. I think in part because Wes has committed to space now, can't really commit to the ground, so his board is going to be pretty unabated in the coming turns, and you really want to put the pressure on because you're a 5 deploy leader and your opponent's a 6 deploy leader, which means you get to deploy a turn early, obviously, but your opponent's deploy is going to be a little bit more powerful, so it wants to take advantage as much as possible before Wes gets to deploy his Velsartha leader, and I think going wide is the best way to do that.
West just going to claim the initiative. And just like you said, that Gunji, a second copy of the Gunji unit in hand for Tyler, as he does go wide in the ground arena. Wes with red 5 in the space arena, a 3/4 does have that on attack ability to damage an already damaged unit, but right now there's no damage on Tyler's side of the table. Let's see what Wes acts with on his first action.
And Red 5 combines really well with the Arvel Skeen. If you give them a credit, then deal a damage to a unit, you can get that on attack.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Red 5 goes in for 3, putting Tyler up to 4 damage on base. Yaddle going to attack into Wes's base for 2, restoring 1. And now these Jedi units on Tyler's side of the board will have Restore 1 this phase. So Gunji will have Restore 1. And now Gunji will get buffed up as well. Force is used for Tyler and that Obi-Wan Kenobi action ability. Gunji unit now a 3/6. And Wes is going to play Kanan Jarrus. And that is a strong play for sure. And that is returning the Gunja unit back to Tyler's hand. So definitely a strong tempo play for Wes here.
Yes. The Kanan unit is one of the big reasons to play this splash base out of Velsartha. If you curve the Kanan Jarrus unit into the Zebarelios unit, both from A Lawless Time, that combination of cards can be incredibly explosive and win the game on its own.
Obi-Wan Kenobi leader deployed, and with Kanan Jarrus in the ground arena for Wes, thanks to that epic action on the splash base. Wes playing the nimble prowess onto Kanan Jarrus, exhausting Tyler's leader unit. Again, another strong tempo play as we see the Ezra Bridger coming out. That's a 4/5 unit in the ground arena for Tyler that does have Raid 1. The when played ability allows for some healing, but no units are damaged for Tyler. And now he's going to upgrade the Yaddle as well.
Yeah, I wanted to point this out. I peeked to this in Tyler's hand earlier. The Jedi Holocron is a really interesting addition into these decks because we were talking about how you want to upgrade your Obi-Wan, and having played this deck, a problem I often find is the 5 cost cards in this deck aren't necessarily the strongest. You have Blue Leader, which you can use the ability to make it cost 5, but otherwise there's not a ton. But the deck is flush with a lot of 4 cost units, stuff like Ezra, Churret, Itinerant Warrior. So having an additional 1 cost to add with that 4 cost unit on your flip turn is really a cool idea. I have not seen it executed this way, but I really like it.
I do as well. Very interesting include for Tyler, something we have not been seeing in the current Premier format is the Jedi Holocron. Wes has the initiative with Kanan Jarrus unit in the ground arena is +1/+1, so it's a 4/5. Does have Restore as well.
And West did a really good job of not necessarily stabilizing the board. Tyler did get ahead on board that previous flip turn, but he didn't take much damage at all. He, if you notice, he still only has 1 damage on his base, so he's going to have time here to develop his Velsartha flip, potentially things like the Rebellious Hammerhead. And Tyler's deck, the Obi-Wan deck, does have some good late game tools, but West being able to stabilize and get a good flip turn here, I think, is really important.
Now Wes and Tyler just trading some attacks as Kanan Jarrus went into Tyler's base. restoring 1 in the process, and then Yaddle going in for 3, restoring 1 in the process, and now Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit will also have restore 1 for Tyler. So this Yaddle really having the opportunity to get some good value here as Velsartha action ability is used. An experience token on red 5. Credit token created. Tyler immediately going to use it for the Itinerant Warrior, using the Force, healing 3 damage, and we're really starting to see it here. All of the healing capabilities in this Obi-Wan Kenobi deck.
Yeah, Yaddle looks pretty innocuous at first, but that incremental healing, if you have a lot of Jedi's, which these Obi-Wan decks do, really adds up over time. Yaddle, over the course of a game, if it's left on the board, can heal 5 plus damage from your base.
A Velsartha leader unit coming out now, and we see the first plot mechanic card being used here for Wes. Sudden Ferocity out of the resource row onto Velsartha. So Velsartha getting +3 power, a 7/7 leader unit with that on attack trigger that could just get bigger with another experience token. So quite the threat in Wes's ground arena.
I'm very interested to see where Wes goes with this Velsartha, as well as what Tyler does. And it looks like he's going to put that constructed lightsaber on his Obi-Wan to protect it from the Velsartha. Oh, but the Outer Rim Constable is quite good there as well.
Tyler wanting to buff up his own leader, and Wes just having the perfect play, quickly slammed down the Outer Rim Constable to immediately defeat that constructed lightsaber upgrade. As the action's back on Tyler, does still have a couple ready units in the ground arena, but has to decide how to deal with that Velsartha leader.
It's a very interesting spot because it's really hard to parse exactly who the aggressor is here. Both players have a big board. Wes, I would say, is more action efficient because that Velsartha is so much damage, that Velsartha leader is so much damage in one action, and has the threat of aggressive negotiations for an additional pump on that Velsartha. However, Tyler's board is a little bit bigger, although it's pretty close. The 4 units to 4 units. Tyler's on average are bigger, but the Velsartha probably puts the trump up for Wes. So I would say in this spot, Wes is the aggressor here, but Tyler doesn't have a great way to clear the board right now, especially with that leader, the Velsartha leader sitting there. So deciding to go base, and I think I agree with this plan from Tyler. Might be slightly unfavored in the race, but if you draw something like a Chirrut Imwe as a Sentinel unit, you might be able to time those Sentinels and the extra healing that this Obi-Wan deck provides well enough to win that race.
And that attack from the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit also giving an experience token to the Ezra Bridger unit. That's now a 5/6 with Raid 1, so a 6 power unit offensively. And that's the one good thing that Tyler finds, or the one good thing in this situation that Tyler finds is these units that he has in play, they don't currently have experience tokens. So the Obi-Wan Kenobi ability is able to freely pump up these other ground units. As now the play is back on Wes. Has to decide what to do with the extremely large leader unit, Velsartha. Where is this attack going? It is going to base for 7. No experience token here, so no credit given to Tyler, and it is just a race. Ezra going into base as well, and then Red 5 follows suit. So when it's all said and done, Mickey, it's 13-13, the damage totals on both bases.
Yes, but with a lot of restore on Tyler's side. So I believe every single unit on the board from Tyler is a Jedi. So that Yaddle threatening a lot of potential restore, plus any restore from hand, things like a Yoda's lightsaber or an additional itinerant warrior.
And with the initiative, Tyler will do just that. Attack with the Yaddle unit. Yaddle has a chance to make things right, a chance to give Tyler plenty of restore. It's 16-12, the damage totals in favor of Tyler. Now the action back on Wes, and Wes really has to do some math here. Can he keep up and still overcome all of this healing capability that Tyler has been presenting?
And I think this is where the action efficiency from Wes is really going to matter because has that Velsartha unit to be able to chunk in for 8 potential damage to the base if he gives the experience. And then it would be dependent on how many cards in hand Wes really has for a potential aggressive negotiations. If you look, he did resource up to 7. So one less card in hand. If I'm Tyler, I'm not ruling out an aggressive negotiations, but that makes me a little bit more comfortable with the fact that Wes might not have it willingly giving a card away from his hands.
That is something that I have seen so frequently here in this new format where players get to that resource count where they've deployed their leader. Then you just hold there, right? So you can build that hand up for a big aggressive negotiations. Wes feels like the race is not in his favor. That Velsarth, the leader unit, attacking and defeating the Ezra Bridger unit. And now Obi-Wan Kenobi, leader unit, left open. 3 more damage to Wes's base, 19 damage on. And that on attack trigger, an experience token to the itinerant warrior. That's a 5/5 shielded unit. Still a problem.
Yes, and with only 8 HP remaining, Tyler not representing lethal, but can present lethal over 2 actions. If that itinerant warrior gets to attack the base, deal 5 more damage, putting Wes up to 24. Any one of Tyler's units is lethal the very next turn. So Tyler might not even play a card here if he doesn't think Wes can deal with all of his units and just claim the initiative to be able to get that action immediately to attack Ken. Now, that could be disrupted by a Sentinel, something like a Lando Calrissian or a Zeborelios, to block the ground arena from Wes. But that Wes does have to be conscious of that. That threat is very real right now.
Wes has the next action. It is Kanan Jarrus attacking Tyler's base for 4, restoring 1. But now the attack from the itinerant warrior, 5 damage on Wes's base. Just like you called, 23 damage on, 4 HP remaining. What does Wes have for us? It is a light maker. And unfortunately, this doesn't currently answer that ground arena. So now the question is, does Tyler just claim here and try to slam the door shut?
I think Tyler's just doing the math, going through his mind of all the cards he can think of in the format. Is there a zero cost answer that can punish me here? Is there any way Wes on board can answer my entire board? Is claiming here just safe, or is there, I call it being scared of ghosts, something like a bamboozle from the previous that would be an example of a card that could maybe interact. But Tyler deciding, I don't think you got anything, I don't think there's a card that beats me here, I'm going to claim the initiative.
He does just that, claiming the initiative. There's the fist bump, and Tyler taking the opening game of this set. And the real story in that game, Mickey, was the restore. That
Yeah.
Yaddle came down early, and that restore, not only just on the Yaddle, but being able to hand out restore to all of those Jedi units, it really proved to be very impactful in the long haul of that game.
Yaddle probably restored over the course of that game 5 or 6 health. I think the itinerant warrior came down and restored 3 health. And sneakily, I want to talk about the constructed lightsaber play that got disrupted by the Outer Rim Constable. So Wes had the perfect answer. However, that meant that Wes spent 2 of his resources that turn and he couldn't develop a bigger threat. And I think Tyler did the calculus on that, deciding if my opponent has the answer for this, that's fine, and I it means he's not developing a bigger threat, and so I can still continue to go base. If this constructed lightsaber sticks, that's wonderful. Obviously, I would prefer that, but doing that risk reward analysis and deciding even the downside of this play, if it's answered immediately, I still think is favorable for me.
And that constructed lightsaber, had it been able to stick when it's on a heroism unit, it gets restore too. So now you're just multiplying that restore capability that Tyler had. So very interesting line indeed. And one thing that I'm questioning here, Mickey, is that leader unit, the Velsartha, was
Yes.
massive, right? 7/7 when deploying, thanks to the sudden ferocity. The question that I have, we didn't see it in that game. Does the race dramatically change if Wes had found that aggressive negotiations?
I think even just the threat of aggressive negotiations can change the race there. I think in that situation, Kyler was still ahead. I believe West would have been a couple damage short, even with those condensed actions of attacking with such a big leader and attacking within aggressive negotiations on a different unit. Now, I do think Tyler put himself in a great position on Vel's flip turn because it was such a nuanced turn and it looked like both players were just attacking each other's bases, which to an extent is exactly what happened. However, Tyler put himself in a position where if Vel Sartha decided to take the board control route, he was going to claim initiative immediately and be able to clean up the board and win the game that way through board control. And if Vel decided to go base, which is what Vel did, then he also had the option to continue the race and have a bunch of restore units, 4 units on the grounds, and win the game through the race. So I think Tyler did a really great job of positioning himself as a reaction, a reactive play there, being able to react to exactly what West did and take the best line given on what actions he took there.
I completely agree with you. Aggressive negotiations, really the new big pump card of the format,
Hmm.
and it's something that you certainly have to keep in mind at all times when facing off against these aggression decks. But in reality, the card is so good, right? You could even see it being played out of aspect at times for 5, because if you can pay 5 resources to just win the game, you would certainly do so. So aggressive
Absolutely.
negotiations here in this Vel deck is definitely something that Tyler has to constantly be aware of, constantly know how many cards does Wes have in hand and how does this impact the race, because that is a very imminent threat at any time in these aggression decks, especially these aggression heroism decks.
Yes. Aggressive negotiations is not necessarily format warping, I would say, at least not as much as like Boba Fett and Top of the Summit, but it is a card that you constantly have to be aware of now, even outside of aggression decks, like you had mentioned. If you are safe enough, always do aggressive negotiations math. Always be asking how your opponent how many cards they have in hand, even if they're playing a command vigilance villainy deck, right? Just in case. If it's not something you can afford to play around outside of an aggression based strategy, I'm not going to do it 100% of the time, but if I have the wiggle room to do so, that is a card that is constantly on my mind every single match I play in the post rotation format.
I think it's definitely got to be at this point moving forward. Now, going into game 2 of our round 2 feature match here at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier, Wes will be starting with the initiative. Kept his opening hand, Tyler taking the mulligan. We'll see what he draws into here. I don't know, has he found a turn 1 play there? Not sure if he did. We'll see momentarily. We've got the Cloud Rider veteran
Mhm.
coming down for Wes, a 2/1/4 that has a solid on attack ability, deals 2 damage to a base. And no, Tyler does not draw into a turn 1 play, so Wes going to have some good tempo early.
That was a very sharp play from both players too. Tyler passing after West played the Cloud Rider veteran, seeing if West was going to buff it to give the credit so he could play a 3 cost unit from his hand. West kind of realizing this, seeing Tyler didn't play a 2 cost unit, it doesn't have one. I'm not going to give the credit to Tyler just in case he has a 3 cost unit in hand.
Heads up play indeed. Wes starting things out with the initiative, 3 total damage into Tyler's force base with the Cloud Rider veteran unit. Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan comes down for Tyler, and it is the new 3-cost Centicaz unit for Wes that gets Sentinel when she is upgraded. So we are going to see that Velsartha action ability right away, giving +1/+1 to Centicaz. That's a 4/6 Sentinel now in the ground arena for Wes.
It'd be really hard to deal with out of Tyler's side. There's not a lot that does 6. And that's why I think these experienced decks, things like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Velsartha, have been doing so good, especially the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader. The 5 is a great breakpoint in the format. Things like Blue Leader can defeat it, things like, a Protect the Pod here, or even this Obi-Wan Kenobi attacking with Maz that does 5, but it does not deal 6. And so Obi-Wan and Vel being able to buff those units outside of that 5 HP breakpoint has been really big.
Now, the force generated with that attack, and like you said, the Centicaz unit survives with 1 HP on and now able to attack into Tyler's base for another 4. We see Secretive Sage being played on Tyler's side, and Wes has still yet to use any resources. One thing I did want to mention, Tyler, some very heads up play here. As soon as you get the credit token from Vel, I love Tyler trying to use that as quickly as possible just so you don't get hit by that Arvel Skeen.
Absolutely. And he's been doing that this entire match. I believe even resourcing with that in mind, keeping an extra card that costs 1 above what your current resources is, or keeping 2 cards that can add up to 1 above what your current resources is.
That Cloud Rider veteran unit attacking into Obi-Wan Kenobi. Protective Padawan only had 1 HP remaining, so Obi-Wan Kenobi defeated. 2 damage to base with the on-attack trigger. And now it's 9-0. The damage totals in favor of Wes, and Kanan Jarrus unit coming out as well, bouncing the Secretive Sage. Right now, Wes has all the momentum in game 2.
And a lot of this is due to Tyler missing that turn one play, falling behind in tempo. But part of it too is that Tyler doesn't have that Yaddle, doesn't have a lot of restore on the board. So this damage is more likely to stick this game.
First action for Tyler with the initiative. Protect the pod is the play that allows him to defeat the Centicaz unit. And now Cloud Rider veteran getting in for another 3 in total. 12 damage on the Force will be used for Tyler. Obi-Wan Kenobi's action ability taking advantage of an experience token to Maz Kanata unit. And we're just going to start passing around some experience tokens. Wes using his action ability as well to make Kanan Jarrus a 4/5, a credit token to Tyler. And now just some combat damage being traded between 2 units, Maz Kanata and Kanan Jarrus.
And that was a very interesting sequence where it, again, looks pretty simple on the surface. Just give an experience to my guy, you give an experience to your guy. Maz and Kanan both get extra experience. But we see, I think Tyler, not necessarily baiting Wes into doing so, because it was a pretty clear response from Wes, but being able to utilize that credit that was given to him, kind of had that planned out. I'm going to protect the pod first, use 4 of my resources, and then if I set this up to where this Maz Kanata can threaten to defeat this Kanan Jarrus, I'm going to be able to get that extra credit and play this 2-cost unit alongside it. So, again, looks very simple on surface, but very sharp play.
Now Wes has the action. Hasn't spent any resources on this 5 resource turn. Tyler getting the Secretive Sage back out. The shielded 2/2 is important because he will be set up to potentially take out one of these ground threats next turn and just lose the shield token. Wes going to play red 5 into the space arena. Obi-Wan Kenobi is deployed. And Wes is just going to push wider and wider on the board. The Outer Rim Constable coming out, defeating an upgrade, defeating the experience token on Maz Kanata, which means she is defeated because that 1 additional HP is gone. Obi-Wan Kenobi will attack and defeat the Cloud Rider veteran, an experience token given to the Secretive Sage, but Wes has the initiative and still in a pretty good spot.
Yep. And that Outer Rim Constable play is quite interesting because obviously defeating the Maz Kanata is a very clean and very good play, but that red 5 could do a similar thing, right? It can attack and deal that extra 2 to a damaged unit, which would be enough to defeat the Maz Kanata. But I think I agree with Wes's play here. You could defeat the shield on the Secretive Sage, but it's most likely your opponent is going to end up with a damaged unit either way, and just getting that body off a board I think is very important.
Wes with the initiative, starting out with Zeb Aurelios, that 4/4 Sentinel unit in the ground arena, defeating Obi-Wan Kenobi. Big play there, having the command, or excuse me, the vigilance or cunning unit in play, able to deal 5 and take out Obi-Wan Kenobi. And now both players have a Sentinel in the ground arena. Chirrut Imwe coming out for Tyler. And now Wes has to get through a Sentinel as well.
Tyler doing a great job of stabilizing as much as he can here, preventing Sentinels, presenting enough bodies to be able to trade into his opponent's unit. But this whole game has just been one punch after another from Wes, starting with that missing the turn 1 unit and continuing to spiral. Wes, every turn has just felt like he got incrementally ahead on tempo, and I think that's going to result eventually in Tyler falling a little bit too far behind, but doing his best to fight back into this game.
Belsartha attacking into Chirrut, getting the experience token for herself. Force used, so only 3 damage dealt to Chirrut. And now we are going to see the Secretive Sage putting 3 damage on Zeb Aurelios. And red 5, that on-attack ability, so good here. 3 damage to Tyler's base, taking out the Chirrut Imwe unit. And now more damage coming through with the Outer Rim Constable and Kanan Jarrus. It's 26 damage on Tyler's base, 0 for Wes. Wes in complete control. Tyler has to find an answer, and has to find an answer quickly.
And it's going to be hard to find one that answers A sentinel on the ground to prevent all of the ground arena. Although this is about as good of an answer as you can have. Yoda being able to heal and defeat a unit. Quite powerful.
Definitely Yoda using the Force, healing 5 damage from Tyler's base, dealing a total of 6 damage to Velsartha. So the Velsartha leader unit is defeated, but now Wes is able to crash in with Zeb. 25 damage on base. Gunji will take out the Zeb unit, but now Wes should be open with any of these other units to finish the game, and we will have a deciding game 3 here in round 2.
Unfortunate Tyler missing a turn one play, not what you want to see in these kind of games, but that is part of the game. Unless I believe the math is there's an old quote from other card games. It's like if you want to guarantee a turn one play, to translate it to this game, if you wanted to guarantee a turn one play, you'd have to put 45 of them in your deck out of 50.
Right.
There's no way to 100% get up to a turn one play reasonably. And so you do as much as you can with knowing that sometimes you're going to whiff on a turn one play. And I really respect Tyler doing his best to fight back as much as he could. Never conceded, always did what he thought was the best play to give himself the best percentage chance to win, even if it fell below 1% towards the end there.
And it was tough. I did not get a chance to look at Tyler's opening hand. So I'm not sure if he mulliganed because there was no turn one play and then just got ridiculously unlucky and in back to back hands, no turn one play. But sometimes you may have that opening play in your hand. But what if you don't have a strong turn two play or turn three
Yeah.
play? The rest of the hand is just really bad. You may have to mulligan. And then that's where that chance always arises where you have to mulligan a bad hand with a turn one play, and then you end up finding no turn one play. And we saw how much momentum your opponent can gain when you don't have that turn one play, especially with Wes on the initiative, finding the early Cloud Rider veteran that was really able to pour on a lot of damage.
Yeah, and that's one of the interesting tension points of this Obi-Wan deck is oftentimes they only play 12 turn one plays, which is, kind of standard, I would say, for a Star Wars Unlimited deck to have only 12 turn one units. But it adds this tension of if you don't have the turn two play, you're a little bit less likely to find one. I believe it's something like 85% or something like that in an opening hand if you mulligan. I don't know the exact numbers offhand, so my apologies. But you want to add more turn one plays to maybe make it more consistent since it's so important to do so to get the force. Having a turn one force unit is really important in those style of decks, but the deck is already filled with such important packages of cards that it's hard to find space for any extra two drops.
Wes making his final resourcing decision in game 3 of round 2 here at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier is underway. We do have a turn 1 play for both players here in game 3. It is Gunji down in the ground arena for Tyler and Black 1 for Wes. So ground versus space here early in game 3.
And you see Wes already taking a lot of time thinking about giving that experience to give Tyler credit here. It's a really interesting decision in this matchup because the Obi-Wan deck has so many good fourth cost units. Things like the Chirrut and the Itinerant Warrior and the Ezra Bridger that we've been talking about this entire match. Uh, but that experience on the black one is so important to get ahead in the tempo race. And I think if Wes is doing this, he's committing to most likely using Vel's ability every turn or close to it.
That black one gets an additional 1 power when it's upgraded. So that experience token turning the black one into a 4/4 in the space arena, a very real threat as the opening play for Wes. We do have Yaddle, 1 resource and the credit token spent for Tyler. So Yaddle is back out, and we saw how impactful Yaddle was in game 1. We'll see if Tyler can repeat that same success. Black one attacks into Tyler's base for 4. The Gunja unit coming in for 2 into Wes's base, force generated. And right now, Wes just all in on the space plan. The red 5 played into space as well. And Tyler going to play the Yoda's lightsaber down on the Gunja unit, giving him +3/+1, but the force is used, 3 damage healed. And now all of a sudden, that Gunja is a 5 power threat that can also restore after Yaddle attacks.
This is the classic space versus ground arena race here. Now, if Wes has the Kanan unit, which we've seen in both games 1 and games 2, this would be a backbreaking play, being able to return that Gunji to Tyler's hand, getting rid of the Yoda's lightsaber. and developing a 3/4 restore one body. That would be very tough for Tyler to deal with. Now, West not having slammed it immediately, it makes me think he doesn't have it, which is good news if you're on Tyler's side of the board. But I really liked how Tyler sequenced the last turn, playing that 2-drop first, and I believe he had a 3-cost unit in his hand as well. So if West decided to go for the experience, he could use that credit to play a 3-cost unit, but also have the flexibility to play the 2-cost lightsaber there.
Now it's time to trade some attacks. 4 damage to Tyler's base with Black 1. Yaddle attacking for 2 and just starting the restore train here in game 3. 4-4 the damage totals on both bases as Wes is going to pump up the red 5 unit with the Velsartha action ability. Credit for Tyler. He will immediately spend it, and we are going to see Shatterpoint. The Force is used, defeating a non-leader unit. The buffed up red 5 is defeated, and now Hona coming out for Wes into the ground arena. It's just a 3-5. Gunji was ready, a 5-power unit, and Tyler says, I will take that threat out immediately and generate the Force in the process.
And now this is Tyler's game to start getting that incremental tempo ahead on the board every turn. And Shatterpoint, first time we've seen it in this round, one of the main reasons to be playing a blue mid range or a vigilance mid range force deck, I believe. It's such a potent removal spell, and it's one of the only removal events in the game currently, at least at its efficiency level.
Now Wes has the initiative. It is going to be moral authority onto the Black 1, allowing Wes to capture the Gunji here. You have to play the moral authority on a friendly unique unit, and it is able to capture an enemy non-leader unit that has less remaining HP. And look at this, it's back-to-back turns. The Force is used with another Shatterpoint. Black 1 unit immediately defeated. Gunji back on Tyler's side. Tyler not letting Wes get any momentum here as Karras comes down.
No, that Shatterpoint hurts a little bit less. We did clear the experience and the Yoda's lightsaber from the Gunji unit, but still, Tyler with these timely removal events, being able to defeat two very impactful units, plus with an efficient trade on that Gunji. That Gunji effectively traded for a black one because of the Shatterpoint, or a Moral Authority and a Hona because it got that free attack to defeat the Hona. Tyler ever so incrementally snowballing this board advantage.
It feels as though Tyler is completely in the driver's seat here. What a turn. Shatterpoint, use the Force, generate the Force yet again, use it to buff up one of your units with the action ability before deploying Obi-Wan Kenobi, buff up the other unit with the on attack ability, and it's 9-1 in the damage race in favor of Tyler, and the board is completely in favor of Tyler right now as Karras Mimic, the only unit in play for Wes. Wes has the initiative. Karras will strike the base for 3. Another Yoda's lightsaber, this time onto the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit. Force used, 3 more damage healed. Now Velsartha is deployed, and Wes reaching for those resources. We are going to see 2 copies of the sudden ferocity with the plot mechanic. That is +6 power for Velsartha. That's a 10 power leader, Mickey.
It's a 10 power leader that can attack for 11 if it gets itself the experience. And then following turn can attack for 12. And this is what we were talking about earlier with the action efficiency. West being able to do 12 damage in one single action next turn, 11 damage this turn. And that Obi-Wan deck can incrementally get a lot of restore and a lot of damage, but it takes it several actions. And if you combine that with an aggressive negotiations, we attack for 10 here, and then next turn we attack and it's 11 at the base. That's 21 damage. If that aggressive negotiation pumps for 4 or 5, you can do 26 damage over the course of 2 actions. But Tyler's been doing a great job of controlling the board, restoring health with those Yoda's lightsabers and that Yaddle, that even 26 damage over 2 actions might not be enough for Wes here.
And that is just crazy to think about. Wes really thinking this one through, where that Velsartha goes. Can he race? He believes that he can. Velsartha will get the experience token with the on attack trigger. And like you said, swinging for 11 damage is the Velsartha leader unit. It's 12-12. The base damage totals now. Credit token for Tyler. So that means in theory, he's got 5 resources to play with. What does he have? Does he want to continue to be aggressive? Does he maybe have a sentinel that could change things in this race? And it looks like Tyler is just going to claim here.
This Nimic really kind of muddles the math, right? Because I don't think aggressive negotiations is enough to defeat the base in just one attack with Vel. However, Tyler can't then respond by attacking the Nemic because if we did the math correctly, depending on how many cards West does in hand, let's say it gets him to about 26, and just going for the Yoda, I think makes it very
That's
safe.
huge. Massive play with the initiative. Knew he had the Yoda, uses the Force, and has 4 units in play. So not only does he use the Force, heal 5 from base, but deals 8 damage to Velsartha. Tyler not wanting to take any risks, get that massive leader unit out of here. What a play for Tyler. Karras goes in for 3, but just like that, all of a sudden Tyler completely back in control.
Yeah, and Tyler getting rewarded for controlling that board. To try and finish that previous thought there, the Nemic presenting will present a ready body no matter what, whether it's stood up to attack right away, or if it gets the spy when defeated, being able to disclose an attack right away. So that can threaten 26 damage with the aggressive negotiations plus 2 from a spy. That's 28 damage. That is Tyler's remaining health. That's his whole base. So taking the safe play, claiming the initiative, getting that Yoda to defeat the Velsartha, totally sharp play from Tyler there.
That was such a great play for Tyler. Wes has the initiative 24-7 now after some more attacks on Tyler's side. Just 3 HP remaining for Wes. An attack with any of these units in Tyler's ground arena would close out the game. And even with an aggressive negotiations on Lightmaker, don't think it'll be enough. The Lightmaker can swing for 7 by itself. An experience token given, but Yoda is going to help lead Tyler to victory. Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit attacking to deal lethal, and Tyler takes it 2-1 here in round 2. What a match.
Yes, very interesting games. We kind of saw them play out different ways. Games 1 and games 2, very much about, ground racing, and unfortunately, Tyler missing a turn 1 play in game 2 led to him falling too far behind on the tempo. But in that game 3, we saw that ground versus space arena battle, and Tyler just had the right answers at the right time. Wes did his best to punch back with things like that moral authority, but those back-to-back shatter points, clearing the space arena, allowing Tyler to develop further on the ground, and that led to him having such a big board for that Yoda unit to fully stabilize the game, defeating the Velsart, the leader, and taking the game from there.
Yeah, that Shatterpoint flip turn was so huge for Tyler. And then, of course, the massive double sudden ferocity for Vel makes Tyler really think for a second, but had the Yoda. And what was interesting is that credit is what got him there, right? If he didn't have that credit token, he would not have been able to play Yoda because he only had 7 total resources. And that credit token ended up being a huge part of the puzzle for Tyler in leading him to victory in this match.
Yeah, and that's the nuances of that Belsartha deck. I think it is quite a tricky deck to play because you have to constantly be doing the calculus of, if I give my opponent the credit, how punished can I be? And how confident am I that I can potentially punish that credit instead? And Tyler did such a great job that matchup. Every time he got a credit, he spent it as soon as he could, not allowing his opponent to Arvel play the Arvel Skeen unit, or even potentially sometimes the splash-based versions play Lieutenant Gorn or Terramin to basically any way to defeat the credit or disrupt that credit immediately. And even if it meant he had a resource floating and he didn't spend all of his resources, deciding not worth it, I don't want to hoard these credits. I'm just going to use them right away to keep my opponent off of that Arvel Scheme game plan.
Yeah, Tyler really, really played that one flawlessly. Had the little bump in the road, not hitting a turn 1 play in game 2, but outside of that, really felt like he controlled that matchup pretty well. Tyler's been on a roll lately too, winning the Cantina Clash, the team event, and the solo event. He's a multi-planetary qualifier winner. Tyler has been on a roll indeed. But I think we are going to cut to a short break. We will be back shortly with round 3 action from the Sector Qualifier in Atlanta. Stay tuned. We are back live from Atlanta for the very first major event of A Lawless Time, the Sector Qualifier here in Atlanta at the Gas South Convention Center. I'm Josh Snyder. This time I'm joined by Tower number 9. Tower, good to have you here. I know you've got to be excited for some premiere play in A Lawless Time.
That's right, Josh. I think it's a really interesting period in the game right now. The rotation that we saw with the release of this set has really shaken up decks for a lot of different archetypes. And it's pretty exciting to see these big events starting up and try and figure out what's going to do well in the post rotation meta.
Absolutely. We had in the previous round one of the most represented decks in the room, Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, was able to take down Vel Sartha Aggression using that 27 HP splash base. Great 3-game set. Obi-Wan Kenobi, really one of the decks that a lot of people have been talking about the last couple weeks. It's having some good early success today. And the question is, Tower, can Obi-Wan Kenobi dodge some of the bad matchups like Vader and overcome the boogeyman, another Boba Fett?
Yeah, Boba Fett is a leader. It's really interesting. This Boba Fett pilot leader card has been really popular with the fans ever since he came out. But to be honest with you, until recently, that leader hasn't actually been getting very good results. However, we've now seen with that post rotation meta a lot of success by these Boba players. Some even using Lake Country to get buy themselves more time for that big flip. Great synergy with plot cards like Topple the Summit and Sintakaz. So Boba really does seem to be kind of the deck to beat going into this event.
It really does. And I know at least for myself, maybe it's different for you, Tower, but if you would have told me before rotation hit, before Lawless Time was released, that the best deck in the format, at least early on, would be a Lake Country deck, I may have laughed at you, Tower. So that has been really surprising that Lake Country was kind of a meme base previously, but now it's really risen to the forefront, and that extra HP has been huge because not only has Boba been taking advantage of it, but last weekend we even had a Lando Calrissian win a planetary qualifier paired up with Lake Country.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Josh. I think late country before rotation would probably have been considered among the weakest bases in the game. The general consensus was that there was just not enough value there for losing an entire aspect. But now, people have been trying it out more and some of them have been finding success.
They have definitely been finding some success. Very interesting for sure that even without the extra aspect that you are usually given with your base, Lake Country just a neutral base, but that 4 extra HP has just been so crucial, especially in this format where it feels as though these games are finishing rather quickly, that 6 to 7 resource turn, and it feels like there's so many explosive flip turns and plays like aggressive negotiations. There's a lot of big swings that are happening with units being loaded up with lots of upgrades. And so that extra HP can really go a long way in a format where you're constantly doing the math of how many actions will it take for me to take down my opponent's base.
Yeah, and it's really something to consider. I think we're seeing on the crowd cam here, the players are moving and taking their seats, so we should be with you with round two shortly. But to finish the thought, it's really interesting to consider these decks that have a very distinct aggressive negotiations game plan. That wasn't really a big thing before rotation, but now that seems to be almost an entire archetype with a lot of different leaders playing these aggressive negotiation centric strategies.
Aggressive negotiations definitely rising up as the premier pump of the format, no pun intended there. And it has just been taking the meta by storm alongside of Boba Fett paired up with Topple the Summon, another massive play. But for now, we are going to be looking at Mother Towson Cunning Force versus Qui-Gon Jinn Command Force. We've got Brandon Dennis on the left piloting Mother Talzin, and it's none other than Mike Jim, the leader on the points board, going after the player of the year. He is on Qui-Gon Jinn Command Force. This one should be exciting, Tower.
Absolutely, Josh. Mike Jim, world number one, as you said, trying to increase his leaderboard lead even further today in Atlanta. And we'll see how his Qui-Gon deck does against Brandon Dennis on Mother Talzin.
Yeah, at this point, Mike Jim holding a points lead of over 200 points over second place. Mike Jim has absolutely been on a tear in this season, season number 1. He has won 2 sector qualifiers and a regional, 3 major wins in season 1. It's been incredible to say the least. Mike trying to continue this great run. And in this match, he will be starting with the initiative. An interesting matchup here, Force versus Force. Qui-Gon, of course, has that action ability that can really allow you to get some major value with replaying units, because you can bounce some very important ambush units or units that have when played ability and then play them later and just kind of recycle those units. So some very interesting stuff. And then on the other side, Mother Talzin is just so good at controlling, especially the ground arena. And I think these Force decks are generally in the ground arena, so it will be interesting to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think like you said, I think we're gonna have a battle that's probably gonna be focused, primarily on the ground arena. That tends to be what these force decks want. Simply because, if you're looking for the force trait to get that force token on attack with the base, those units are going to be located on the ground.
Yeah, both of these 28 HP force bases. You get the force when you attack with a force unit. So it is very important to get the force early, especially for Talzin. Now, with Qui-Gon Jinn, you might not be using the force quite as early, bouncing some of these early plays to your hand. You may not be doing that quite as frequently, but Talzin would certainly want to turn on the force as quickly as possible as we get through some resourcing decisions here.
Yeah. Qui-Gon is a very interesting leader, Josh. I wouldn't quite describe him as a combo card, but he has these setups where you bring one unit in, you get like potentially a powerful when played ability, and then after that, you can use that Qui-Gon Jinn leader card to send the unit back to your hand, replace it with a cheaper unit, and potentially get a lot of value.
Now, Brandon playing down Karis. Mike did not have a turn 1 play, but with the initiative on the 3 resource turn, immediately playing Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan. It has Sentinel. We see Shin Hati unit coming out for Brandon Dennis. And now Karis just attacking into Obi-Wan Kenobi, trading some damage here. Both units will remain in play. 3 HP for Obi-Wan Kenobi, just 1 for Karis. But importantly, the force is generated for Brandon.
That's right. Right now, Brandon has the force and Mike does not. But that, of course, could change. A simple attack from Obi-Wan Kenobi would regain the force, or gain it for the first time, rather. However, if Mike swung with the Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit there into either of Brandon's units, it would end up being a trade, either because of direct stats or because of Karis's when defeated ability.
Mike Jim with the initiative going to attack with Obi-Wan Kenobi unit first. Let's see where
We
the attack is going.
think
It
we
is
are
going
going
to
to
go
see
into
that Karis when
Karis.
defeated ability, Josh.
Yeah, there it is. Absolutely. The when defeated, force use -2/-2 to the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit. So both units end up defeated. And both players do have the force here, as Brandon attacking with Shin Hati, putting the first damage on Mike's base, regenerating the force. And here comes Max Rebo for Mike, and it is a quick response for Brandon playing Shatterpoint, using the force to defeat a non-leader unit. Mike was hoping to have multiple regroup phases here, Tower, and Brandon wanted none of that.
That's right. Now, it is worth noting that Brandon had to use the force token there and does not have it going into this next turn, which could be difficult. I can see in hand Brandon has a copy of Talzin's Assassin. That's a unit that can get a lot of value out of a force token with a when played effect allowing you to debuff your opponent's side of the board. But we'll have to make an attack with the Shin Hati unit there, or we'll have to gain the force through some other method in order to get full value out of that card.
Mike Jim trying to get that Max Rebo to stick would have essentially put both players at parity as you would have had an extra resource there. So Qui-Gon could have deployed the same turn as Mother Talzin, but the Shatterpoint not allowing that. And we see Mike Jim going to play Mina Bonteri after the attack from Shin Hati. So Shin dealing some extra damage, 8 damage on Mike's base. The force generated once again, force token currently being held by both players. And here comes what looks like a big play for Brandon. We do have Darth Tyrannus with the Force. So Brandon will be able to ambush with the Darth Tyrannus unit, defeating Mina Bonteri. We do have the disclose effect from Mike, disclosing the 2 command and 1 heroism aspect to draw a card. And then Darth Tyrannus is going to have a shield token. Max Rebo banned for Mike now. Another way to generate some extra value with credit tokens. And I don't think Brandon wants anything to do with this either. We've got that Mother Talzin action ability giving it -1, deploying Talzin, attacking in, another -1/-1. So just 3 HP remaining, and Mother Talzin defeating the Rebo band, keeping Mike's board clear.
That's right, Josh. And the stat debuff from Mother Talzin there with the leader ability and the leader unit on attack ability preventing the Max Rebo band card from doing any damage in return. So both the Max Rebo unit and his band have not been able to make much of an impact on this board. Mike probably hoping those units would live to the end of the turn in order to resolve their abilities there, granting a credit in the case of the band or getting in a second regroup phase for both players for the Max Rebo unit card, but Brandon locking that down.
Mike Jim just trying to create some melody here, some music with the musicians, and Brandon committing these heinous acts against the musicians, not allowing them to get the concert underway here. But we do have Mike Jim deploying Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit right away. Shin Hati is going to attack into Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit. So the shield token on Shin Hati is taken out, but Shin still remains as a 4/2 force unit in the ground arena. And it's a little bit like what we talked about before this match started, Tower. These Towson decks are so good at keeping this ground arena cleared. And up to this point, Brandon has done just that. Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit trading with Shin Hati and Darth Tyrannus attacking for 12 damage on Mike's base.
Yeah, Brandon does seem to be fairly in control. Mike Jim is having difficulty even just getting units to stick on the board. Of course, missing that turn one play probably didn't help. But tough situation here for the number one ranked player in the world. One potential spot of hope for Mike Jim. I believe on the disclose when that Mina Bonteri unit was defeated earlier, we saw a copy of Yoda in hand. Yoda is an amazing card, and if that Yoda unit can be played, it could be an opportunity to heal the base, do some damage, and develop a powerful unit. But Mike will have to get there first, and that could be difficult.
Mike Jim playing the Depa Balaba unit has ambush and saboteur, ambushing into Brandon's leader unit, and that opens up the trade possibility. So Mother Talzin unit attacking, and with that on attack ability plus the 3 power, trading with the Depa Balaba unit, and now Brandon puts a Sentinel in play with the Chirrut Imwe blind but not deaf unit from Legends of the Force. And going into another turn, the 7 resource turn, Brandon just continues to have a stranglehold here on the board.
Yeah, the Chirrut Imwe ground unit doesn't necessarily have the most impressive stats, but with Sentinel and an ability that can reduce incoming damage from attackers, can be a very big obstacle. Really, a card that aggro decks in particular hate to see. And for Mike, maybe able to intercept some of his ambush type units, which Qui-Gon does like to play.
Now here comes the new Waylay on a Stick, is what I like to call the Blade Wing. New 6 cost 3/3 unit out of A Lawless Time. Has that when played ability. You can return a non-leader unit to its owner's hand. So bouncing back the Darth Tyrannus. And now Grand Admiral Thrawn being played for Brandon. This is a massive threat in the ground arena. Mike is going to have to allow Grand Admiral Thrawn to capture that Blade Wing. Otherwise, Grand Admiral Thrawn would have been ready, and you can't allow that if you're Mike. You already have 12 damage on base. We go up to 15 with an attack from Chirrut.
Yeah, Grand Admiral Thrawn, when played, an opponent may choose a non-leader unit they control. If they do, this unit captures that unit. If they don't, ready this unit. And when that ability is combined with an 8/7 stat line, I think Mike made the right choice there, not letting Thrawn ready and attack his base.
So far, Brandon has been in complete control of this game one. Mike Jim has the initiative going up to 8 resources. And one of your big plays in this deck is the 8 cost Yoda unit. My ally is the Force. And the problem here is, yes, we have the Force. Yes, we can heal some damage, but we're not getting big value off of the ability to deal damage to units when we use the Force because Mike can't get anything to stick. So the play here is going to be Jyn Erso, that 2 cost 2/2 unit from A Lawless Time, exhausting Grand Admiral Thrawn. So Mike just trying to stabilize here and keep that Imperial official unit locked down as long as possible.
That's right, Josh. And we'll see how Brandon responds. But as you were saying earlier, Mike Jim would probably love to be able to play Yoda. But the problem is, while he could play that Yoda ground unit and do some healing and do some damage, just like you were saying, he doesn't have enough of a board. The amount of damage that Yoda can do with that ability is based on the number of units you have. But look at this, Queen Amidala, the ground unit, hits the field and creates 2 spy tokens. All of a sudden, Mike's board is much wider. And if Brandon doesn't shrink it a bit, that Yoda could be very scary next turn.
Nice response for Brandon. Does have the Whirlwind of Power, and with a Force unit in play for Brandon, is able to give Queen Amidala unit -3/-3, enough to defeat the Queen. And Mike just claiming the initiative. Darth Tyrannus coming back out with the Force. Brandon holding onto that Force token. It has ambush, attacking and defeating the Jyn Erso unit. And once again, Darth Tyrannus getting that ambush value, taking the damage first, and then the shielded ability resolving, the shield going on. And so now it just becomes tough once again for Mike to get through.
Yeah, now Mike is at this point potentially able to play Yoda with the support of those 2 spy tokens, would be able to deal 6 damage with the when played effect. That would be enough to remove Chirrut while also healing the base. But, Thrawn and Darth Tyrannus would still be on the field, still threatening a lot of damage. I don't think even the powerful Yoda unit card was necessarily going to be enough here for Mike.
Well, Mike is at least going to start and try with Yoda. Yoda certainly the big threat here in this Qui-Gon Jinn Force deck. Mike Jim healing 5 damage from his base, and a total of 6 damage is dealt to Chirrut Imwe. So the Chirrut Imwe unit is defeated, but now for the first time, Grand Admiral Thrawn is still ready and is able to attack for 21 damage on Mike Jim's base. He's just going to start the process of chipping in some damage on that big 8-power threat. And here comes the constructed lightsaber on Darth Tyrannus. This would be swinging for 6 plus 2. No, swinging for 8. This would be game tower.
I don't think Mike Jem is going to be able to stop this. Sent that first spy token to attack the Grand Admiral Thrawn ground unit. Second one is going to knock the shield off, but it's not enough.
It's not enough, and that's going to be a total of 8. It gets +2 from the constructed lightsaber. It is a villainy unit, so it gets raid 2, attacking for 8. And Brandon Dennis wrapping up game 1 of the round 3 feature match here in Atlanta, taking down the world #1 here in game 1. We'll see if he can keep the pressure on into game 2. Mike Jim just couldn't get anything going in that opening game.
Yeah, very strong performance from Brandon Dennis against a very experienced tournament player. Brandon was really able to maintain control of the board. Mike had some strong plays at certain moments in the game, but he kind of always felt like he was behind. Brandon was putting on the pressure, clearing Mike's units. We saw some of those kind of economic cards with Max Rebo, the ground unit, and the Max Rebo band on the next turn, but neither of them were able to stick. Brandon just clearing everything off the board and then putting the pressure on to close things out.
And that's just what Towson is so good at. Mother Towson will love to see any ground based matchup any time. And that's what we're seeing here. She's just so good at controlling that ground arena, that action ability paired up with. She deploys as a 3/7, has another on attack ability that can give -1/-1. The Darth Tyrannus we saw doing so much work. You have so many ways to use the Force effectively to completely whittle down that opposing ground arena. Brandon did it perfectly there. Now, you talked about it a good bit in that first game. Mike didn't have a turn one play, and I think that that played a role for sure. So we'll see here in game two if Mike is able to actually find that turn one play, how effectively then will Brandon be able to deal with this ground arena. But we know that Towson loves cleaning up the ground arena. We saw it in game one. We'll see if we can see it in game two. Another thing, Brandon, I did see some space targeted cards taken out there from the deck because he knows Mike's probably looking at that ground arena.
Yeah, I think we saw that Blade Wing space unit played by Mike Jim, and I believe that was the only space card that was played all game. So definitely seems like it's going to be more of a fight on the ground, which, as we were discussing earlier, Josh, is generally what you see with these force token decks.
Absolutely have to generate the force. Both players were able to effectively do that. We saw Mike able to get the force, but not being able to get any units to stick. The Qui-Gon Jinn action ability and the on attack ability never came into play. Again, he gives you the ability to return a friendly non-leader unit to your hand, and then you can play a non-villainy unit from your hand for free that costs less than the return unit. And Mike was never able to utilize that. And if you're playing against Qui-Gon, you know they want to utilize that action ability to really make the most of their ambush units and their units that have those strong win plate abilities. And if you're Brandon, you know that. So I think priority number one is keeping that board clear as best as you can. And that's going to be a strong game plan.
Yeah, I don't think we saw I don't think we saw the Qui-Gon Jinn leader card use. I don't think we saw either the leader ability or the leader unit ability used at any point that game because, like you said, Josh, Brandon was just keeping Mike's board totally clear. There weren't units that Mike could stick in order to send back.
Definitely. Tough spot for Mike Jim there in game one. Now, here in game two, again, he is starting with the initiative, and I am looking at a turn one play. So, at the very minimum, we will see a turn one unit come down for Mike. It is Jin Urso that I'm looking at there on the right side of his hand. It's not a force unit. Oh, he's got another. He's got another turn one play. The youngling Padawan coming down to start game two. And when played, you get the force. So Mike getting the force on turn one, and Brandon playing a force unit as well, the Treyas Acolyte.
All right. We're looking at two units, both relatively basic plays, ground units. Neither can defeat the other in a single attack, although we could potentially see that Treyas Acolyte attack into the youngling Padawan, get the force, and then have Mother Talzin's leader ability used to give the Padawan -1/-1 and clear it. We'll have to see if that's indeed what happens as this game develops into turn two here.
Mike Jim starting things out, attacking into the Crystal Caves force base of Brandon for two with the youngling Padawan. Already had the force token. Now the action back over to Brandon. Talked a little bit about it in the first game. Generally, that Qui-Gon ability Not going to be used a lot in the early game. As we get closer to the mid game, that's where we're going to start really having to pay attention for that Qui-Gon action ability. Darth Traya coming out for Brandon. And now Vernestra Rowe for Mike Jim using the Force. So Vernestra Rowe able to ready. So a ready 3-4 unit in the ground arena as the Treyas Acolyte will crash into the Youngling Padawan.
And this does set up that potential removal play with Mother Talzin's leader ability. Could give -1/-1 to the Youngling Padawan and get it off the field. Looks like that's exactly what we're going to see.
Vernestra Rowe unit was able to attack and defeat the Treyas Acolyte unit, but just like you said, leaves us with both turn 1 plays off the board thanks to the Talzin's action ability. So Mike Jim once again retaining the initiative. Vernestra Rowe in his ground arena with just 2 HP remaining. And it's Darth Traya on Brandon's side of the board. Full health. So we'll see how Mike Jim attacks into that Traya here. Traya has a really neat interaction where you could use the Force, give something -1/-1, and then you could ready your Talzin leader. And if you're able to generate the Force again, potentially use that action ability multiple times in a turn.
Yeah, Darth Trek can be very cool, but the problem here for Brandon is that he doesn't have the Force token right now. So Darth Treya can on attack ready a non-unit leader. So we could, in theory, see Talzin's ability used, then Treya attacks, readies Talzin, and then Talzin's leader ability can be used again. But the problem is that Brandon would have to have some other method of getting the Force. Right now, the only method that he has on board would be to attack with Darth Treya, which would then mean that the on attack ability would be wasted.
So now Mike Jim just going 3 to base with the Vernestra Rowe unit. 5 damage on Brandon's base, and Darth Traya will take out the Vernestra Rowe unit with that attack, generating the Force. 2 HP left on the Traya unit.
Yeah, so Darth Treya's on attack ability not being used here, but just the stats are enough to defeat that Vernestra Row ground unit. Now we see Chirrut Imwe taking the field for Brandon.
And I believe Mike Jim had passed. Wanted to see what Brandon was going to put down, and now the Sentinel unit comes out. Will Mike make a further play here? He did have some options. I believe he's holding on to Jyn Erso and the Max Rebo band. We do see Jyn Erso coming out. And Jyn Erso is going to give an experience token to herself with that win plate ability. So a 3-3 unit in the ground arena for Mike.
And unfortunately for Mike, it looks like he doesn't have a way to spend his other two resources.
Yeah,
Unless
definitely
I'm
not the
missing
most
something.
efficient turn. No,
No,
yeah,
yeah,
he
that's gonna be it. That's
passed.
gonna be it for the turn. So Jyn Erso does offer Mike Gem something there on the ground arena, but I'm not sure that's the turn 3 that Mike really wanted to see.
Totally agree. Not what Mike was looking for. Thought the Max Rebo band was in hand. I could be completely wrong there. May have seen a different card. I don't think it is in hand.
I see
More
a copy of
closely that I've looked.
Yoda and a constructed lightsaber in Mike Gem's hand.
Okay.
Um,
Well, Brandon has the initiative. Talzin, action ability with the Force is used. -1/-1 to the Jyn Erso unit. So Jyn Erso, just a 2-2 currently, staring down the Chirrut Imwe Sentinel unit. Now, one positive thing at this point from Mike is he has yet to take any damage. So he has been able to keep up on board rather well and has not taken a lot of damage at this point. So he still has some time here to try and stabilize as Darth Traya attacks into Mike's base for 2.
Seems like Mike is passing here while Brandon continues to attack the base. This or no, that attack from Chirrut's actually going to defeat Jin, it seems.
Yeah, Mike just passing once again. So just pass, pass, pass for Mike Jim. Mother Talzin leader unit is deployed. Generally, in these Talzin decks, we're not seeing the plot mechanic used a lot here in the Mother Talzin Cunning Force deck. We're not seeing anything here. Mike passes yet again. Now the constructed lightsaber onto Mother Talzin, and this may require some kind of act from Mike Jim. That is a massive leader unit that will be attacking for a total of 7. It's Queen Amidala coming down. That will not have an immediate impact on the board, but it does push a wide ground arena for Mike Jim. 2 spies come down with the Queen, and now it is a big attack. 7 damage into Mike Jim's base with that leader unit. Queen Amidala shrunk for the turn. -1/-1. That won't do anything. That will fall off here at the end of the phase, but Brandon really putting some pressure on now.
Yeah, that Queen Amidala unit card is interesting in that the when played ability creates those 2 spy tokens in addition to the Queen card herself. But I don't know if that's necessarily going to be enough at this point to really stop Brandon Dennis's board. On the other hand, the Queen can essentially defeat spy tokens to prevent herself from taking damage, which might be a relevant interaction here for sure. And I think we're seeing it used now.
Definitely a strong use of that ability. Queen Amidala crashing into the Chirrut Imwe unit. Had 3 HP remaining. So even if the Force was used and the Queen got -2 power, Queen Amidala would still be able to take out Chirrut. So no Force used there. The Sentinel unit off Brandon's side of the board. One of the spy tokens defeated to prevent the damage that would be dealt to Queen Amidala in that combat. And now we do see the not Jyn Erso unit, the spy token was attacked into by Darth Traya, and the spy token defeated. So now the spies off the board, and Mike Jim still staring at a potential 7 damage coming through with Mother Talzin.
I don't think Darth Treya's on attack ability to ready a non-unit leader has been used once, but Treya has still been getting some good value for Brandon here just by doing normal combat damage.
Definitely. She's been a Force unit. She has been able to take out Vernestra Row and the spy token. Has got some good use out of Darth Traya. Mike Jim going to use that Qui-Gon action ability, it appears. This will be the first time that he has used that action ability so far in this match. Would use the Force to bounce the Queen back to hand. Now he can play a unit that costs less than the Queen for free, and it is going to be the blue leader. So the blue leader coming down, the extra resources paid to move the blue leader into the ground arena with ambush. It's only a 5/5 though, so it's not enough to take out the Mother Talzin leader unit. So Talzin strikes for 7 again, and it's 16 damage on Mike Jim's base. Qui-Gon Jinn leader deployed. Condemn meets the Qui-Gon right away, but Protect the Pod is going to obliterate the Mother Talzin leader unit. 7 total damage dealt to Talzin as Karis comes out. Mike Jim could attack here and force the aspects to be there. And Brandon does have it. He does have the Vigilance and Villainy aspect icon to disclose. So Qui-Gon got -6 power for the attack and loses all other abilities. And that does allow Brandon to claim the initiative.
Yeah, Mike there, I think just basically forcing Brandon to show him that he does actually have the disclose aspects needed to reduce Qui-Gon's stats with Condemn. You could say, well, he just took damage for no reason, but it's still there's still some relevance, I think there's still some relevance to the attack. Gets the force token, and in the event that Brandon was bluffing, it would have potentially been very strong.
That is interesting for sure, because Condemn completely blanks all of the unit's abilities other than that on attack ability that allows your opponent to disclose to give it -6, but it doesn't lose its traits. So still has the
Right.
force trait, still able to generate the force token for Mike, which could be important without a doubt. And Mike got some information. He knows that Brandon is holding on to the Talzin's assassin, so that will be something to look out for. Darth Treya will start the actions for Brandon Dennis here during this action phase. 2 damage to Mike Jim's base, putting Mike
I
Jim up
think
to
we
18
saw
damage
Mike
on.
with a copy of Yoda in hand earlier in this game as well. That wouldn't be something. Yeah, there's the Yoda in hand there. I don't think that's something that can be played this turn. I think they're only on 7 resources, but having that force token for a potential Yoda play next turn could prove to be quite important.
Now Mike Jim playing the 6-cost ambush unit, the Depa Balaba ambushing and defeating Karis. And now Brandon has to decide, does he want to take advantage of the when defeated ability and use the force right now to give one of Mike's units -2/-2? And it appears he will not do that as he passes that opportunity and that trigger. Now the stranger coming out for Brandon, going to ambush and defeat the Depa Balaba. Depa dealing the damage first, so the grit turned on for the stranger there, and the stranger with just 2 HP remaining, but with 5 damage on tower, that's a 6 power threat now.
Yeah, the stranger here is potentially going to really accelerate Brandon's aggression. However, I think Mike Jim's copy of Yoda might be a great answer at this time.
That is such a good point. That Yoda could be huge. We're at 8 resources for Mike Jim. He is exhausting all of them. Yoda, my ally is the Force, and Mike's ally is Yoda. Force is used, 5 damage healed from base, back down to 13. And the stranger takes a total of 4 damage, which is enough to defeat it. But Brandon has Shatterpoint in hand, Force used, Yoda unit defeated. That is a big response here as Mike Jim once again attacking with Qui-Gon, forcing Brandon to have the aspects. And this time we see the Darth Vader Twilight of the Apprentice. Darth Treya cracks in for 2. 15 damage on Mike Jim's base. Mike Jim claims, and Brandon just putting another cheap unit in play, the Secretive Sage. What a action-packed action phase that was, Tower.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. So Yoda indeed was a great answer to the stranger there, but Brandon had Shatterpoint to clear Yoda, and I think some of the most damage dealt by any unit this game has actually been Darth Treya here, just swinging away for 2 damage every turn.
Darth Treya, a ton of mileage so far is what Brandon has got out of the Darth Treya unit. Mike Jim once again has the initiative. The Condemn still theoretically locking down that Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit because Brandon's still holding on to the aspects that he needs. What does Mike have for us here? Do we have another big play? Do we have some more ambush? I don't think I see another Yoda currently in hand. But he
Yeah,
is holding on to
let's
another
think
big
about.
unit.
Yeah, Liberty there, I believe, in hand for Mike Jim. That is a very powerful kind of closer type card in the space arena. But it looks like
Think
Mike
about
is exhausting a smaller number of resources. Let's see what he plays here.
going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. And I like this play. That puts a Sentinel unit in the ground arena for Mike Jim here on this turn. Obi-Wan Kenobi, whenever you play a Force unit, Obi-Wan Kenobi gets Sentinel for the phase. That includes himself. So now Brandon has to deal with the Sentinel if he wants to deal any damage on this turn.
One other thing to consider for Brandon is he needs to be a little careful to maintain that disclose for Condemn, or else Qui-Gon could start swinging with the debuff effect not actually working. So that might actually be a bit of a constraint on what cards Brandon can actually play from his hand, although of course there is the chance that Mike would not go for it. Looks like Mike is going to attack, and Brandon shows the Talzin's Assassin from earlier.
Attacking into one of those units, taking 2 damage back is the Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit. And that Talzin's Assassin paired up with the Force, that when played ability allowing Brandon to give the Obi-Wan Kenobi unit -3/-3. So Kenobi is defeated. And now Mike Jim still has 5 resources to play with. He still has the Force. And now we see another Qui-Gon Jinn, the new 4-cost Sentinel unit, allowing Mike to look at the top 3 cards of his deck, when played and on attack. He can discard one of them if he chooses to do so, and then put the others back on top in any order. Looks like we've got a Jin, a Blade Wing. Jin will be discarded. It looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi may have been the other card there.
I think that's right, Josh. And Jin Urso discarded there. I think that kind of makes sense. Jin is often something that's more valuable in the early game.
Hey, you talked about Darth Treya getting so much good work in for Brandon here in game 2. Well, now Darth Treya has a constructed lightsaber, and Treya is going to be attacking for a total of 6. That is enough to get through the Qui-Gon Jinn Sentinel unit and leave Mike still with just that condemned Qui-Gon leader in play.
Yeah, it looked like that Qui-Gon Jinn influencing chance Sentinel unit was maybe going to be able to slow down the aggression here from Brandon Dennis, but with that constructed lightsaber on Darth Treya, Qui-Gon Jinn was not able to stem the tide for long.
Now, Mike drawing into another Obi-Wan Kenobi, so he could, in theory, play another Sentinel in the ground arena to try and slow things down just a little bit. But that Darth Treya, being able to attack with a total of 6 power, can get through these 5 HP Sentinels in the ground arena.
Really does seem like, it's a slower process, but once again, Mike Jim seems to be in trouble here against Brandon Dennis and his Mother Talzin deck.
Now, Mike Jim slamming down Liberty in the space arena, exhausting Darth Treya, and returning the upgrade. So the constructed lightsaber going back into Brandon's hand.
Bouncing that constructed lightsaber does actually lead to the Darth Treya ground unit being defeated because the extra HP from that lightsaber upgrade was keeping her on the board.
Now, Qui-Gon Jinn off the board, doesn't have to worry about the condemn. And importantly, with Mike getting the Qui-Gon Jinn leader back here, he could use that ability, but 24 damage on base, and trust your instincts is the attack pump needed for Brandon Dennis to attack for 4 with the Secretive Sage. And Brandon Dennis taking down the world number 1 here in round 3, 2-0 Talzin over Qui-Gon Jinn.
Very strong performance from Dennis here, Josh. I think this second game was considerably closer than the first one, but even still, it seemed like Mike Jim was having a lot of trouble getting units to actually stick on the board. The main thing that he was able to get on the board and have stay for a while was the Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit, which normally would be very good, but with that copy of Condemn on the Qui-Gon card, there was not much value being created.
No, not at all. Now, we are going to be jumping to a backup match here in round 3. It's Timothy Chapman on the right, another Qui-Gon Command Force deck against Andrew Tedder on the left. On Andrew playing Colonel Yularen paired with Aggression. We are 1-1 right now, it appears. And look at this ground arena right now for Qui-Gon.
Yeah, it looks like we have a copy of the 000 ground unit equipped with, I believe that's the Craving Power upgrade card, and doing a large amount of damage to Timothy Chapman's base there.
Timothy Chapman up to 16 damage on base. No damage right now on Andrew Tedder's base as the Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan unit crashes into 000. 3 damage on 000. Obi-Wan Kenobi is defeated. And now the question is, have we already seen that Yularen? We were on, it looks like 5 resources there for Andrew. Didn't see Yularen deployed, so I'm assuming Timothy had a way to wipe out Yularen before we switched over. But Andrew Tedder with the initiative, another big swing, a total of 7 damage between 6 powered on 000 and that on attack ability, putting an aggression card on the bottom of the deck. It's 23-0 in favor of Andrew Tedder right now.
Yeah, this is definitely a situation where the pressure seems to be on Timothy Chapman to try to stabilize the board here. Now, one thing that he does have going for him is that that copy of Blue Leader with the experience tokens, I believe, could attack into 000 and trade, which would leave us with an empty board. My suspicion, which could be wrong, is that that copy of Blue Leader actually ambushed and defeated the Colonel Yularen leader unit, and that's how it took that 4 damage. But I'm not 100% certain on that.
Timothy going to deploy the Qui-Gon Jinn leader unit. So now multiple threats in the ground arena for Timothy. And Andrew, outside of the 000, no units in play, so no other ready units threatening any damage here with just 5 HP remaining on Timothy's base. We'll see what Andrew has. Oh, Colonel Yularen has not been deployed yet. We see Andrew, he saved it up on the 6 resource turn to plot out both sudden ferocity and the Palpatine I am the Senate. 2 spy tokens created. They have Sentinel, and it would be game over with 1 swing from Yularen with that ferocity. What a play.
Can Timothy Chapman do anything to stop Colonel Yularen ground unit here? It's going to be tough because there are 2 spy tokens with Sentinel preventing either of these units from attacking Yularen unless there's some kind of effect to give them Saboteur. But I don't know. I think this could be curtains for Timothy Chapman in this round 3.
Andrew had not had his leader unit defeated. He was patiently waiting to make the most of the plot mechanics, needing 6 resources for Chancellor Palpatine and the sudden ferocity. What an explosive turn. Timothy going to attack one of the spies, bouncing back the blue leader. What does Timothy have? He does have an answer here. Jyn Erso is played from hand for free, exhausting, but then Andrew can just claim the initiative, and Timothy has no way to clean up this board. Andrew Tedder will take it 2-1, a local here in the Greenville area. Great start for Andrew. Love to see it.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. We only had the very end of that backup match on stream, and it did seem like Andrew Tedder had already achieved a pretty advantageous position with that upgraded copy of 000, just pushing a lot of pressure onto the opponent's base.
What a fantastic conclusion there, an explosive conclusion to that match with the double plot. But now we have the deck meta on screen for you. The top 8 represented decks. This is leader plus base pairing in the field. And Mickey and I talked a little bit earlier about Boba Fett being the most represented leader, but Obi-Wan Kenobi paired with Vigilance Force is the most represented deck in the field, beating out Boba Fett Lake Country just barely. And then it's a massive drop-off tower after those two. It's clear that these 2 decks right now are what most players believe in.
Yeah, I think that the Boba Fett Lake Country deck is still at least somewhat controversial. I think the idea of playing a base that denies you an additional aspect, while it has had strong results thus far in the planetary qualifier events, I think that at least some of the Boba Fett players probably still aren't too comfortable with that and are instead going for instance, Boba Fett Cunning 30, which I think was a popular deck earlier on before rotation and so on. So I think that, as you said, Josh, we have more Boba Fett players than we have Obi-Wan Kenobi players, but it seems that the Obi-Wan Kenobi players are maybe more unified on which base to take. Although that's
Absolutely.
itself an interesting story because for a while, Obi-Wan Kenobi, a lot of people seem to think that the way to go was Obi-Wan Kenobi with the Virgins Temple base, the rare base that has 25 HP and gives you the Force token based on whether you have a unit with enough HP on the board. However, that seems to have fallen out of fashion in favor of the more common 28 HP force base that gives you the force token when you attack with a force unit.
And I believe a big reason for that is the HP. That extra HP is very important in this format where it seems like these matchups, they're just so aggressive. There's so many go to base, go to base, go to base matchups where it feels like there's more counting. How many actions do I need to take out my opponent? How much damage can I deal here? Can I win the race? And there seems to be a little bit less interaction than we had pre-rotation. And so I think that extra HP is huge, and it also adds the consistency factor because while the Virgins Temple deck adds the more high roll factor. It has maybe a higher ceiling of playing the Jedi Consular on turn 2. You generate the Force automatically during the regroup phase, and then or excuse me, on turn 1, and then on turn 2, you're able to play a 5 cost unit, say a blue leader, and ambush and obliterate your opponent's early play, right? So I think the high roll aspect with Virgins Temple is there, but I think the extra HP plus the consistency and being able to generate the force multiple times to turn on these great healing effects in the meta, like Itinerant Warrior and Yoda's Lightsaber, which are really helping this deck in the space matchups like Boba, I think it's just too important.
Yeah, ultimately, I think that the Virgin's Temple strategy, I don't think it has nothing to recommend it. Like you said, you can get some very strong openings if everything lines up just right. But as you said, Josh, I don't think it's as consistent an option. And, having a lower HP count can be rough. If you have 25 HP, your opponent just does not have to do as much damage as if you have a 28 HP deck. In some matchups, that might not matter so much, but against more aggressive opponents and against, Boba Fett, this popular leader that has a lot of indirect damage and so on, I think having a lower HP base might not necessarily be what you want to do.
Exactly, because if you're in the Boba matchup, which clearly Boba's very popular, almost 15% of the field is Boba Fett Lake Country. So when you look at that, Boba Fett and all of the indirect damage it does, if you only have 25 HP on your base, you are going to be tempted to want to put the damage on your units so that your opponent doesn't just win the game, but then you get punished by doing that by Topple the Summit. So you have to avoid the indirect damage on your base because you only have 25 HP, and now you're putting that indirect damage on your units and setting up these absolute blowout deploy turns for Boba Fett where he plays into the Topple the Summit and just wipes your board. And that also is a way to lose the game. So I think it's just very, very tough into the Boba Fett Lake Country matchup specifically. And think about the other very popular decks in the format. We just saw Colonel Yularen. That is one of the best aggro decks right now. Chewbacca up there at 4% as well. Chewbacca is a very aggressive deck. Tobias, etc. There's so many aggressive decks that all have access to aggressive negotiations. And so that extra HP is just huge in the math and it helps add in your favor.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Josh. When dealing with those aggressive negotiations decks, those decks can turn the corner very quickly. Like if they're, I think we see really kind of two styles of deck that use aggressive negotiations. One of them is a deck that is kind of aggressive for the whole game and has aggressive negotiations as a closer. So I think, Chewbacca would be more in this category. Chewbacca's running a very aggro game plan. I think that Colonel Yularen is running a very aggro game plan. But we also have these decks that have a plan to use aggressive negotiations to turn things around quickly. So we see that more with Tobias Beckett is often not that aggressive in early turns of the game, or the Jin Urso deck that was discussed a fair amount before this event. Those decks have a game plan that's kind of different where they're going to try and build up, accumulate cards in hand, get value, and then all of a sudden turn things around and do huge damage with aggressive negotiations. So having more of a margin, even against the slower aggressive negotiation decks is good, and against the more aggressive ones, it can be crucial.
Right. And it's worth noting when you look at this list, Tower, the only base in the most represented decks here that has less than 30 HP is that Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force. Everything else is 30 HP or above. Lake Country has really come in and been a crazy good base with Boba Fett. We saw it take down a PQ with Lando Calrissian, and look at this. Lando Calrissian Lake Country is on this list. So that extra HP has been of vital importance, and we are seeing that be reflected here in the overall representation.
Yeah, and I think there's actually something really interesting here too with respect to what's happened for the base meta in this game. I think that a lot of the bases that we were seeing before rotation are not making a huge splash here. And of course, some of them rotated out. You know, you're not going to be able to play Tarkentown anymore. You're not going to be able to play the Energy Conversion Lab anymore. But, you know, I think there used to be a lot of people playing Data Vault, and that seems to have fallen off, even though that card did not rotate out.
Yeah, such a great point. I think right now it's really really interesting what we're seeing here, and we're seeing a lot of very aggressive strategies, and then you have the Obi-Wan Kenobis, while can be aggressive themselves because of these upgrades, a much more, I want to heal a lot of damage, right? I want to restore as much as I can while I'm putting on pressure, and then you have some decks like Towson. We've seen Towson have some success already today as well. So it's very interesting right now. We have these very aggressive space decks, these aggressive negotiations, more aggro style decks, and then you have Obi-Wan Kenobi really utilizing the Force to heal a lot of damage, Mother Towson utilizing the Force to completely control everything your opponent does on the ground arena. And then you have these very interesting rogue decks like Qui-Gon Jinn, who has seen some success at PQs over the last couple weekends. We see Qui-Gon here at the feature tables in this past round. Didn't quite work out, but nevertheless, with all of that being said, I have really enjoyed this meta so far, and personally, this post rotation has been a lot of fun, and I look forward to seeing how we progress and how we move forward, and how everything shakes up here with such a big gap from first and second down, how that results into what we see in day two, right? And into the top cut. It's going to be a lot of fun for sure.
Yeah, I think that's right, Josh. And in with respect to the like more rogue decks, you know, one of my favorite decks right now is Chewbacca from the Chewbacca. You take the Chewbacca leader unit from A Lawless Time and you combine it with the Alliance Outpost rare vigilance base from the same set. And that deck has some very funky combos it can do. In particular, if you do anything that creates a token on the first turn, or that will cause you to have a token on the second turn, you can use your base's epic action to defeat that token and turn it into a credit. And then on that second turn, you'll have 3 resources and a credit, which you can use to deploy Chewbacca on turn 2 and just start swinging big. I think it's a super cool deck, really interesting. Right now, at least, less popular than the cunning version of Chewbacca, and I could at least see an argument that it might end up being worse, but I've been having a ton of fun testing with it, figuring out these crazy plays that you can take. Overall, I think it's a really exciting time to be playing Star Wars Unlimited.
I could not agree more. The Chewbacca on turn two, a ready 5/6 unit on turn two. That is a scary, scary thing, Tower. I'm interested to see if we will find that type of play on stream at any point this weekend. But I think we are going to cut to a short break. We've got more action from Atlanta coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to our coverage of the Sector Qualifier event here. I'm TowerNumberNine, joined by Josh Snyder as we cast for McClunky Gaming and Star City Games. We are about to move into the fourth round of Swiss play here at the Atlanta Sector Qualifier. Josh, how are you feeling as we move into this next round?
I am feeling excited. I have loved what we've seen so far. We've seen some Obi-Wan Kenobi doing exactly what it wants to do, utilizing the Force very effectively. We saw Qui-Gon Jinn, unfortunately, didn't get to do all the cool tricks that Qui-Gon Jinn wants to do, but nevertheless, Mother Talzin, definitely a deck that you have to respect moving forward. And then we saw that crazy explosive finish for you, Lauren, waiting to deploy on the 6 resource turn, plotting out 2 different cards. That was crazy. And now I'm just excited to see how things continue as we get ready for round 4. We'll have 8 rounds of Swiss today, and then tomorrow it will be 4 more rounds of Swiss into the top cut.
All right. Here we have our matchup. We have James Coulter on the left side playing Admiral Piet with the Shield Generator Complex, a 30 HP Vigilance base, versus Nikki Morgan playing the Lando Lake Country deck that we had mentioned earlier, Josh.
Lando Lake Country should be interesting for sure. So this deck going to be heavily in on that cunning aspect, naming the cunning aspect to try and get that credit token on the leader side. And then for Piet, good old Piet, a deck that a lot of people thought had a real shot early in the Secrets of Power meta, but that never materialized. And now Piet has kind of risen up as a solid answer to these Boba Fett decks running around on the loose. And Piet, of course, wants to get out these big capital ships as quickly as possible.
Yeah. Now, Admiral Piet can potentially get you to powerful endgame ships a lot earlier than other leaders with his discount on capital ship units. But some of the biggest endgame units that the Admiral Piet decks once built towards rotated out. So these decks have really seen some significant shifts with the release of set 7 and the start of rotation. And it's going to be interesting to see what James has as the higher end units in this build.
It's an excellent point for sure. Of course, the top end with the capital ships, not quite as good as before. There's no arguing with you there, but definitely a solid choice, especially if you find yourself running into a lot of space matchups. Of course, you want to just overwhelm your opponent in the space arena. If they go to the ground arena, you want to make sure you get a big unit in the space arena to throw down the turbo laser salvo and try to wipe your opponent's ground arena. So there's definitely ways to interact with the ground if you are Piet, but definitely doesn't have those big bombs that we had before. But there's still some great capital ships, some great ways to close out the game. And here in round 4, we're underway. James Coulter going to start with the initiative, playing Prepare for Takeoff on turn 1. We'll search the top 8 cards of his deck for up to 2 vehicle units, and I'm sure there's plenty to choose from.
All right. Nikki Morgan has resourced James Coulter,
So
finding
James
those
Coulter, yeah,
options
finding.
there with the finding those options there. And I believe we had a Corvus there.
Yeah, I think it was the Corvus and Fleet Interdictor. So getting some solid capital ships here. And on the other side, Nikki playing the Master Codebreaker, searching the top 8 cards as well of their deck for a Gambit card. But it looks
Was that
like
a
we
miss
failed
though
to
from
find.
Nikki?
Yeah, no Gambit for Nikki. Now, nevertheless, that Master Codebreaker unit will reduce the cost of any Gambit cards that Nikki comes along in the future. Reduces their cost by 1, the first one that you play
Yeah,
each
kind of an
round.
interesting turn one there. Both players playing cards that search for a specific type of card, and James finding stuff with his search and Nikki missing it, but Nikki's copy of the Master Codebreaker does leave him with a unit on the board, while Prepare for Takeoff does not do the same for James.
So James playing the Director Krennic in the ground arena, which would potentially accelerate some of these big capital ships that have a when defeated ability. You've got the cost reduction from Admiral Piet. You've got a one resource reduction in the cost from Krennic. So it could definitely start firing out some of those big units. But Nikki playing a stolen AT hauler, so putting on some good pressure in the space arena. James has the initiative, and James is going to attack into the Master Codebreaker to try and set up to defeat it here in the near future. 4 damage to James's base with the stolen AT hauler, and now the first activated ability from Admiral Piet. We see McFrigate, the MC-30 assault frigate coming out. That's a 5/5 with Raid 1 and Overwhelm. Quite a presence Hurley here on the 4 resource turn.
Yeah, it looks like Nikki is gonna have a copy of Blue Ace hit the field and choosing not to ambush with it because, well, I mean that assault frigate is too powerful for Blue Ace.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That blue ace just a 4/5, and that on attack trigger. Nikki would have had to ready one of James's exhausted units, not optional. So James starts with the initiative, the MC-30 assault frigate unit attacking and defeating the stolen AT hauler. 1 overwhelm damage leaking through onto the 34 HP Lake Country base as Codebreaker cracks in for a 3rd damage this game. 7-1, the damage totals in favor of Nikki as Admiral Piet is deployed. Now we have a big cost reduction tower.
That's right, Josh. When Admiral Piet is on the field as a leader unit, he reduces the cost of capital ships you might play by 2. So we could potentially see a 7 resource capital ship hit the field this turn for James Coulter.
Nikki able to clear up the space arena, the blue ace attacking and trading with the MC-30 assault frigate. So both units defeated as James decides to defeat the Master Codebreaker, attacking with the Director Krennic unit. And now Nikki going to play Rose Tico. Now this unit's interesting. It's a 5/5, would have entered ready, but no non-unique units on Nikki's side of the board. So it's just a 5/5, and James is going to play a 7-cost capital ship here on the 5 resource turn. The Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser disclosing the aspects needed, and that Rose Tico will not ready until the Cantwell Cruiser is off the board. And to make matters worse, Tower, James gets to play the stolen AT hauler for free.
Yeah, this was a not a great turn for Nikki Morgan. Not only did the Rose Tico ground unit not enter play ready, she's not necessarily going to be readying anytime soon either with the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser in play. Does look like there's a nice answer though. I believe the Axe forgets bouncing that stolen AT hauler back to Nikki's hand.
Yeah, good response for sure. Not leaving the stolen AT hauler on James's side of the board. As we see a credit token being generated off of the Lando action ability. 7-7 now as both ground units for James attack into Lake Country. Now Nikki has the credit token, has this deploy ready to go. Lando Calrissian is deployed. You can defeat a friendly credit token to create 3. So going from 1 credit token to 3 in total for Nikki, which gives Nikki really 6 resources still to use here on this turn if need be. And now the Lawbringer coming out, laying down the law for James in the skies. That 8-cost 7/7 capital ship. And I would not be surprised if Cunning was the aspect called here. That would give each of Nikki's Cunning units -2/-2 for the phase.
Yeah, I think that's right because it looks like that attack from the Lando Calrissian ground unit is only going to deal 2 damage instead of 4.
Nikki,
And now it looks like James is attacking with the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. Nikki Morgan has a bunch of resources and credits here, though. Let's see what he can do with them.
Nikki just going to play the stolen AT hauler again, keeping those 3 credit tokens intact. But at this point, Nikki behind in the race by just a bit. I guess, in fact, they're tied if you want to look at remaining HP. But this board on James's side, you have 2 massive space units. And that Rose Tico still remains exhausted. due to the Cantwell arrestor cruiser, and James has the initiative going to attack into the stolen AT hauler. And once again, the cunning units for Nikki will get -2/-2 for this phase, only 2 damage back onto the Lawbringer unit.
And we could see that stolen AT hauler played to James's side of the board yet again here. But look at this,
Big
Nikki bringing
play.
out the Mandalorian. Big play.
That's massive, ambushing and defeating the Director Krennic unit and capturing the Cantwell arrestor cruiser. So now that Rose Tico will come back, but the turbo laser salvo for James is going to wipe Nikki's ground arena. 7 total damage from the Lawbringer, raining down the fire, and Nikki has no units in play. The Cantwell arrestor cruiser back on James's side. What a punch from James on that turn.
Yeah, it looked like Nikki Morgan might have a bit of a comeback starting up there with the Mandalorian arriving, taking out Krennic, capturing the Cantwell arrestor cruiser. That was going to free up the Rose Tico ground unit to attack on future turns, but that turbo laser salvo really put paid to that. Let's see how Nikki can respond.
Nikki is going to start with the Liberty, exhausting the Lawbringer. Admiral Piet cracks in for 2. 17 damage on Nikki's base. Now we see Faith in Your Friends. So all of the resources plus the credit tokens have been cashed in for Nikki. Nikki
Yeah,
finding a card off the top. We'll see if Nikki can disclose for some spy tokens. Nikki will absolutely do that.
spy tokens, not necessarily the most powerful units, but they do add something to the board, and Faith in Your Friends drawing a card as well.
My goodness, craving power onto the Cantwell arrestor cruiser. 8 damage to Liberty. Liberty defeated, and now 8 damage coming through to Nikki's base. And to add insult to injury, let's throw a Lats Razi out there for James. Getting a shield token, 2 damage to a spy. Nikki has 9 HP remaining, and there's more than enough damage showing on James's side of the table to finish up the game during this action phase.
Nikki Morgan is in desperate trouble here, needs to find something, maybe a hyperspace disaster to clear that space arena. Doesn't look to have it.
Does have another Liberty, so that will exhaust the Cantwell arrestor cruiser. But James just going to poke that spy token. Both spies have been defeated. Now we see Nikki wanting to create a credit, calling cunning, discarding watch this off the top. Successfully getting the credit token, and no glory, only results will take control and defeat Liberty, and I think Nikki will scoop it up at this point. James taking a really decisive victory here in game 1 of round 4. Piet doing some great work with those capital ships.
Yeah, really tough situation there for Nikki Morgan. I think the powerful capital ships, starting with that assault frigate early on, really seemed to be difficult for Nikki to deal with, getting those discounted ships out fast. And with their powerful stat lines, Nikki's smaller units were struggling to keep up. We saw what looked like it could be the beginning of a comeback there with that Mandalorian play, but the turbo laser salvo slammed that door closed pretty fast.
Yeah, I think before the match started, I mentioned Turbo Laser Salver. That's a card you have to look for with these Piet decks, because if a large space unit, one of these capital ships, if they are able to stick to the board, that Turbo Laser Salvo literally just cleans up an entire arena, and that's one of the great ways that Piet can go cross arena into the ground arena and completely wipe the ground arena in one action, and that is exactly what happened. The Mandalorian, as you mentioned, provided some really good relief for Nikki there, because the Mandalorian can ambush one of these lower power threats in the ground arena, take it out. And the great thing about Mandalorian is being able to go cross arena as well, can capture one of those space units, and it doesn't matter the cost, which is really good because James, we know, has so many high cost units. But if there's anything that lives tower, there's that threat of the immediate salvo, and that's just what James had in game 1.
Yeah, turbo laser salvo. It's another card that I think, Piet decks were playing this before rotation, but I think that in the pre-rotation meta, it actually was, maybe considered a bit of a second tier card where Overwhelming Barrage was very often using a similar but more effective thing at a cheaper price point. However, Turbo Laser Salvo has come into its own more now that Overwhelming Barrage has rotated out and we don't have that option for a cheaper mass removal play. And even before rotation, there were also some scenarios, I think perhaps like the one that we just saw, in fact, where the Turbo Laser Salvo would be better than Overwhelming Barrage just because getting the full power of your unit across a bunch of enemies would be more relevant than being able to split up damage in the kind of more granular way.
Definitely. Going to be interesting now. A lot of the Lando decks that we have seen, and I think you probably remember this a lot back at the Cantina Clash, some of the answers that we're used to Lando running is Hyperspace Disaster because we're more used to seeing Lando paired with Vigilance, but here Lando paired with Lake Country. So you take out that big, massive answer to the Space Arena and Hyperspace Disaster. So the question now for Nikki is how well can you interact with the Space Arena? What does Nikki have maybe coming out of the sideboard that can interact over there? Because if you're Piet, you're not facing an aggro deck, which you love. Aggro decks are pretty good against you. This Lando deck is not fast at all, and if you can just reign supreme in the Space Arena, I think it just makes for a tough time on Nikki's side.
That's a very good point, Josh. I think the Hyperspace Disaster, if it is being played in this deck at all, it would be as an out of aspect inclusion, which really makes it very expensive. And it also probably doesn't go with Nikki's plan with respect to what aspect he's going to call with Lando's ability. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hyperspace Disaster is totally absent from this deck.
Absolutely. Wouldn't be surprised at all. The Canyon frontrunner, the opening play for Nikki Morgan. For James Coulter, it's Director Krennic, and with the initiative, Nikki able to take advantage of the on-attack ability on the Canyon frontrunner. No other units have attacked, giving Director Krennic -2, so the shield token is deleted off of Director Krennic. No damage back to the frontrunner, and now we see a space unit for James just playing down that eager escort fighter. Nothing to ambush, but nevertheless, it's a 4-power threat here on the 3 resource turn as Nikki is able to generate a credit token off of the Lando action ability, discarding Bail Organa off the top, and still has some ready resources in that credit to play with.
Yeah, let's see what Nikki ends up playing this turn. Look like it's going to actually be nothing. So some value still being generated by that Lando ability to create a credit token, but probably not what Nikki most wanted to see for that turn.
And Nikki just taking the initiative, and that Canyon frontrunner with the initiative, very good. Again, that on attack ability, able to give Director Krennic -2 power. So Nikki takes Director Krennic off the board, and the 3-2 unit on Nikki's side survives. 4
Yeah,
damage to
this
Nikki's
eager
base.
escort fighter for James Coulter, often used as more of a reactive card with ambush to trade with enemy space units. But in this case, that 4-1 stat line without Nikki having any clear answer is allowing James to push some real damage in that space arena.
Yeah, that 4 per turn is going to add up very quickly. Biggs Colleen coming out for Nikki, so it's all ground early for Nikki here in game 2. The MC-30 assault frigate. James putting it down with just 4 resources thanks to the Admiral Piet action ability. So now that space arena threatening for a total of 10 damage this next turn. Nikki will need to try and respond to the space arena as soon as possible if able.
Yeah, overwhelm and raid 1 on that 5-5 assault frigate. So swinging for 6 with the eager escort fighter as well. We could be seeing 10 damage a turn if Nikki doesn't have something to slow James's space arena down.
Now here's Nikki with the initiative. Han Solo has his moments being attached here to that Canyon frontrunner, and once again, that on-attack trigger being very relevant, giving -2 power to the eager escort fighter. And we see some damage going through, a total of 5 into James's base. There's now just 2 damage from the eager escort fighter. It's 6-5, and a beguile for Nikki Morgan is going to take a look at James's hand And that MC-30 assault frigate will be bounced back to James's hand, once again mitigating quite a bit of damage on this turn. So Nikki definitely having some ways to interact with the space arena as that CR-90 relief runner comes down.
Speaking of damage, though, Josh, I believe that the hand reveal there from Beguile showed a turbo laser salvo and a copy of Craving Power for James Coulter. Very strong damage options for later on in this game, and not probably what Nikki's most excited to see.
Now, once again, Nikki able to retain the initiative, and we've seen how strong the Canyon frontrunner has been with Nikki having the initiative, just continuing to throw around that -2 power to the opposing units. First action is going to be watch this. That is going to bounce the CR-90 relief runner back to James's hand and exhaust the eager escort fighter. So the question was asked, how will Nikki be responding to the space arena in this game? And so far, Nikki's answered the question with, I'm just going to bounce all these units as the Lawbringer comes down, giving these cunning units -2 for the turn. 3 damage into James's base with the Canyon frontrunner having -2/-2. James just going to claim the initiative. Piet was deployed last round, being able to get the Lawbringer out on the 6 resource turn, but not attacking with Piet. We see Lando Calrissian deployed. 3 credit tokens now for Nikki off of that when deployed ability, and some big damage coming through. 8 more damage, or excuse me, 4 more damage. And just like that, it's 18-6. The damage totals, Nikki really turning things around in this race.
Yeah, this time it's the Lando player who's pushing early damage, Josh. And it's funny because James has had some cards that can potentially do quite a lot of damage, but Nikki has repeatedly been able to bounce or exhaust James's plays.
Yeah, it's absolutely right. Now, James has the initiative. Does he have turbo laser salvo? You better believe he does. Lawbringer with 7 power is going to allow James to wipe the ground arena again. Just what he needed in the nick of time here before this game got away. Nikki going to play Rose Tico back-to-back games, not able to come out ready and put that pressure on. And now James is going to put on some big pressure of his own this turn. 4 damage to base with that escort fighter. It's 18-10. And now Nikki playing down the light maker. This is a big offensive threat as well, Tower.
Yeah. Lightmaker is only a 3/4, which is not the stat line you most want on a 5-cost ship, but it has raid 4, so it can actually swing for 7. When defeated, choose an arena and exhaust each enemy unit in that arena. But it looks like Nikki may be forgetting that when defeated ability here because James defeats Lightmaker, but Nikki doesn't oh no, yeah, doesn't exhaust anything, and then we're gonna see Piet attacking Rose.
That is a good point. Yeah, did not trigger the when defeated there, choosing the ground arena, which could have exhausted that Admiral Piet leader. Nikki Morgan has the initiative with Rose Tico in play. Needs to find a way to deal 12 more damage. 18 damage on for James. Rose going to base. That brings the damage count up to 23 on that shield generator complex. The Eager Escort Fighter attacking for 4. That Eager Escort Fighter tower has really gotten in some good work. Lots of damage being dealt by that 3-cost unit. Nikki just going to play another copy of Lightmaker.
Interesting situation here. James could, of course, remove this copy, but at the very least, that Lightmaker is maybe going to buy some time. Looks like James doesn't attack into it, though. Maybe has another option to handle it later on in the turn.
And he does have to answer that Lightmaker because it can attack for 7. There's only 7 HP left on James's base. James is going to clear up the Rose Tico unit in the ground arena attacking with that Piet. And again, Rose having -2/-2 from the Lawbringer. So Piet staying in play, and he's got an answer. He's got the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. He just needs 2 vigilance and 1 villainy aspect icon to keep this Lightmaker exhausted. He has just that. Nikki has the initiative, but now big trouble for Nikki. There's lethal in play for James.
Yeah, Nikki in a spot of trouble here. I think I think missing the when defeated ability from that light maker might actually be more important than it looked at first glance, because Piet would not have been able to clear Rose Tico if not for that attack that was made on that previous turn.
Nikki starting things out with faith in your friends, searching the top 3 cards of the deck for a card, and will have the ability to create some spy tokens here if Nikki discloses 3 cunning and 2 heroism aspects. We do just that. 2 spy tokens will be created, but at the moment, nothing stopping the assault coming in the air for James. Lawbringer attacking for 7, 28 damage on. One more attack with the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser would seal up the match for James Coulter.
Nikki in a lot of trouble here. I'm not sure that I'm not. I just don't know what Nikki can find that's going to stop the Cantwell here.
Doesn't
Rose
have it.
Tico ground
Rose
unit, but it's
Tico.
not it.
Yeah, Rose enters ready, but doesn't have a way to interact with the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. James Coulter, a quick 2-0 here in round 4 and remains undefeated with Admiral Piet Vigilance. Wow, what a match there.
Yeah, that was a I think that second game was closer, and in fact, contrary to what we saw in game 1, Nikki was taking a more aggressive stance in game 2, was able to disrupt the Piet player with bounce and exhaust effects, but it was not quite enough. Once again, there was a big turbo laser salvo, and then the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser locking things down.
Yeah, the main MVP of that match for me, Turbo Laser Salvo, because that was exactly what was needed to lock things up in both games. If that salvo had not come down, I think it's a very clear victory there in game 2 for Nikki. But the salvo just on time with Lawbringer in play, which importantly, that was exactly enough, right? The Lawbringer has to be in play with that 7 power to deal 7 across the board because you had units, including the Lando leader unit, that had 7 HP. So it's exactly what was needed for James to wipe the board in both games. And then, like you mentioned, that Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser, so good. It puts on big pressure with 6 damage per turn, and locking down these big 5 power or higher threats was crucial in that match, and those 2 cards really helped lead James to victory in round 4.
Yeah, Josh, Admiral Piet might have lost access to the powerful Avenger and 10 cost Devastator capital ships that we saw in the Spark of Rebellion set. Those cards have rotated out now, but there are also some powerful newer options. And, the Piet deck was really able to do well with Turbo Laser Salvo as a critical card in both games. In the first one, it kind of stifled what looked like a potential comeback from Lando. And in the second one, it was kind of the card that got Piet started on a comeback of his own.
Yeah, Turbo Laser Salvo, so good. And Admiral Piet, I really feel these are the type of matchups you want to see. You want to be playing either these space decks that you can really fight and handle yourself very well in the space arena against things like Boba, which is very popular this weekend. And then you can also do very well against these other greedy decks that are going later in the game because you're able to put such big units in play, swing the games with Turbo Laser Salvo, and just the fact that you're able to ramp out these big units a lot earlier in most situations is very important. So if you can dodge these hyper aggressive decks like Chewbacca or the Yularen, like we saw on stream earlier, those types of decks, these really aggro decks, is what you don't want to see with Piet. And if you can dodge those, and maybe so far James has, not sure the other matchups he's had today, that could be a very good recipe for success. And maybe we'll see a Piet going far here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I think that Admiral Piet, kind of an interesting take on a space leader. I actually really like how they did that. I think in Jump to Lightspeed, we had some leaders that were kind of focused on the space arena via being pilots themselves, whereas Piet is more of a support character for the big ships. You really get a sense of, commanding the Imperial fleet with that deck. I think it's a very cool one, really.
It really is. I personally like it. I'm a fan of playing these massive capital ships really early. I'm totally on board with it. I played the Admiral Piet aggression deck very early when Secrets of Power released locally, had a lot of fun with it. And so I am all here for Piet. I took this particular deck, the Piet paired with Vigilance, for a spin a little bit this past week, and I like it a lot. I'm a sucker for playing big units early and ramping and getting these big threats out early. And I think that Turbo Laser Salvo may be arguably the best piece of removal right now in the format, because if you can get it to stick, again, you can just completely mitigate everything your opponent's trying to do in one arena, and you keep your unit in play, and it's just so good.
Yeah, that's right, Josh. I mean, the ability to potentially deal 7 damage to every unit that your opponent has on the field if they're all in one arena is a very powerful ability to have. Yes, it's a bit expensive. Yes, it's not overwhelming barrage, but it is still a very powerful card, and we saw that in that last match.
And there's one other thing I want to point out here before we move on, Tower, is the Lawbringer, because you notice two decks in the top 8 most represented decks in the field are on Lake Country. That means that they are focusing in on that one aspect. We see the Lando Lake Country focusing in on cunning, of course. You have the Boba Lake Country, it's aggression. And so the Lawbringer just gets so much value against these Lake Country decks because it's all the same aspect. And that played a big role too, because the Lawbringer was able to save so much damage throughout multiple action phases in that match.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think there are some upsides to being really focused on one aspect. One thing that you can do, for instance, is play disclose cards that require a lot of a single aspect. So, like we saw that faith in your friends, it can be more difficult for multi aspect decks to put together the right aspect combination in hand to use that disclose ability. But the more focused decks can use that with a lot higher reliability. However, as you point out, there are some downsides too. Lawbringer definitely something poised to punish these decks that are really reliant on a single aspect. One thing I noticed that was funny was that I think a few times now we've had some spy tokens on the field, which ordinarily you might think would be really vulnerable to Lawbringer, but their aspectless status actually means that they can't be hit by it.
It's a great point, and it's interesting because it's actually something that I've heard a little bit of talk about. In the next set, we are going to have some new token units that are 2/2 shielded units, and they're vigilance though. And so somebody pointed out that the Lawbringer is going to be very good against that, but in this case, you're absolutely right. The token units, these spies being aspectless, is huge. And you could have a swarm of spies with things like faith in your friends or potentially the Chancellor Palpatine, Queen Amidala, etc., and they will get past it. So yeah, it's a really interesting call out for sure. And the spy tokens not making as much of an impact in this meta right now as they did, I believe, in the pre-rotation meta, but nevertheless, they're still very good. We've already seen them used very effectively today on stream, and I think the most effectively is the Chancellor Palpatine. When Chancellor Palpatine can come out, make those spy tokens and their Sentinel, that just adds this whole other element against these decks that are focused in the ground. So yeah, very interesting call out there on the spies.
Yeah, and I think you make a good point, Josh, with respect to the Mandalorian tokens that we'll be seeing in our next set. 2/2 shielded is a lot better than 0/2 raid 2 in most situations. But the vigilance aspect that those new Mandalorian tokens are going to have is going to potentially make them vulnerable to some effects that would miss the spies.
Very fair. Yeah, that's a very fair point.
All
what a
right.
tournament so far, right? I mean, we're the first here at the first major of A Lawless Time. It's been certainly very lawless. We have a Fett back on top really lately of the number one deck people are gunning for. And you've got Obi-Wan Kenobi paired with Boba Fett. Those are the two leaders that are most represented in the field today. Lando Calrissian, the third most represented leader. And we took a look at the top 8 individual deck plus base combinations earlier, and you saw that it was really above and beyond what we could have thought, right? That jump from both Boba and Obi-Wan essentially being dead even, very, very close, and then it's this huge gap down to everything else, and it just really speaks to the power level of both this Obi-Wan Kenobi Force deck and the Boba Fett Lake Country deck.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. At the same time, though, these decks are not representing a massive share of the meta as a whole. I think we are in a pretty diverse field. Even if you combined the Obi-Wan and Boba decks and said, oh, these are the popular decks, and they're about 30%, that still leaves 70% of the field on other builds. And with these very low percentages for other things, I think a lot of people are seeing, oh, this is a pretty wide meta. This is an opportunity to play my favorite thing, with the caveat being you got to have a plan for what you're going to do against Obi-Wan Kenobi and against, more importantly, maybe against that Boba Lake Country build. Now, one thing that I think is really interesting is one deck that has been very popular going up to this event has actually been Luke Skywalker with Data Vault. So that would be the pilot Luke from Jump to Lightspeed, but it didn't even make the top 8 here. I wonder, Josh, whether that might be because while that deck has been very popular, it actually yet to win a planetary qualifier event.
That's exactly right. Luke going into this post rotation meta was one of the leaders that you had the most talk in the community, and it was very played. If you look at the first couple weeks, it was one of the most represented decks, and it's just been every week, it's been going down in its representation. It's not converting very well. And you also made a great point. It is yet to win a planetary qualifier, and we've seen so many decks at this point win a planetary qualifier. So it's a tough spot for Luke. I think it doesn't have an amazing Boba matchup. I think there might be a slight edge for Luke, but when you have so many decks that are gunning heavily for Boba Fett, I think Luke ends up catching a lot of the fire that is coming at Boba, and a lot of that is going to be good into Luke as well, which is going to hurt his chances of making deep runs in tournaments. And also, if you look at things like hyperspace disaster, that can just be an absolute blowout for one of these Luke decks, whereas something like Boba Fett is more resilient because there's all this indirect damage that can come out. Even if your opponent does wipe your board with one of these board wipes, you still have the indirect damage you can pile on. You still have the Devastator that can come out and deal a large amount of indirect damage at once. So I just think while Luke is resilient and can't be taken out by the upgrade removal, he's just a little less resilient to the removal, and I think he's catching a lot of fire from the Boba hate.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, Josh. The Luke deck, it's kind of funny actually. In some ways, the Luke deck, what in this PQ season, has had a similar role to what the Boba leader had in past metas, where it was this deck that was really popular but does not seem to have been converting that popularity into results.
Yeah, it's a great point. It has not turned up the results just yet, and the representation has been dropping like a rock. And on the flip side of that, Boba, of course, has been a deck that has been represented very well, that the numbers seem to be just steadily rising for Boba, and he's winning. In the first 3 weeks of planetary qualifiers, 10 PQs have been taken down by Boba Fett, and that is a very large percentage, almost 30% so far, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, we've had somewhere along the lines of 33 planetary qualifiers. in A Lawless Time, so Boba Fett's really been taking home the prize quite a bit. And I'm very interested to see, can Boba Fett be stopped here this weekend? How many of these Boba Fetts are going to convert into day two and then into the top cut? What have these players figured out with Boba Fett? And can his reign from the PQs over the last weekend or the last few weekends come to an end?
Yeah, that is a great question, Josh. And I think we are about to take a quick break here before bringing you the fifth round of Swiss play here at the Atlanta, Georgia Sector Qualifier, brought to you by Star City Games. So stay tuned for more coverage. We will be back soon as this event continues.
And welcome back to the Sector Qualifier in Atlanta, Georgia for Star Wars Unlimited. I am Mickey D, joined by Tower Number 9. Tower, how are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty well, Mickey. It's been a nice day of Star Wars Unlimited thus far, and I think we have several more matches to go here. This is a sector qualifier event brought to us by Star City Games, with of course the stream provided here by McClunky Gaming. And I'm looking forward to some more Star Wars Unlimited.
Yep. We are about halfway through, exactly halfway through actually, of day one. Once round four concludes, there are 8 total rounds on day one. And we've seen some interesting decks so far. We've seen some regular players, we've seen some Obi-Wans, maybe some more fringe strategies such as Velsartha, but still relatively known earlier in the day. And then some more edge case players. Admiral Piet with the Vigilance base, for example, kind of a known player, but really rising in popularity because of the popularity of Boba Fett from Jump to Lightspeed and the Lake Country base, as well as Lando Calrissian deciding to pair with the Lake Country base for that extra HP. What do you make of that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Personally, when it comes to Lando decks, I think that the vigilance bases give you a lot of really good options. You have access to hyperspace disaster against some of the more space focused builds. You have access to Bo-Katan. There's really a lot going for that. But, you know, Lake Country does offer more HP. You have a really cunning focused deck, so you have more reliability with cards like Faith in Your Friends. And some people are finding that they don't necessarily need another aspect in order to do well. And if they're making a deck that is focused around one aspect anyway to get the most use out of Lando's ability, well, that Lake Country extra HP might be just what they need to buy some more time.
Especially like you had mentioned a little bit, Lando decks often build around a single aspect just due to the nature of his ability. If you're discarding the top card of your deck, you want to and spending that resource, you want to make sure you are getting the credit. So oftentimes they will focus on a single aspect in their deck building, whether that be heroism or cunning or whatever aspect their base is. And players finding that if they decided that the cunning aspect cards are the ones they want the most, maybe you don't need a second aspect in your base, and you can just go with the late country for that for extra HP.
Yeah. It's a very interesting choice, but it does seem to be paying off for at least some players. And it's really interesting how much I was talking about this a little earlier with Josh Mickey, but the base meta has changed a lot in it,
Yeah.
both from cards rotating out. So some of the more popular bases we've seen before aren't really legal anymore. But at the same time, there are other bases that, were legal in the past but didn't see much use and are now popular, like Lake Country, or you see the old data vault not really doing as well in this meta as it
Yeah.
has in the past.
I think part of that is the focus of the game has changed a lot. So old bases like Energy Conversion Lab and Tarkentown obviously have rotated out, but there were also bases that focused a lot on gaining board control and board tempo. And the game is less about that nowadays. It's much more about how far ahead are you in the race and how much damage are you like how much damage is on your opponent's base, as well as what the board state looks like in terms of how much damage you can push over how many actions. And if that is the focus of the game, the plus HP bases become way more enticing to play, as well as wanting deck consistency to be able to efficiently find more often your aggressive negotiations, which is kind of a key card in those kinds of matchups, or your topple the summit if you're a Boba Fett leader. And so I think these other bases that give you the additional HP without the increased variance are really enticing for players. Plus, it's technically one more HP than Data Vault, which may not often matter, but certainly matters in some occasions.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, Mickey. I think that the data vault, data vault's a really interesting case because when it was first previewed, people thought it was going to be bad because it decreases your consistency.
Mhm.
And it ended up being very successful, at least for a time. But it may be that as we're now seeing decks, as you say, that have very specific cards that are really important for them, Data Vault's inconsistency may be more of an issue again. So, we'll have to see how that evolves. Will Data Vault make a comeback as we see more cards enter the pool, just as more sets come out? It'll be interesting to see. But Michael Ashbaugh here on the right side of the screen is sticking with that Data Vault with his Luke Skywalker jump to lightspeed build, and we're going to be seeing him play against Adam Ward with Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Jabba the Hutt with the Crystal Chaos base, so a 28 HP force base, is very similar to a Talzin Cunning strategy. It plays a lot of the similar cards, and you'll see, the early cost forced units, things like Karis and the Trez Acolyte to get that force early, as well as a lot of your big force payoffs, such as Talzin's Assassin and Darth Tyrannus. But it's taking advantage of the Joppa the Hutt leader side ability for the most part, where when a friendly unit is dealt damage, if it survives, it will deal that much damage to a enemy unit. And so it really pairs nicely with things like the Stranger, a big HP ambush unit that can ambush in, take something out, and then the Jabba ability can take something else out. So I think it's less potent on the leader side, but way more potent on the unit side for Jabba.
Yeah, and there are some really potent plays that this deck can make. I think that one that I think can be especially relevant is that you can bring in Darth Vader.
Yes.
So Darth Vader is already a pretty scary card, but you can combine him with Xian Flurry in this build and potentially be doing quite a lot of damage to, like, not only is Vader plus Xian Flurry often going to be a double kill with Boba or with Jabba, it can actually become a triple kill in some cases with that ability to deal damage based on a friendly unit taking damage, and that can be a very unwelcome surprise for opponents.
Now, the big thing here is we're talking a lot about ground ambushers for this Jabba the Hutt strategy, but this Luke Skywalker deck has a lot of space units. It almost completely ignores the ground going with that piloting strategy. And so that might reduce the potency of this job ability. We'll see how Adam has decided to build around that because it's not like these pilot decks are unknown. These space decks were kind of enemy number one coming into this weekend. So I'm excited to see how Adam has decided to build around that with this Jabba strategy.
Yeah, and I do think that we see in hand I believe there was a stolen AT hauler for Adam Ward, so, there is at least some space investment, although he may have resourced it, not 100% sure.
Mhm.
Adam's gonna open us up here with a, Atreus Acolyte while Michael Ashbo plays Black 1.
Yep, pretty standard opening for both players. And we'll see if Adam has some commitment to space and can start to interact, or if he has decided that the way he wants to answer this strategy is just to try and race them on the ground with more efficient ground units.
Yeah, I do think we see that stolen AT hauler still in hand for Adam there, but we'll have
Yeah,
to see if he ends up playing it.
think it's peeking up out front.
Right now, the players are just trading basic attacks. The Atreus Acolyte swings in for 2 damage to Michael's base and gives Adam the Force. Black 1 swings for 2 damage to Adam's base. And now that stolen AT Hauler does indeed take the field. A very powerful space unit, but when defeated, an opponent can potentially play this unit from your discard pile for free. So it's a powerful unit, but one that comes with a downside.
Yes, you know that
Michael
historically has sorry, it has historically popped up occasionally, and every time it has, it's been pretty potent. So
Michael Ashbo is going to play red 5. So that's itself quite a powerful unit for Luke. Synergizes really well with the on attack ability from the Luke Skywalker pilot leader card, and also with the leader ability of that card. Can really cause a lot of problems for opponents. Now here we see Talzin's Assassin being played. When played, you may use the Force to give a unit -3/-3, and that's just what Adam does. The -3/-3, clearing black 1 off the field.
interesting sequencing here. It's a tough decision on what you want to do first because that stolen AT hauler could have defeated the red 5 and be left alive with 1 HP, but then black 5 can attack and turn on the Luke ability to deal that last point of damage to the stolen AT hauler. This way, the red 5 can get the on attack trigger to deal 2 damage to an enemy damaged unit to defeat the or at least to deal 2 extra damage to the stolen AT hauler, and if it decides to attack into the hauler would be a trade.
That's right, and then we could potentially see Michael take control of that stolen AT hauler, though it's quite possible Adam has some ways to deal with that. One nice little synergy is that if your opponent has the stolen AT hauler that you own on their side of the board, and you play a bounce effect like Beguile, for instance, the stolen AT hauler is returned to its owner's hand, which is actually your hand. So bounce effects are extra good against it.
One of my favorite interactions as Blue Leader ambushes to finish off the hauler was the arrest card when I was playing Talzin Cunning early on in the format. If you played a stolen AT hauler and they captured it or took it on their side of the field, you can capture it with the arrest under your base, and then at the beginning of the next turn, it would return to your side of the field since you are the owner.
Yeah, that was a very strong combination. And here we see, yeah, so it looked like the blue leader unit card was played with ambush to defeat that stolen AT hauler, and Michael indeed brings it back onto his side of the board. Moving into the next turn, Jabba the Hutt enters the field. I think Michael chose not to use Luke's ability last turn, maybe trying to prevent Adam from having a damage unit for Jabba's ability.
Could also be, I don't know exactly how the sequence played out, but could have been for initiative reasons,
Yeah.
perhaps foregoing the one damage to get that initiative.
Yeah, that's I think Adam had the initiative, so I suspect it was not that, but yeah.
Mm.
Oh, and take a look at this. The retrofitted airspeeder arrives, and so this unit can ambush space units, but doesn't do that much damage when doing so. However, in this case, it is combined with Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability. So the retrofitted airspeeder hits the Red 5 space unit, I believe, for only 1 damage, or I'm sorry, 2 damage, but takes 3 damage in return, and that damage then gets sent back to Red 5 by Jabba. So, interesting option here where a card that would normally not be that efficient synergizes with that leader ability to get the kill, and red 5 is defeated.
Yeah, those are the kinds of cards I was interested to see how Adam would fight in space, and that's a really cool option that you don't see very often. This aspect combination, vigilance and cunning and villainy, doesn't have a ton of space ambushers. So let's turn to the colorless versions. Even though they're perhaps a little bit weaker, uh, anything with that Jabba ability to be able to interact with space can be quite potent.
Yeah, now Michael is going to play Sabine's Masterpiece. Adam attacks the base for 4 damage with Talzin's Assassin, and then we see a copy of Air Superiority from Michael. He controls more space units, so he deals 4 damage to a ground unit that opponent controls, and uses that to clear the retrofitted airspeeder off the board.
We saw Adam there as well, foregoing attacks with Jabba and Treya's Acolyte, valuing initiative into Luke's flip turn.
Mm. And look at this. It is a ambush play that's going to be able to remove both units here, I believe.
I don't know the
Very
exact name of that card, but I believe it's a 4/6 raid 1 with
yeah, so
ambush.
this card is going to be the
I
let's
remember it
see
was a
here.
menace in Jump to Lightspeed Limited
Jump to
back in the
Lightspeed.
day.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the also one of the cool things about rotation is that you end up seeing cards that were not necessarily that strong when they first came out, seeing new use. Yeah, I'm looking at it here. It's the Corporate Light Cruiser from Jump to Lightspeed.
Yes. That's
A
really
6
cool.
cost 4/6 with Ambush and Raid 1, and in this case, great combination with Jabba the Hutt's leader unit card because the ambush there is going to take out the stolen AT hauler, and then it takes 4 damage back, and Jabba sends that 4 damage to Sabine's Masterpiece. Now Michael in some trouble here, even though he went into this turn with 2 space units on the field, that 2-for-1 play with the Corporate Light Cruiser means that Luke does not have a ready space unit to deploy onto, which is very much not where you want to be on this 6 resource turn as Luke.
Yeah, and Michael now has a tough decision of does he deploy into the black one as a pilot leader, exhausted, or does he deploy onto the ground as a just a ground unit but enters ready? And it's a really tough decision to make because while Adam is playing this kind of control role, he can turn the corner quite quickly here with a lot of units on board.
Yeah, Michael brings out 2 small space units, another copy of Black One, and the 2 cost 2/3 Contraband Starhopper. So, does have some options for a potential Luke flip onto a ship next turn. You know, you might even be in a situation where you're going to save your Luke Skywalker leader deployment until that next turn in order to try and get a big plot effect going at the time that you do deploy or to try and keep the initiative or similar. Not entirely sure how this one's going to play out.
Yeah, it's another tough decision of if he does want to plot into a spaceship or deploy into a spaceship, does he wait until next turn to get that plot with the Syntakaz unit potentially, or even some sudden ferocities to up its power? Or does he decide to flip this turn to get those extra resources next turn? And it looks like he's deciding to wait until next turn.
We do see Adam bring that stolen AT hauler back from the discard pile. So we've seen that card traded back and forth now. Um, let's
Yeah.
see what Michael can do here to try and mount a bit of a comeback. Right now, the situation not looking super favorable for him.
Yeah, and I was mentioning before, a lot of Jabba's strengths are in the ground with those ground ambushers, but Adam has come prepared both with the corporate light cruiser and the retrofitted land speeder, being able to ambush into the space arena on 5 resources and 6 resources, being able to disrupt the space just enough so that these 6 resource deploy pilots can't flip onto a spaceship.
That's right. And we've seen the strength of that here, but now Michael Ashbo will have the chance to deploy Luke as a pilot. And here comes Cinta Kaz played with plot. That is, and then when played, that is going to allow Michael to attack with another unit. This is a very strong interaction with Luke. Black one now swinging with the attached Luke Skywalker, and will have the on attack ability to deal 3 damage to a unit as well. So that could be used to defeat the corporate light cruiser there.
Now it is scary. He can't really throw that 3 damage around willy nilly into any of Adam's other units because The corporate light cruiser being defeated is nice and clean, but if you were to put that 3 damage into any other unit, it would trigger Adam's Jabba leader ability, which could then snipe
That's right.
any other unit for 3 on Michael's side.
Yeah, and that would be a potential big problem, I think, for, that would be a potential big problem, I think, for Michael. So, that Java unit does mean you don't just get free hits to the same degree that you might against another deck where you would be happy to throw that 3 damage onto more or less any unit, even if it doesn't immediately kill it, so that you can then, potentially do further damage to defeat that unit later on in the turn, or later on in the game, rather.
Yeah.
Now, interestingly here, the stolen AT hauler is swinging for the base. I think Adam is thinking he can maybe close this game out before Michael can. Looks like we're headed to a race. And here
With
comes
this
the sun.
I believe that's enough to finish it this turn. That is 4 plus 2 from the ground units, and then the sun gives all other units +2 +0 while you have the force. So that's 3 units times 2 is 6. So that would be 14 total damage, and that would put Michael to 34 damage on base, which is greater than the 33 health that Data Vault has.
Yeah, and unless Michael has like an air superiority to take out one of these units or something, I think that's it. And is it actually? I think he only had one resource anyway, so air
Yeah,
superiority would not have done it. And Adam Ward securing the win with the Sun ground unit buffing those other units since the Force was with him. Nice play there by Adam Ward, was able to delay Michael's Luke Skywalker deployment by clearing the space arena with that corporate light cruiser and Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability. And then after that point, Michael was able to rebuild and put the pressure on, but it was a little bit too slow. Adam able to close things out with the Sun ground unit buffing the rest of the army.
that was a very impressive game from Adam. I was a little skeptical of how Jabba the Hutt could interact with the space lane. And Adam proved me wrong with a ton of ways to ambush into space as well as playing his own stolen AT hauler. And a nice, interesting combo I wanted to point out here is that Adam playing the stolen AT hauler as a 4/5. If your opponent ever decides to defeat it and then claim it for themselves and put it on their side of the battlefield, the corporate light cruiser can ambush it for 5 and then get the 4 damage ping from Jabba if it's deployed. So kind of almost lighting your opponent up for a trap where they deploy the AT hauler because they think it's pretty free, and then you get that 5 ambush to clear the AT hauler as well as 4 damage to go anywhere else. I think that's a really interesting combination.
Yeah, it's really a nice setup, and we also saw that retrofitted airspeeder, not I think a card that would normally see very much constructed play at all, but it
Yeah.
would synergize quite well once again with Jabba's ability. So the relatively low damage from the airspeeder ambushing into space wasn't that big a deal because its high hit points let it survive the return damage. And then Jabba the Hutt, the leader unit card, sent that damage taken to the enemy as well. Pretty nice performance there from Adam Ward. You can tell he has thought about how to counter some, more space-oriented decks, even with a leader that, like you said, is a bit focused on ambush play on the ground.
Yeah. And this is the kind of deck building I love to see in a metagame where Boba Fett from Jump to Lightspeed has kind of positioned itself as the top leader, and space decks in general are kind of towards the top with Luke Skywalker as well as Darth Vader piloting. And Adam decides, I want to be able to interact with those decks with this interesting package that he came up with those base ambushers, as well as the stolen AT hauler, while also wanting to be able to fight the decks that are being built to defeat Boba. So, for example, an Obi-Wan Vigilance Force base. Those kinds of decks, the Obi-Wan decks, have historically struggled into those Talzin style decks in my experience. And while Jabba is not Talzin, and loses a lot of the tools, like being able to use the Talzin ability in combination with the Darth Tyrannus ambush to deal 5 damage to some units is a very big breakpoint in those matchups. It's similar enough because Jabba, you can still get that ping and you still get those potent 4 drops from the Force deck. That it's a really interesting way to tackle the meta. Finding a Talzin cunning style deck that is quite potentially quite powerful into these space decks as well.
Yeah, I think I think that ultimately Jabba is kind of a different style of leader, but one that can be really very powerful, especially once he is deployed as a leader unit. Now, one thing that I think Jabba isn't great at is pushing a lot of damage himself. You see some leader units that are more individual combat powerhouses, but Jabba is more of an enabler for other cards, I feel.
Yeah. I think the biggest thing you lose when deciding to play Jabba over Talzin are cards like Constructed Lightsaber that can really
Mm.
turn your Talzin leader into a souped up powerhouse and that can attack for 7 damage to either base or to other units to be able to clear them. But you get that enhanced ability to control the board with ambushes like the Stranger, like Finn from A Lawless Time, as well as that corporate light cruiser we saw.
Yeah, and I do think, I personally, I think Mother Talzin is a very strong leader. I think that her individual combat power on the ground is pretty high, but this Jabba deck has some really nasty plays.
Yeah. It is much more explosive than a Talzin Cunning deck would be. This Jabba deck kind of explosively takes over the board with very flashy, powerful one action plays, whereas Talzin feels much more incremental in its board advantage. It uses a Talzin's assassin here to clear a thing, which then effectively trades for something, and with the extra Talzin -1/-1 can then clean up a second thing, and you incrementally gain that board over the course of several actions. So interesting to see the differences play out.
Yeah, and now we're going to be moving into we're gonna be moving into the second game of this match. We're gonna see whether or not Adam Ward can repeat his performance to win the match as a whole, or whether Michael's going to fight back, win this one, and take us to game 3.
And I will say Adam's draw was about as good as you would have wanted last game. He had a turn one Force Unit, turn two Stolen AT Hauler, turn three Talzin's Assassin, and then ambushed space from then on out to be able to clear the board. But if that's what Adam built his deck to do, that's what he's looking to do. And so he's going to have that more often than not. But let's see if Michael can come up with a draw that can counteract that game plan.
Yeah, I do think Stolen AT Hauler is a very interesting card because there is a sense in which it can be a liability, but at the same time, you're getting very high stat efficiency for the cost. And there are ways to play around that downside as well, both the like more straightforward ones, like a rest, as you mentioned earlier, Mickey, but
Mhm.
also plays like the corporate light cruiser setup that we
Yeah.
just saw in that last game. Or yeah,
Yeah, it is a card that you can't really free roll in your deck. You have to have a game plan in case your opponent does take it, because there will be some number of games where your opponent does take it. For some decks, it's as simple as if my opponent takes it, I can just ignore it because I'm going so quick. But for a deck like this, it's a little bit more nuanced. And we saw Adam with the corporate light cruiser answers. He most likely has some sort of beguile or even axe forgets would be a way to return it to his hands or even arrest. So I imagine we will see more of that style of answer for the stolen AT hauler.
yeah, the Axe Forgets would be a nice, efficient option to bounce the stolen AT Hauler back to your hand after the opponent steals it, and then potentially you can replay it. Now we're going to be moving on. Next game should be starting soon.
It's like both players took a mulligan, so
Yeah, let's see if they can do better with these new hands.
hopefully both players get at least a playable hand here.
All right. Pile shuffle going out. Let's see what each player opts to do here. Resourcing, very important aspect of the game. Choosing the right cards to resource can really make the difference between victory and defeat in a lot of games.
Yeah. Looks like Adam's hand is stacked with a lot of top end here, but I do believe I saw two drops, so we'll have something to play on turn one at least. And did not get a great look at Michael's hand.
Michael's going to be leading us off. I believe it is once again going to be one of those contraband star hoppers, a 2 cost 2/3, whereas Adam leads off with the 2/2 shielded secretive sage, which importantly is a force unit. So we will see Adam get that force token in all likelihood here.
Yeah, I'd imagine most, if not all, of Adam's turn one plays are force units, just because having the force by the four resource turn is very important for these cunning vigilance villainy force decks.
Yeah, you really want to be able to play Talzin's Assassin and Darth Tyrannus with their effects going. There's a
Mhm.
huge difference in the efficiency of those cards if you do versus if you don't have the Force.
Absolutely.
Here comes a copy of Black One for Michael, and I believe a Night Sister Warrior for Adam Ward. Both players playing 2 cost units on the 3 resource turn. We'll see if either of them has a 1 cost to go with it. Luke Skywalker's leader ability used to deal 1 damage to the Secretive Sage, defeating its shield token. And neither player has a 1 cost play. So we saw essentially a 2 cost play on turn one, then another 2 cost play on turn two for each player.
Yep. Both players having a little bit of clunky draws after mulliganing. Still playable hands, but uh, at least an even playing field here. Both players only playing a 2 drop on the 3 resource turn.
All
It's hard
right,
to
let's see what
say.
happens as we move to the 4 resource turn.
Who do you think that would favor Tower in this game if both players only played a 2 drop on 3 resources? Slows the pace down a little bit. I could see either or. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I think that if Michael can successfully get a wide board of ships on the field such that Adam can't defeat them all, it greatly enhances his odds of being able to deploy Luke Skywalker as a pilot, which I think is something that he really wants to do. In the last game, we saw Adam successfully block Michael from deploying Luke onto a ready ship, but I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do that again in this game. We'll have to see. Oh, take a look at this. We see a few simple attacks to base, and then I believe emergency powers is played. Choose a
Yeah.
non-leader unit and pay any number of resources. For each resource paid this way, give an experience token to the chosen unit. 3 resources played or 3 resources paid for 3 experience on the Secretive Sage, buffed up to a 5/5.
And this is the other kind of game plan I think Jabba can go for is if he doesn't have those space interactions, the stolen AT haulers, the corporate light cruisers, his backup game plan is to try and race this loot deck, which can be tough because it has 5 more HP than you, but you do deploy a turn earlier. And even though your Jabba only attacks for 2, it's something that, 2 damage adds up over the course of a couple turns.
Five's an awkward number here, though, because air superiority deals 4, Luke deals 1, and that buffed Secretive Sage is off the field. Just 1 more resource available, and the Secretive Sage could have been buffed up to 6/6, which would be much more difficult for Michael to deal with, but that was not the case this turn.
Now, for the upside for Adam, Michael just played the air superiority. He didn't play another unit alongside it, so
True.
not going super wide. And if he has that land speeder again to ambush into one of these units, could start to clear up the space arena a little bit with a Jabba deploy here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Jabba would have to deploy first, or else the retrofitted airspeeder would not actually have enough power to defeat one of those since it gets -1 power while attacking a space unit. But now that Jabba is deployed, both of those units are potentially in range for the retrofitted airspeeder plus Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability, combining to defeat either of these space unit cards. Black one is going to swing in for 2. Looks like Adam doesn't have or chooses not to use that ambush play. It's a simple attack from the Night Sister Warrior. Michael follows up with an attack from that Contraband Starhopper. We now have 10 damage on Adam's base, 13 damage on Michael's base, which actually means Michael is a fair bit ahead despite having more damage on the base because the bases start with different HP. There's only 18 HP to go for Adam Ward, while there's 20 for Michael Ashbo.
Yeah, and Adam, if he is going to do the racing game plan, this is the turn where he needs to really start pushing ahead because of that, like you said, that 5 difference in HP, but as well as him having already deployed his leader, whereas Michael still is waiting to deploy his leader next turn, and Michael's leader is much more threatening and explosive with the damage potential.
Michael uses Luke Skywalker's leader ability to deal 1 damage to Adam's Jabba the Hutt leader unit card. Adam Ward then plays No Glory, Only Results to take control of Black 1 and then defeat it. That is a very expensive card to play on a two-cost ship, but I think once again, Adam is trying to prevent Michael from having a ready space unit for Luke to flip onto next turn. Let's see if he's going to be able to do it. Oh, take a look at this. It's not another space unit for Michael Ashbow. It is a copy of Captain Typho on the ground arena, a
This
ground sentinel.
This is a really scary play from Michael's side, to be honest, because if Adam has something like the Stranger, being able to ambush into Captain Typho, use the Stranger's ability, have the Typho deal the damage first, so it would go to 4 damage on it, and then with the Grit would go to 5 attack, being able to defeat the Typho, and then having taken 4 damage from the Captain Typho, using the Jabba the Hutt ability to defeat the Contraband Starhopper would leave Michael with an empty board.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. There's the Stranger, just like you were discussing, going to ambush in here. Captain Typho's Disclose ability is used. I believe that was a copy of Blue Leader that we saw, which will heal 1 HP from Michael's base. But there is that 2 for 1 with Jabba the Hutt's leader ability defeating that Starhopper, and just as you said, Michael Ashbow left with an empty board.
And it's tough to say last turn what Michael could have done differently, but I think I would have liked to, if possible, stay in the space arena because then it disables pretty much every ambush out of Adam's deck. He'd have to have that airspeeder or the corporate light cruiser to be able to interact with space, but it would also give you a second spaceship that your opponent would have to deal with both spaceships, giving your Luke a ship to pilot onto.
Yeah, I think another option that would have been pretty good would be 2 small spaceships, in that sort of situation. An ambush from that corporate light cruiser might have been able to take down 1 or even 2 of them when coupled with Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability, but if you had brought out 2 additional ships, there would be a third one still living that Luke could then flip onto. That wasn't the
Th-
case though now, and once
yeah.
again, Michael Ashbow is left with the tough position of, do I want to deploy Luke as a ground unit and give up on his powerful pilot abilities, or do I want to try and develop space units that Luke can potentially flip onto either now or at the start of the next turn?
I think if I'm Michael here, I want to flip onto the ground to just be able to interact with the board a little bit more. This board state is a little bit easier to clean up with just a Luke pilot on the ground. I would also be scared of the threat of a hyperspace disaster from Adam. So if you flipped onto a spaceship, not being able to get that attack in the first place, and it looks like Michael's going to go ahead and do that. Um, Maybe
Luke
plotting.
Skywalker deploying as a ground unit, and we do see a plot being used. It's a copy of Sudden Ferocity. So that Sudden Ferocity upgrade attached to the Luke Skywalker leader unit card, granting +3 power. So this Luke Skywalker ground unit is actually going to be able to swing for 8 here.
And I'm curious to see where Michael sends it. There's a couple reasonable options. You could swing to base, declare yourself the aggressor, and try and finish the game off with a pump next turn. Looks like the option he's going for. You could also try and clear the Jabba unit or the Jabba leader unit, but I think the long game is going to favor Adam a little bit more. So I like the decision to go to base here.
Yeah, 18 damage now on Adam's base, and that actually does put Adam in a slightly awkward position in terms of a single attack pump from Michael Ashbow could actually end the game with this Luke Skywalker ground unit, with aggressive negotiations, for instance. That could
Hmm.
be it.
And I don't believe there's any other pumps that would work on the Luke Skywalker. At least that would often see play in a Luke Data Vault deck. There's things like Flash Events, which would give +2/+0 and would defeat the attacker if it dealt any damage to the base. But that is not usually played in these style decks. The other pump is usually something like Trench Run, but that only works on fighter units. So I think it's aggressive
Yeah.
negotiations or bust from Michael here for a one action lethal.
Yeah, I think that, cards like Trench Run or Stay on Target, yes, they are attack pumps, but they aren't ones that work with a ground unit. Adam is going to attack with his Owen Lars into the Luke Skywalker leader unit. Owen Lars is defeated, and then the when defeated effect will search the top 5 cards of the deck for a force unit, reveal it, and draw it. Looks like another Atreus Acolyte, not necessarily the most exciting card at this point in the game, but that attack does restore 2, so we now have 12 HP remaining for Adam Ward.
Yep. We're gonna get that chunk in with Luke if on Michael's side here. And it was interesting, he did decide to resource, and that's something I'm very aware of when I'm playing against especially aggression opponents. If they don't resource, my alarm bells start ringing for aggressive negotiations. Now it's usually always in my mind, but if my opponent resources, I'm a little more confident they might not have it.
Luke swings to the base, 24 damage now on Adam's base, but here comes that corporate light cruiser that we saw earlier, ambushing and defeating Red 5. And Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability used to send 3 damage to Luke Skywalker as well. Now, Luke Skywalker poised to be defeated in the ground arena. Michael Ashbo, however, has his opponent really on the ropes in terms of base HP, may be able to develop initial threats and make a game-ending attack at the start of the next turn.
If he develops something like a Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite or really any 4 power space unit, he really puts Adam in an awkward spot where and that seems to be what he's doing here, where he has to answer the Luke Skywalker pilot leader on the ground. But if he does so, it takes extra actions, and then Michael can claim and attack Adam's base first action of the next turn for lethal damage.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna be Adam who takes the initiative, so needs to find some kind of answer to both of these units that what could he find that would allow him to answer both these units in one action? Well, one thing that he could potentially do is have, we were actually talking about this combination earlier, but I think that a copy of Darth Vader here,
Hmm.
you could play Darth Vader and you could combine that with the Xian Flurry to give ambush and give a shield to the B-wing skirmisher, then have Vader defeat Luke with normal damage and defeat the skirmisher with the on attack ability. We did see Michael Ashbo play a blue leader and use it to ambush and defeat the corporate light cruiser. And it looks like Adam couldn't find an answer. I think he's going to scoop it up, and that we're going to
Yeah.
be 1-1 headed to game 3 in this match between Michael Ashbo and Adam Ward.
Yeah, those clunky draws kind of put Adam enough on the back foot where Michael was able to capitalize with just big giant hits with the Luke Skywalker on the ground. Um, Other interesting answers would have been, I think a second corporate light cruiser would have done it, being able to ambush the space unit, and then it would take 4 damage back, and the job ability would trigger to deal 4 damage to the Luke unit, which should have been enough to defeat it.
Good
Another
point.
interesting card, I don't think he had the unit for it. With enough HP, but I believe the card is Choke on Aspirations, where it's a 1 cost unit, and you deal up to 5 damage to a friendly unit, and for each damage you deal to a friendly unit, you heal that much from your base. With Java out, it could deal damage to however much you dealt to your own units to either the Luke or the spaceship, and it wouldn't defeat both units, but it would heal him out of range potentially of that 4 damage in space and give him a second action.
Yeah, very interesting point. So, the Java deck does have some tricky plays, but Adam was not able to find one in that situation. That game also, I think, showed some of the versatility of these pilot leaders. Once again, Adam Ward was successfully able to prevent Luke from deploying onto a ready space unit, but Luke Skywalker as a ground unit is no slouch, and on the ground, bolstered by that sudden ferocity played via plot, Michael was able to get the damage he needed to close out that game and win.
Yeah. And there's been a history of certain leaders as well as some bases that have put a lot of impetus on the opponent and pressured them to play in a certain way. And Michael and other pilot leaders and pilots, the pilot of the deck playing a pilot leader can take advantage of that where cards like Energy Conversion Lab, Tarkin Town, the Emperor Palpatine leader from Spark of Rebellion, the Yoda leader from Twilight of the Republic. These are leaders that are very face up with what they do, and they have very powerful effects. So it can warp the way your opponent plays. And as the player of those cards, you can analyze that and enact that into your game plan of, okay, my opponent's going to play around my Emperor Palpatine deploy, and so I'm going to play in a certain way to punish them for playing around it. And we kind of see that with these pilot leaders where your opponent is so hyper focused on interacting with the space lane that sometimes they leave themselves vulnerable to the ground, and just a Luke with the Sun Ferocity attacking twice can be totally just enough to get there.
All right. We're going to be moving into the second or the third and final game of this match. The players are 1-1. Whoever can win this game is going to take down the match as a whole and be moving into the sixth round of Swiss with a 5-0 record, which is certainly a strong place to be in a tournament like this one.
Yep.
We're seeing them shuffle it on up, and should be interesting to see how this one goes. Last game, both players playing a little bit off optimal lines. We saw in particular on turn two, both players playing two cost units and not making use of their third resource. Let's see whether or not they can find more efficient hands this time.
Peeking at Adam's hand, it looks like he has a great start in the Karis unit on the ground to be able to get the force early, as well as that stolen AT hauler we spent a lot of time talking about in game one. So looks like he has at least his first couple turns lined up.
I think I see a copy of Darth Vader in that hand as well, which gives him a very nice option later in the game if he can find a Xian Flurry to go with it.
Yes, it can be a little bit scary if Michael plays around it and doesn't provide a ground unit to ambush into, depending on how the board shapes up. But it is quite a powerful play. It also depends on if Adam can afford to hold the Darth Vader up until the 7 resource turn of the game. He might get choked with cards that are more important in the matchup, but if he can manage to hold on to it, it can be a game winning play.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting thing that we see with some of the general dynamics in Star Wars Unlimited as a card game system. The way that the resource mechanic works means that sometimes you might have a really strong late game play, but it makes more sense to actually resource one of those cards early. And alternatively, you might be like, "Okay, I'm gonna just keep this card until the time comes," but there's kind of a cost to doing that in terms of what other cards are you sending away in order to hold up for a late game play that might never really line up. It's an interesting thing to consider.
You had mentioned it earlier on in the match, but I think the resourcing aspect of the game is one of the most skill expressive parts of Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, absolutely. And the decisions as to what to resource vary from matchup to matchup. They really are an opportunity for players to showcase their abilities. Now, on turn one, both players with two cost units. Adam Ward leads us off with Karis, and Michael Ashbo plays the Phoenix Squadron A Wing, a 3-2 vanilla unit. Um, Overall, basically fairly standard plays, I think, for both of these builds. This is sort of what they want to be doing.
Hmm.
We're going to trade attacks here. 2 damage to Michael Ashbow's base, 3 damage to Adam Ward's base. And here comes that stolen AT hauler. Let's see how Michael Ashbow responds.
I really like the sequencing from Adam here, where I believe he also has a condemn in hand. So he decides to attack first, one, to get the force, just to make sure, an air superiority doesn't come out and nab his Nemec before, or his Karis, the other Karis, before he can get the force. But also, if Michael decides to go for a Chewbacca pilot or something similar on that Phoenix Squadron A Wing, he may want to opt for the condemn instead to save damage that turn.
Yeah, and here Michael Ashbow played a copy of Black One. Uses Luke's leader ability to ping the stolen AT hauler. Not necessarily the most efficient turn, though. Again, not having maximum resource utilization here with one resource left unspent.
And this can be kind of the sneaky lethality of this data vault base, adding that a little bit extra inconsistency. And it might not necessarily be data vault's fault in this case, but it's one of those things that's kind of in the back of your mind as you're playing that base.
Yeah, if I had a smaller deck, would I have been able to play into, would I have been able to play into red 5 here or do something else that was more efficient? Here we
Mhm.
see the stolen AT hauler attack and defeat the Black 1 space unit, only for Michael Ashbow to play Resistance Blue Squadron. When played, you may deal damage to a unit equal to the number of friendly space units. That's 2 because the Blue Squadron counts itself as well as that Phoenix Squadron A-Wing. That's the exact 2 damage that Michael needed to defeat the stolen AT hauler. Adam Ward is going to play another stolen AT hauler, a new copy of the card, and now we're going to see whether Michael opts to play the first one from his opponent's discard pile. Does end up going for it. There is an argument for not doing it in some cases if you think your opponent has some play that's going to capture it or bounce it or whatever. But Michael does go for it and then uses Luke's ability to ping the opposing stolen AT hauler for 1 damage as well.
Yeah, because he has that Luke ability to line up the damage on the stolen AT hauler, it works really well with replaying Adam's first stolen AT hauler because now it gets to efficiently attack into Adam's under Adam's control stolen AT hauler and defeat it, so he could potentially have his second hauler coming his way here.
Yeah, very good point. And, if Adam attacks and defeats one of these units with the hauler, it would potentially be an opportunity to use Jabba's ability, but Michael isn't going to give him that opportunity. Taking the attack that you just mentioned, the stolen AT hauler that's been appropriated to Michael's side of the board, clearing Adams, but then here comes the retrofitted airspeeder, ambushing and defeating the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing, taking 3 damage, and then that 3 damage sent with Jabba the Hutt's ability to the stolen AT hauler on Michael's side of the board. So very weird situation here, but I think both players are going to be able to play a stolen AT hauler from for free from the discard pile this turn.
Yep. Now, one hauler once you get into multiple haulers, it can get kind of messy. I remember back in set 4, when Jump to Lightspeed Darth Vader was one of the more popular decks, and you got into those mirrors, or even with the Han Solo Spark of Rebellion that would also play stolen AT haulers. I've seen games with 4 or 5 haulers in play. It can get a little messy.
The Resistance Blue Squadron unit is going to make an attack. We now have 9 damage on Adam Ward's base. Adam swings with Karis, dealing 2 damage to Michael Ashbow's base. Of course, that Data Vault with 33 HP still has 27 remaining, while Adam has 19. I believe the Crackshot V-Wing hits the field. A 1-cost 2/2. When played, it damages itself unless you control another fighter unit, but we do have a fighter. And once again, Michael Ashbow bringing out Captain Typho in the ground arena does leave him vulnerable to ground ambushes, but maybe he thinks I just have so many space units at this point that I don't care. Both players playing the stolen AT haulers from Adam Ward's discard pile. So now we are left with 3 units in the space arena for Michael plus the Captain Typho on the ground, while Adam has 3 units on the ground plus the stolen AT hauler in space.
Yeah, this is an interesting game plan out here where Adam this time is not going to be able to prevent Michael from deploying his Luke Skywalker into a vehicle. I don't think there's any card that will prevent that. However, what he has been doing is kind of distracting Michael, deploying these stolen AT haulers, making Michael attack into them, saving chips of damage on his base, almost acting as 4 or 5 Sentinel units in space, which it would be a totally happy play if you're Adam here. And maybe he's just trying to delay the game long enough to get to something like a hyperspace disaster to stabilize the board.
Yeah, Hyperspace Disaster could be a very strong card in this matchup. Here comes the Stranger ambushing into Captain Typho. I think that is a very potent play. We saw that last game, and now we're going to see it here again. The Stranger has ambush and grit. While attacking, you may have the defending unit deal combat damage before this unit. So it's going to be Typho hits the Stranger for 4. Now we see Jabba the Hutt's leader unit ability sending 4 damage to, I believe, the Resistance Blue Squadron. Then the Stranger hits Typho for 5, defeating him. But Michael Ashbow still has the Crackshot V-Wing and the stolen AT hauler on the field, and Luke Skywalker is poised to potentially deploy to the space arena.
I want to talk about the Stranger a little bit in this matchup. It's a card that doesn't seem inherently powerful against a space deck, but against Luke specifically, Captain Typho is often a card they play, and it's very good against that. And it can also be good against Luke ground flips without a sudden ferocity, because Luke, if he flips and deploys to the ground, is a 5/6 unit. So similarly statted, the Stranger could take it out with the
Yeah.
ambush.
Now, the downside of that, of course, is if the opponent does have the sudden ferocity, the stranger actually ends up in a very awkward spot because Luke is then has enough power to defeat the stranger in one hit. So the stranger could not use his ability to take the damage first and would be left ambushing for one, which is really not where you want to be.
Yeah.
Now, Michael Ashbaugh opted to attack with the crackshot V. I wonder if we are headed towards a ground deployment here for Luke. We saw an attack with the crackshot V wing, and now an attack from the stolen AT hauler. Both of the potential deployment options for Luke Skywalker choosing to swing on their own instead. Adam may be worried about a potential hyperspace disaster. Might want to diversify his threats by sending Luke to the ground here, perhaps.
Yeah, this is a very heads up play from Michael, especially if he has a certain combination of cards. Something like, deploy Luke to the ground and then still plot the Cinta Cause unit to attack with the Luke on the ground for 5 to base. And then if he has a follow up like an aggressive negotiations to threaten a one action lethal, that could be a great answer if you think that Adam is sitting on a hyperspace disaster.
This is going to be Luke Skywalker's leader side ability used to ping one damage onto the retrofitted airspeeder unit. Now the retrofitted airspeeder in a position to attack and defeat the crackshot V-wing potentially, but would be defeated itself in exchange. Adam Ward swings for the base instead. Now we see Red 5 hit the field in the space arena.
What this screams to me, if I'm Adam, is I think my opponent's planning to flip their Luke to the ground with a sudden ferocity, having that 3 resources conveniently available.
That does seem to be a play that Michael might be going for. Let's see if he has it. Luke Skywalker to the ground. Yes. Is there a sudden ferocity?
Going for the resources.
Yep, there it is. Sudden ferocity played as well from the resource row with plot. This was a powerful move last game, and Michael going for it in this game as well. Adam takes the initiative, and that means we're going to see 8 damage to the base from Michael Ashbow's Luke Skywalker leader unit, buffed by that sudden ferocity. If that Luke gets one more chance to swing, this game is over for Adam. Can he do something to stop it?
And even if he can stop the Luke swing, that's like priority number one. Michael still has a pretty potent space fleet here with a stolen AT hauler, a red 5, that crack shot V Wing. Any sort of pump on any of these units might be able to finish the game in one action.
That's right, Mickey. Adam is definitely in some trouble here. Hyperspace disaster would not save him. Luca on the ground would be enough to close things out. And even if he can play out a sentinel or exhaust or defeat Luke on the ground, there's a lot of threats in space. We see a copy of Condemn played on Luke, which would be enough to suppress a lot of his damage. But here comes aggressive negotiations with one of the
Classic.
space units to close the game. Michael Ashbow wins.
Yes. And we saw the sneaky no resource from Michael there and screaming aggressive negotiations, having as much cards in hand as possible to get that extra bit of damage to the base. Very, very good play from both players. I really like how Michael adapted after game one. He in game one decided I want to flip my Luke into a exhausted ship. I think having that Luke is very important, and Adam punished him for that. Just that extra turn of no damage from your leader attacking their base was enough for Adam to stabilize and get there. And in games 2 and 3, Michael made the adjustment, flipped his Luke to the ground, deploying into the ground arena both games with the Sun Ferocity, threatening both lanes, and that was enough for him to get there.
Yeah, nice gameplay from Michael Ashbow there, showing the flexibility of that Luke Skywalker pilot leader from Jump to Lightspeed. You know, we were mentioning earlier in this stream that that version of Luke is a deck that has been very popular, but has yet to actually win an event at the planetary qualifier level or above this set. However, Michael Ashbow might be aiming to make this the first one. So we'll have to see how he does as this event goes on. Certainly, he's in a nice position moving into round 6 with a 5-0 record.
Yep, just one more win on the day will get him into day two. I believe it is the 6-2 record or better that is needed to qualify for day two of competition here. So Michael setting him up quite nicely to at least make day two and get a few points for the leaderboard.
Yeah. It is worth noting that it isn't just the overall event winner who gets leaderboard points at an event like this one. They go quite far down the list with at least some points for players who have placed highly, even if they didn't end up winning. So For players trying to earn the 100 points that they need to secure an invite to the Galactic Championship, events like this can be great. It'll likely provide a nice chunk of points, even if you are not the overall winner.
Yes, I believe it's breakdown 15 points if you make top 64, 25 for top 32, 50 for top 16. And then once you get into the top eight is when you get to the real big bucks of 100 for top eight. I believe 150 for top four, 200 for making the finals, and then 250 for winning the event. But with that, we are going to conclude our coverage of round five here at the sector qualifier in Atlanta. I've been Mickey D, joined by TowerNumber9. We will be back shortly with round six of competition.
See you guys soon. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier brought to you by Star City Games. I'm TowerNumber9 and I am joined here by Mickey. We are about to bring you the sixth round of Swiss play. Mickey, how are you doing?
Doing great. Watching some great Star Wars Unlimited today, and we've seen a big diversity of decks so far. Really, we thought the meta might be this Boba Lake Country menace, but we've really seen some of the top players and some of the decks at the top tables responding well to the Boba menace, as it were.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We've seen a good variety of decks here. In our last match, we had a very interesting showdown between the pilot Luke from Jump to Lightspeed and Jabba the Hutt. Ultimately, after losing the first game, the Luke player was able to make a great comeback in rounds two or three, fueled by deploying Luke to the ground arena rather than having him deploy as a pilot. Not necessarily the line you normally most want to take, but it worked great for him there.
Yeah, Jabba had a great game plan for the ambushing into the space arena. He had the airspeeder on the ground, which can attack into the space. He also had the Quipper Light Cruiser and the stolen AT hauler. Answered a lot of questions I initially had of how is Jabba going to interact with the space. The answers had several cards to interact with space, and then Luke adapted accordingly, saying, "If you're going to interact with my space arena, I'm going to instead go to the ground. Hopefully, you don't have much interaction down there, especially with the sudden ferocity on the ground deploy of Luke Skywalker, pushing a ton of damage and was able to get there over the course of a couple actions after that."
Yeah, interesting stuff for sure. Not, and I think that it was some dynamics that you don't see in most games. The retrofitted airspeeder, the corporate light cruiser, kind of unusual units, but seemed to be really operating well for the Jabba player, allowing him to take out some of the threats in that space arena. Wasn't quite enough to get him there to the match win, but still really cool to see.
Yep, and still doing quite well. Still at 4 wins and 1 loss in the tournament. So just has to muster up a 2-1 down the back half of the event to make it to day two, and then from there, who knows? So excited to see some interesting decks do well up at the top tables.
Yeah, and these are really cool events. For those of you who may not have attended a sector qualifier or any of the other larger events, the regional qualifiers or even the Galactic Championship, I feel like Fantasy Flight Games is really doing a great job with these. I remember I went to I believe it was the Denver sector qualifier a bit more than a year ago,
Hmm.
and I had a good time there, but seeing how they have upped their game even more, I think these events are even more appealing, and they now come with some leaderboard points for qualification for the Galactic Championship, as well as for some of the very top players on that leaderboard, free flight and hotel for that event.
Yeah. A lot at stake at these events now, and it's very fun. And just being able to go and be around people who also love Star Wars Unlimited and meet some great new people and make some new friendships. These events are really just a great time. And if you can ever make it out to one, whether it be because it's local or you decide to travel to one, they are. I would highly recommend these events.
Yeah, and also, there's a lot of other stuff going on here, side events and things happening. When I played in Denver, I barely missed day 2, lost the winning in. It was a great match against a great player. And on the second day I chilled out, I was hanging out with people, I played some Twin Suns and I had a great time. It was very cool to have some of those side things going on and there still being interesting things to do at the tournament, even for players who are knocked out of the main event.
Yeah, it is when I flew out to Phoenix for the Mesa sector qualifier back a few months ago, I had this worry that, if I don't make day two, since I'm on the hunt for some leaderboard points, is it really worth it? But then the mentality shift of, no, you're going there to see your friends and hang out and play Star Wars Unlimited, and the points are really a bonus. And, playing high level Star Wars Unlimited, there's nothing quite like it. And, you do it for as long as you can. And then once you're out, you enjoy the company with your peers for the rest of the time.
That's exactly right. It's not just the tournament. There's a whole social event and fun stuff going on around the tournament. The tournament itself is great, and but it's not the only attraction. So even players who might think they might not have the highest chance of winning can still have a great time at events like this, in my opinion.
Yes. Especially like if one is ever even within a drive. I know the Milwaukee Regional Qualifier, and I have a higher impetus to try and travel to these events, but that one is within a driving distance for me and made it all the easier to decide to take the time off and make it out to that event.
Yeah, I was at Milwaukee. I was actually not playing. I was casting there in person, and I had a lot of fun seeing what was going on there, seeing the event as a whole, all the players hanging out with people, grabbing dinner afterwards. I mean, it was really a great time. And if you have the ability to make it to the Galactic Championship, which will be held in Las Vegas, I think that is a even more of a spectacle. It's almost like a convention, like a mini
Hmm.
convention for Star Wars Unlimited and related stuff. I was there last year and they had other Star Wars games. There were people with Star Wars Legion miniatures. There was a life-size TIE fighter and X-Wing and Millennium Falcon that you could go and take pictures with. There was all kinds of stuff going on. Meet some of the artists, meet the game designers, really a ton of fun.
Yes. 100%.
All right. Well, we are about to have a match between Dylan Barta and Eric Boudry here, and it is going to be Boba Lake Country versus Harrison Dula on the Shadowed Undercity. That's going to be a 28 HP Vigilance Force base. Let's see whether or not Eric has what he needs to defeat a meta menace, the Boba Lake Country deck that has been doing very well thus far.
Yes. Bubble Lake Country, kind of enemy number one coming into this event. So Eric obviously going to have some game plans for this deck. And Eric may not know his name here, but he is a very prolific deck builder, I would say. He kind of pioneered, from my understanding, the Anakin Data Vault back in early set six from Secrets of Power, that metagame. And coming in here with this Harrison Dula leader with the Vigilance Force base, looking to do very similar things to an Obi-Wan Kenobi leader, but sacrificing that extra experience that you can gain from the Obi-Wan leader ability for some more potent power plays with things like Kanan Jarrus and Zeb Aurelios from A Lawless Time, getting those off aspect abilities. And if you've ever curved a Kanan into a Zeb, you know exactly how good it feels and how hard it is to lose the game if you do so.
Yeah, I would say that relative to the Obi-Wan version of this deck, I think the Hera deck is arguably somewhat less consistent because it can be kind of reliant on getting those ideal units, but the power level of playing that set 7 Kanan unit, that set 7 Zeb unit is really high.
Yeah.
And so the Hera deck has some really scary moves. It also has some nice options with respect to restore, which I think might be quite important in this matchup.
Yes, so I was about to mention that I think one of the big losses that you take if you're playing the Hera over the Obi-Wan is that you don't, at least not consistently, are able to play that constructed lightsaber that oftentimes goes on your Obi-Wan unit to get that Restore 2. But Hera innately has Restore 1 on her, so make up a little bit there and can play some other Restore units, can still play things like the Yoda's lightsaber, the Itinerant Warrior, and might try and make up the difference with something like a Figure of Unity, which gives your entire board restore if it's on a readied unit. So maybe trying to make up some difference there.
Yeah, I do think, certainly constructed lightsaber is a very good card, but the reason the Hera deck might not want to run it, as you were alluding to, is that it has to attach to a force unit.
Yes.
And Hera is powerful. Hera has a lot of cool stuff going on, but Hera is not a force unit. So that's not going to be the best option. Looks like maybe a bit of a rough start here for Eric, though. Dylan Barta playing BT1, and it looks like Eric doesn't have a turn one play.
This is especially tough for a Hera deck that is reliant on getting units on the board to be able to turn on that Hera ability. Very important to curve out a 2 drop into a 3 drop and hope that your opponent doesn't interact with them so that you can play those powerful Kanan and Zeb units on curve. But missing the turn 1 play is going to make it all the harder to get Hera's ability online for those powerful A Lawless Time units.
Definitely a bit of a stumble here for Eric Boudry, but we'll see what he can do as we move on. Looks like it's going to be a 2 cost unit, Gunji hitting the field, maybe arriving a turn too late for optimal play, but still something that will be a potential obstacle. And as a force unit, will be able to get that force token going for Eric as well. And he has Owen Lars to boot.
So this is about as good of a turn you could ask for if you're Eric here, being able to recoup that lost tempo of turn 1, being able to play 2 units, still have Hera's ability turned on for turn 3 on the 4 resources, having that Kanan ability online, being able to potentially bounce one of these powerful 2 drops from Dylan.
Dylan Barta then plays Cyril Karn, and Eric takes the initiative. This time it's Dylan who stumbles a bit, only using 2 of the 3 resources that turn. Although, not as bad as not having a turn 1 play. We'll see what happens next. Eric does have some restore on the field now with Owen Lars, and does have the 2 units needed to potentially use Hera's ability and bring something in off of these aspects. So let's see if that indeed ends up happening.
Think one of the biggest downsides is Eric goes just for an attack here to get the force of losing that turn 1 play is not only obviously not having unit is great, but you lose that damage to base. And we've been talking all day about how Boba Lake, you have to go under them a little bit. You can't really outlast too much further after their deploy because of that interaction with top of the summit. And missing out on that early damage can affect the race just enough that it's hard to get over that finish line.
Let's see what happens here. Cyril Karn still ready here. It's going to be an attack with BT1, 2 damage to the base, and does defeat an aggression unit, sending 1 damage to Gunji. Owen Lars then going to restore 2 of that damage with an attack against Dylan's base. Dylan now attacking with the Cyril Karn ground unit for 2 damage to base, does disclose 2 aggression and 1 villainy cards. I think one of them was an aggressive negotiations, one of them was a TIE bomber, and I'm not quite sure what that third card was.
I believe it was two
So
aggressive negotiations and a TIE bomber, so
kind of
pumping
scary to see.
hands. Yeah.
Eric opts to discard a card from hand rather than taking 2 damage on a unit. Then play as the classic itinerant warrior using the force to heal for 3. And Dylan Barta bringing out IG 2000 and dealing 1 damage to each of Eric's units. Nikki, you mentioned it earlier. Topple the Summit, a very powerful card for this Boba Fett deck, and one that might have a good setup as this game continues.
Now, this is not necessarily a card that is played in main decks currently, although I think it's powerful enough that it should at least start being considered for it. If Eric has something like a Galen Urso, the plot unit from Secrets of Power, being able to name Topple the Summit, having it lose all abilities, so it loses the plot keyword, it can't even flip into it with the deploy, and also loses all text. So basically blanking that event, the most potent play from the Boba Fett, that could be enough to maybe trip the Boba player up enough to stabilize and get ahead on this race.
Yeah, that's right. That could definitely impede Boba's game plan. Another thing, this is a strategy that I think is also fairly effective in the right situation. You could just try to keep Boba off of a vehicle to deploy onto, typically by clearing the space arena. Um, Not entirely sure if Eric's going to be able to do that, but that's something that Boba does not like to see. BT1 attacks once again, dealing a point of damage with the ability there, hits the discard. It's going to be a point of damage to Hera, who just deployed. And hey, there's that figure of unity that you had mentioned earlier.
Yeah, that's a lot of restore. That gives restore 1, raid 1, and overwhelm to every friendly unit as long as Hera
As
is
long as
ready.
Hera is ready. And she herself also gets +2/+2. Cyril Karn attacks and defeats Gunji. We're going to see the disclose yet again. and deal damage to Owen or discard a card. It's going to be discard and 2 damage to Cyril. Because Cyril attacked Genji. That's right.
Yes,
So
yes.
then Itinerant Warrior swings to base for 4, gets a force token.
Should be
IG
5, I believe,
2000.
because of the
Oh yeah,
raid
that's right.
1.
Raid 1 and restore 1. Restore 3 and 1 damage from Owen Lars. Normally not a card that you see dealing damage, but with Figure of Unity, that becomes possible. Punishing 1 now entering the board for Dylan. That's going to be another source of ping damage here. When played on attack, you may deal 1 damage to a unit, gains raid 1 for each damaged enemy unit, of which there are 3 right now. Take a look at that. Hera
Oh
now
my.
equipped with Yoda's lightsaber as well as the Figure of Unity. +3/+1, force used to heal 3 damage as well. And Eric pours on more damage. Hera swinging with a powerful attack there. I believe Hera is swinging for 8 and restore
Yeah.
1. Eric's base now almost totally undamaged with all that restore.
Now, the important question is how much health is left on that Hera unit. So we have 1 damage on the base 6, which is 5, and then +3 from the upgrades is 8. So a flip onto one of these space units, dealing 4 to the Hera, and then toppling the summit would not be enough to defeat the Hera. However, it would leave it with 1 HP, which is then vulnerable to a BT1 on attack trigger or a punishing 1 on attack trigger. So Eric doing his best to come back from having no turn 1 play, but if the Boba player Dylan here has a top of the summit, it might be tough sledding in the late game.
Yeah, it's true. And it is worth noting that top of the summit play would wipe the rest of Eric's board as well. So the question now, well, looks like okay, Cyril Karn attacks into Hera. And so that's going to be 2 damage onto Hera. And then we see Allegiant General Pride revealed, and not entirely sure what the other card was, maybe the aggressive negotiations from
Yes, I
earlier.
believe so.
And this time Eric is going to say, "Hey, you know what? I think my unit's about to die to topple the summit anyway. You can go ahead and defeat Owen. I'm not going to discard a card." Eric then
That
gets to search with the when defeated effect from Owen Lars for a force unit and take it into hand.
that attack is a little suspicious from Dylan. I'm not sure if he has topple if he's doing that. Though maybe trying to bait Eric into thinking he doesn't have topple since he can't stop a Hera attack in the first place. Might as well get the damage on it first and then do a flip topple.
Yeah, and then the question is, do you, as Eric, do you assume that, oh, if he does it this way, he must not have it, and you swing with the itinerant warrior? Or do you just say, no, it's not worth the risk and swing with Hera?
Yeah. Importantly, I don't think Boba should have triggered there. It was just a serial current attack and Eric
No, no, because Cyril
discard.
did the 2
Oh, he
damage to
dealt the
Owen
two. He did
Lars.
the two. That is
Yeah,
my
yeah.
bad. He's been discarding this whole
E
time.
Eric is saying, "I don't think he has it," takes the swing with the itinerant warrior. That's gonna be 5 damage to base. I believe also restore 1 thanks to Figure of Unity. If there is the top of the summit, this could be a huge blowout. Dylan flips Boba, but does he have it?
He just did 3 and 1.
3 and 1, clears the itinerant warrior, damages Hera, but I think either doesn't have it or doesn't want to play it. Hera is going to survive that flip and now swings for another huge chunk of damage, 8 more damage to Boba's base. Dylan needs to find a way to deal with this Hera this turn. One more swing from her and it's over.
Believe the aggressive negotiations on the BT1 should get him just over the hump. Although I believe there might be a charge with treason in there as well. And I
Yeah, okay,
think
so
that's what we're going
charged with
for.
treason with the disclose, 5 damage to Hera, she's off the field. Eric hasn't spent his resources yet this turn, though. Let's see if he can develop additional threats. Obi-Wan Kenobi hits the ground arena.
We're really seeing the late country base pulling its weight here. If Dylan were a regular 30 HP base, he'd almost immediately have to claim at threat of taking lethal damage from that Obi-Wan, but that extra 4 HP, meaning he gets to take a few extra actions here while sitting at 29 damage.
That punishing one, piloted by the Boba Fett leader upgrade there, swings for 8 damage to base. Eric plays Mina Bonteri, a relevant ground unit here. And now we're looking at a situation with a lot of threats, and I believe Dylan Barta is just going to take the initiative here and try to find something that can stop these ground threats from potentially closing the game. Yes, Dylan has Boba deployed as a pilot onto that punishing one space unit, but he needs to figure out something to stop the ground arena.
And BT1, at least on its own, cannot take out either ground unit, so either has to pair it with the aggressive negotiations that we've been seeing him disclose, or potentially use a different kind of removal, maybe a second charge with treason or something along those lines. But this ground arena is providing just annoying and sticky enough.
It is also worth noting, I believe Eric does not have the force here, or no, I guess they were just discussing that, and maybe Eric does have the force, but it was forgotten earlier after an attack from the itinerant warrior. Looks like that is going to be force token given there, so should be interesting to see what he can do with it. One option, another Yoda's lightsaber to heal the base and make one of these units even more threatening. We could see another itinerant warrior with the when played heal ability. Eric has really shown the healing power of this Hera deck throughout the course of this game.
Yeah, very similar tools to the Obi-Wan Kenobi deck we've seen earlier in the coverage. A lot of Yoda's lightsaber, but that figure of unity almost acting kind of like a Yaddle unit, with the on attack giving restore one to your other Jedi's, but instead it's every single unit that you attack with, as long as the unit is readied that holds the figure of unity.
Now here's aggressive negotiations from Dylan Barta.
Takes out
BT1,
Obi-Wan.
buffed by aggressive negotiations, defeats Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit, deals 1 damage to Mina Bonteri. Mina swings for 2 damage to Dylan's base, restoring an additional 1 from Eric. Now, punishing one piloted by that Boba Fett leader card swings for 8 more damage onto Eric's base. Ezra Bridger, the ground unit card from this Lawless Time set, hits the field and heals Mina Bonteri with the when played ability. Dylan Barta taking the initiative, and we see a secretive sage for Eric as well.
Yep, but at 15 damage, funnily enough, Eric is not necessarily safe. Something like that, aggressive negotiations. We have a punishing one with a bow in it, which is 7, and it gets raid 1 for each enemy damaged unit, so the on attack can make it 8. Aggressive would pump for 3 or 4, so not quite enough, I don't think, here.
Dylan plays Cinta, developing a ground unit and attacking there, but it's not going to be enough. The Ezra Bridger unit is untouched by that and swings into the base for lethal damage. Eric Baldry is victorious in game 1. His big pile of healing allowed him to buy enough time to close things out even after a Boba Fett deployment.
Very impressive game there from Eric. Let us not forget, he missed a turn 1 play in that game. So, catching up with that, I believe it was a Secret of Sage or some sort of 2-drop with the Owen, and then paired up into pile, snowballed that into a big board on his flip turn, and really showing the power of suiting up a leader against this Boba Fett deck. And we've seen it before, kind of with the Luke deck of just being action efficient with your damage. This Boba Fett can push a lot, and it has a big pilot leader as well, but a lot of its damage is incremental. And so if you start chunking some healing and chunking your own damage with a souped up leader, it can be a very potent strategy. As well, we saw Eric, I think, kind of realize, if my opponent has Top of the Summit, I can't beat it anyway, and forced his opponent to have it. And Dylan just did not have the topple, and that was kind of the turning point of that game.
Yeah, really strong performance there from Eric, I think. And we'll see what happens in game 2. These players are sideboarding now and figuring out their options. I think it's extremely likely that Eric has a sideboard plan in mind for how he is going to deal with a Boba Fett Lake Country deck, given that that is such a meta contender. I'm a bit less confident that Dylan knows what his plan is against a Harris and Dula build, not a leader that has seen as much play in competition at this point.
I do think Dylan may have some splash damage just given that if you are playing a Boba Fett late country deck, you probably have some game plans for a Obi-Wan deck, and there's going to be some overlap there. You know, something like an Outer Rim Constable or System Shock. While it's not defeating a constructed lightsaber, if it's defeating a figure of unity, that's almost as good. And things along those lines. So while not entirely similar, I think Dylan will have at least a couple cards that overlap into this style of matchup.
Yeah, that is a good point, and should be interesting to see how it progresses here as we move into the second game of the match. Will Dylan be able to, maybe do things a little differently or bring in some sideboard options and win this one to take this match to game 3, or will Eric score another victory and win the match as a whole? We're about to find out. The players, I believe, have finished their sideboard decisions. They are shuffling up, and we are about to bring you into game 2.
One thing I'm curious to see is if Dylan, like our Luke player from the last round, adapts his game plan a little bit. You notice he was, for the most part, ignoring Eric's units on the ground, even with the Serial Karn and a BT1. And I wonder if, having seen a figure of Unity and understanding how dangerous a go wide board can be for him, if he decides to respect those units a little bit more and take a little bit more time trading into his opponent's units and taking the game a little bit later.
All right. Well, Dylan is going to have the initiative for this one. Let's see how he plays it. One card that's really good in this deck, if you have the initiative, and not so good otherwise, is Allegiant General Pride. Very strong ability that is predicated on the initiative.
There's some other sneaky ones, like the Serial Karn unit we see played that is a lot better with initiative as well. Just
Yeah,
being able to
it
get
is
that
going to
on tech
be.
immediately.
Yeah, it is going to be Cyril Karn for Dylan Barta. Nice disclose option. We were mentioning earlier how late country decks have an easier time with these disclose costs since you have so many aggression cards in the build. Eric playing Gunji, and Cyril's going to swing for the base. We're going to disclose. What do we have? Is that 2 aggressive negotiations?
I believe it is. So he missed the
Changes.
villainy aspect there
Yeah, so his
initially.
original disclose didn't actually fully disclose, and then he changed it and showed different cards. I think it was originally 2 aggressive negotiations, and he showed, was that a
Von Reg's tie
aggressive negotiation
interceptor.
and Von Rig's tie? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And now Eric has to decide 2 damage on Gunji or discard a card from hand.
Looks like
The answer to
he's
this,
mulling it over.
yeah,
It,
the answer to this kind of depends. If he does take the 2 damage, it also allows Boba's ability to be triggered for an additional point of indirect damage, which is annoying. But the question is, does he have something in hand that he can afford to discard here? We'll have to see what he does. Looks like he's going to say, no, you can have that damage. I want these cards in my hand. Genji takes 2, Boba's ability used for 1 indirect, which Eric puts on the base. Eric plays Obi-Wan Kenobi. We see Von Reg's TIE Interceptor, and then Eric opts to take the initiative rather than swing with Genji. This does mean we could potentially see Obi-Wan Kenobi attack and defeat Cyril here. We could also potentially see Eric play another unit first, which would give Obi-Wan Kenobi Sentinel again.
I really like being able to attack with this Obi-Wan Kenobi into the Serial Karn because it's also going to take Dylan off of action. So then Dylan attacks with the Von Rex tie, and Eric can attack then with the Gungi or the Gunji. Um, and then Dylan has to play a card or decide to pass, and that gives Eric the option to, if he has the Kanan Jarrus unit, if the card that Dylan plays is a 4-drop, such as the Fet's Fire Spray or the IG 2000, he can use the Kanan's, you know, kickered ability with the, since he has the command aspect out there, to bounce the 4-drop instead.
Yeah, so we're seeing some quick attacks here. Cyril off the board. So I believe Obi-Wan attacked and defeated Cyril. Gunji attacked the base. The Interceptor attacked the base. And now we see Kanan Jarrus hitting the board thanks to Hera's ability. And with a command unit in play, you may return a non-leader unit that costs 4 or less to hand. Very powerful interaction.
Yeah, and like I just mentioned, being able to get ahead on the action battle there to force your opponent to play their card first, so then you can
Yep.
decide what is more important to return to hand. Really sharp play from Eric there.
Yeah, so Dylan ends up with only that Von Reg's tie interceptor on the field, staring down a board of 3 units from Eric, and Hera, of course, can deploy this turn. On the other hand, some of
If
those units are already damaged, would be cleared by a potential topple the summit. So if Dylan has that powerful play, might be able to regain a lot of control all at once. Eric also hasn't been able to put together as much healing this game as compared to last time. So we see 11 damage on Eric's base at this phase. We're likely going to see at least one more point of healing from Harrison Dula's Restore, assuming she gets to attack this turn. But I believe in the previous game, Eric was going into Boba's flip with like 1 damage on his base rather than 11. I believe a collateral damage is played here, so that's going to be 2 damage to one of Eric's ground units and 2 damage to the base.
believe he, selected a card from hand, might have announced "Let's Call It War," which is what he's playing now, but showed the collateral damage, and then
Oh, I see. Okay.
rewound it, and we're doing a "Let's Call It War" instead.
Yeah, yeah. So let's call it war rather than collateral damage. 3 damage to a unit. Then if you have the initiative, you may deal 2 damage to another unit in the same arena. So that's going to defeat Obi-Wan and put 2 damage on Gunji. Now we see the itinerant warrior hitting the field for Eric. Allegiant General Pride takes the field for Billin or for Dylan. Uh, Harris and Dula now deploys as a ground unit card, attacks the base. We see a point of healing. Dylan is going to take the initiative. Eric plays Owen Lars. And once again, the question becomes, does Dylan have a powerful play to make this turn with Topple the Summit?
Probably the Summit will be quite potent here, and I think that's one of the major differences I'm noticing between this Hera build and the Obi-Wan builds is Hera seems a little bit more vulnerable to Top of the Summit. That extra experience that Obi-Wan gives can stack up over a bunch of different units to make Topple a little bit less potent. Whereas here, if Dylan has the Top of the Summit with his Boba Fett leader deploy, he can deal 3 damage to the Hera Syndulla, 1 to the Kanan Jarrus, leave those both at 3 HP remaining, and then plot out that top of the summit to clear those 2 units plus the Gungi, which is already pre-damaged.
Here comes the Boba flip. Is that top of the summit waiting? No, it's going to be Sintakaz instead for an immediate attack. Also a powerful line, but less disruptive to the opponent's board. All 4 damage from the when deployed as an upgrade effect. Going to remove Kanan Jarrus, the Von Reg's TIE Interceptor space unit, piloted by the Boba Fett leader upgrade card, swings in for a big chunk of damage. But there's Sabine Wren. Sabine ambushes in, and because there's those out of aspect cards, Eric controls a vigilance or command unit and is able to defeat the Boba Fett leader upgrade card. That is huge.
What an like if Eric did not have an answer for Boba Fett, he could have potentially been in range of an aggressive negotiations on that Von Rex TIE Interceptor. I believe it could have done up to 13 damage, and without any potential extra restore, might have been enough for the lethal. But having that Sabine, being able to clear a bunch of units, take control of this board, and start pushing the damage while still incrementally restoring with Hera and Owen here is a big, big turnaround in this game.
Yeah, so we also see Gunji and the itinerant warrior attacking in to defeat the Sintakaz ground unit. The first Gunji ground unit card is defeated, but Eric has another one in hand that he then plays out. And we are left with a very big board for Eric on the ground versus Dylan still only having that Von Reg's TIE Interceptor, and now it is no longer upgraded. Dylan Barta is in big trouble here. He's got to figure out something to get back into this game, but this is really not looking good.
If you don't have the Boba Flip top of the summit play, it is really hard to get back on board as a Boba Fett player. Oftentimes, your interaction is single target or something like this. The collateral damage is only dealing 2 damage, so it's really hard to deal with his high HP units. Alongside of that, Eric having 3 restore on the ground is counteracting entirely Dylan's presence on the board.
Yeah, so the collateral damage there does 2 damage to Sabine, the Sabine Wren ground unit, defeating her, and 2 damage to Harrison Dula. We then see the 1 indirect damage from Boba Fett's leader ability assigned to the Gunji ground unit. Eric then plays a copy of, I believe that is the Anakin Skywalker Champion of Mortis ground unit, giving -3/-3 to Von Reg's TIE Interceptor, making it so that it swings for 0 damage this turn. And then on Boba's side of the board, what I believe that was a charged with treason with the disclose 5 damage to Hera Syndulla, defeating her. So the Hera Syndulla leader unit is defeated, but Eric still has quite a bit of a board and makes some attacks there, healing with Owen Lars, dealing some damage to Dylan's base. Dylan's still in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and I think another aspect of this is, if you're Eric here, I might be a little bit concerned with something like a Devastator unit that can potentially clear one of my units and present a giant threat. So pushing aggressively makes a lot of sense. However, Dylan has also been disclosing a ton across Serial Karn and these charged with treasons. So Eric has pretty good knowledge of what's in Dylan's hand, knowing that if he has a Devastator, he probably has had to draw on it this turn.
Yes, that is absolutely right. We're now seeing the Darth Vader Scourge of Squadrons pilot card being played as an upgrade onto Von Reg's tie. Figure of Unity hits the field on Eric's side of the board, attached to that Anakin Skywalker ground unit, giving +2/+2 and buffing the rest of Eric's units with Overwhelm, Raid 1, and Restore 1. So even more Restore now on the board for Eric. Von Reg's TIE Interceptor, piloted by that Darth Vader card, swings in, putting Eric up to 18 damage on base. But now we're going to see a lot of that being recovered, I think.
Yeah, I believe attacking for 8, but having 5 restore on the board. So almost entirely undoing what this Von Reichstein interceptor with the Darth Vader pilot just did. May have nearly 7 attackers
Eric's
as
deck
well.
once again showing its healing power here. A lot of restore going on with Figure of Unity buffing those units. It's worth noting that keywords add up in this game, they stack. So Owen Lars currently at restore 3, and the other units at restore 1. Anakin, however, will not have restore himself, but does have +2 from that Figure of Unity. And I think that's actually enough damage to close the
Yeah,
game. A victory
just
for Eric, really strong.
just as important as the restore one in this kind of matchup is that raid one that everything gives. And we really saw that Eric taking the approach of, I'm going to make you have the top of the summit, especially in game one when he had fallen so far behind early with missing a turn one play, deciding if you cannot, if you don't have the top of the summit, I think I can win this game. But given how far behind I was early, I'm just not going to play around it. And if you have it, good games. And I think in that second game, even if Dylan did have the top of the summit, because he had that Sabine respond to clear the threat, and because his board was so big, I think he would have been fine even with that top of the summit.
Yeah, I think one play that was really exciting to me in that game was the Sabine Wren ground unit ambushing in, clearing out, I think it was maybe a Legion General Pride, and also defeating the Boba Fett leader upgrade in the same move. That's really a play that the Harris and Dula deck can make that other decks wouldn't really be able to necessarily with those aspects. Hera's ability allowing Eric to play a double ass out of aspects card in just the right situation to have a huge impact on the game.
Yes, and those are exactly the moments why it's in the deck. Being able to just basically win the game on the spot with a play like that.
We are now on to our backup match. It's Charles Quitmeyer with Admiral Piet on the 30 HP Vigilance Shield Generator Complex, playing against Jason Hassis with the Avar Chris on Shadowed Undercity, which I believe is a 28 HP Force base. Uh, Prepare for takeoff from Charles Quitmeyer. And Jason leads us off with the Mina Bonteri ground unit there.
These are both some more fringe decks in the meta, and Admiral Piet with the Vigilance base is something that we've seen earlier today, I believe. But this Avar Chris with the Vigilance Force base, maybe doing something similar to the Hera of playing that Obi-Wan style, but slightly differently. And I'm excited to see exactly what changes he made to that shell.
Charles Quitmeyer throws down a droid laser turret, a 2-1 shielded sentinel. Jason Hassis attacks with the Mina Bonteri ground unit, taking 2 damage and defeating the shield token on that turret. Then plays Obi-Wan Kenobi, the 3-5 ground unit with conditional sentinel. Moving into the next turn, Charles is going to attack with that droid laser turret, trading with Mina Bonteri, and Obi-Wan attacks the base for 3, and now the assault frigate on the field, that MC-30 for Charles Quitmeyer, but it is quickly answered with a copy of Shatterpoint. Avar
Yeah.
Chris is probably the deck that has the easiest time of anything at getting the Force, so cards like Shatterpoint are barely conditional at all for this build.
I think this is a pretty interesting matchup thinking about it more, where Charles here is going to have a lot more late game threats. It's, a lot of capital ship things like this invisible hand, which he just played, and Jason trying to take the removal route. There's only so much removal in the format now, so things like that prepare for takeoff that churned through his deck early, Charles's deck early, to get those extra capital ships make it even harder to remove for Jason. However, Jason does have a very scary leader flip as an 8-10 with Avar, and so Charles is going to have to come up with an answer for when Avar deploys onto the board.
Yeah, we see another ship met by another Shatterpoint here, but there is an interrogation droid exhausting Obi-Wan Kenobi, and I believe perhaps forcing a discard as well. Admiral Piet then hits the field and swings at the base for 2, the first damage that Charles has been able to inflict.
And this is a matchup where I think the Piet ability isn't going to be as important. Being able to cheat out stuff like the invisible hand early, forcing Jason to use his removal so he's not falling, Charles isn't falling behind on board and taking more damage is very important. But once you get into the later game, the Admiral Piet ability isn't going to matter as much, but the construction of an Admiral Piet deck is what's going to really matter, because you're incentivized to put so many capital ships in your deck. You're going to have so many threats. It doesn't matter if they cost 6 or 8 or even 10. Just throwing haymaker after haymaker in the late game is going to be how Piet wins this game.
And I think it's very interesting. Look at that interrogation droid. That is double out of aspect for Charles. He has neither the aggression nor cunning aspects in his deck, but he's still able to play it thanks to the text on Invisible Hand. So probably playing that card just to take advantage of Invisible Hand, really.
Yes, and I think that is pretty worth it. If you see it early, you can just resource it. And there are some times where, honestly, paying 6 for an effect like that can win you the game. If an opponent, like that Hera we saw had 8 power, if you pay 6 just to exhaust the Hera and you have 6 to 10 power with the spaceships, maybe that's enough to get you there. So I think it's a worthwhile inclusion in this style of deck.
And now we're seeing another copy of the Invisible Hand being played. This one with a different alternate art version. I believe this is the Prestige variant, and the previous one was an organized play promo. Once again, it brings out an interrogation droid. Wow.
And once again, it gets shatter pointed. Now, if you're on Charles' side, I'm actually pretty okay with this. This means that all 3 shatter points are gone from Jason's deck, meaning that my bigger ships that I play, he's not going to have as efficient of answers for.
Yeah. It's annoying, of course, that the opponent was able to efficiently answer 3 ships in a row with shatter points, but it also means, in a certain sense, they're out of ammo.
And I think the big thing for Charles here is that, oh my goodness, I'm blanking on the card name. The 7-drop where you just close to the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser. We found it. I think that is going to be Charles's biggest answer for the Avar. And the way that Jason can respond to that is removing the Arrestor Cruiser to unlock his Avar to be able to attack again. So the more removal you churn through that isn't the Arrestor Cruiser, I think is good for Charles here, because it means his answer for Avar is still online and less likely to be answered.
Now, it is, of course, possible that Jason has more answers than just these shatter points. We could see Lost and Forgotten. We could see Hyperspace Disaster. So there are definitely some options that exist. The question is just how many of them are in this deck. Let's see how this develops. You know, it's a bit ironic. Admiral Piet is a very space-focused leader with his ability to get more capital ships onto the field, but we're actually seeing him pushing damage on the ground with it between the Admiral Piet leader unit card and the interrogation droids that have been brought out by those copies of the Invisible Hand. There's actually 8 damage per turn in the ground arena here for Charles.
And on a 28 HP base, no, that 8 damage adds up pretty quickly. So this Obi-Wan Kona, we might have to be wrestling with these interrogation probe droids and, trading off here.
I believe that is a yeah, I
Coloring
believe
back.
that is a copy of Kelleran Beck being played. So that is going to be a 7 cost unit. When played, search the top 7 cards of your deck for a unit, reveal it, and play it. It costs 3 less. Jason looking through those top cards, trying to decide what to play. I believe it is a Yaddle.
Yes. Jason here has a relatively pretty deck. I believe all of those being prestige variants in his ground arena of said units.
Well, that definitely brings up some obstacles for Charles, and additionally, that Obi-Wan Kenobi should be a Sentinel now, since another Jedi unit was played. Uh, we do see Lawbringer hit the field, presumably debuffing Jason's board. Jason trades the Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit for one of those interrogation droids. Charles swings to the base with the interrogation droid and then uses Admiral Piet to defeat the debuffed copy of the Yaddle ground unit there. Lawbringer presumably giving that copy of Yaddle -2/-2. So Piet does not
Yes.
take damage in return, and his 2 damage is sufficient to defeat a unit that would normally have 4 HP.
Starting to build up a pretty big board on Charles's side, and Jason realizing that he's more on the defensive currently, trying to get to his big bombs, like his leader deploy.
Kelleran Beck ground unit attacks and defeats the Admiral Piet leader unit. Um, Lawbringer from Charles, the powerful space unit, attacks the base and I believe is then hit by Retaliation,
Retaliation, yeah.
a 5 cost event that defeats a unit that has dealt damage to a base this phase. So that Lawbringer space unit is defeated. We see the interrogation droid continuing to put pressure on the base, only 8 HP left for Jason. And then a Cantwell arrestor cruiser hits the field. And we disclose, I believe it's Lost and Forgotten.
The
Um,
CR90, CR something relief runner, and then
yeah,
craving power.
and and so that is going to be enough to exhaust Keller and Beck and keep him exhausted until that Cantwell arrestor cruiser is perhaps dealt with. Jason in a bit of a precarious spot, but we are approaching the point at which Avar Chris will be able to take the field as a powerful ground unit.
I think that's an interesting play from Charles there, which I really like. That I think he was trying to save that Cantwell arrestor cruiser for the Avar flip, but realizing I'm kind of the aggressor here, and that Kelleran isn't necessarily a small unit either, so wants to develop a big body, keep that the Kelleran tapped down, so that even this Avar flip, which I believe can deploy this turn, may not be enough.
Yeah, that's a good point, Mickey. Jason needs to find some other sort of answer. And looking at the hand, I'm not sure that I see one. It looks like there's another Kelleran Beck, maybe a Jedi Consular, a copy of Rey. Yeah, Jason plays Kelleran Beck, defeating the one that the copy of that unit that's already in play. That does mean that the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser is no longer suppressing the new copy. But can he find something in those top 7 cards that will save him in this perilous spot?
Pointing out to us, I believe that the Yoda and a Lost and Forgotten going to the bottom here, unfortunately, but did find a itinerant warrior, so gets to heal 3, develop a little bit more pressure to the board, but maybe not exactly what he was looking for here.
Yeah, that's a it's not a bad play, but I think he's looking for something more. It is enough to mean that he'll survive this turn. Oh, but perhaps not because there's a craving power
Yeah,
and that is going to deal damage deal a big chunk of damage to Jason's board, but more importantly, that is now enough stats that the Cantwell Arrestor Cruiser can swing to close the game, and I don't think Jason has any way out now.
yeah, I think Jason, I believe at this point has conceded and is just showing his opponent. Yeah, and there's the fist bump. Showing his opponent, this is what I sent to the bottom of my calendar, and these are kind of the cards I was looking for. Kind of that post-match decompression players sometimes do, just discussing the lines, and very impressive from Charles there. Deciding in the late game. I'm kind of the late game deck, starting early with the prepare for takeoff to build a big hand, and then realizing that Jason hadn't really developed the board in those invisible hands. Plus, had churned through a bunch of shatter points and kind of became the aggressor before the Avar was able to flip. So impressive role recognition from Charles there.
Yeah, and this really is kind of the disadvantage of Avar Chris. I think that Avar Chris is one of the most powerful leaders in the game once she deploys as a ground unit. The problem is getting there.
Yes. And we've seen some success with the Avar Chris Cunning decks. And part of that is those decks have a lot more cheap ways to use the Force. Things like for Nestor Row, you can play Trust Your Instincts. Even the ETH Koth unit to be able to use the Force while also ramping up an extra resource can help lead to a more explosive early deploy, something like on 7 resources, but you started the turn on 6 resources because you traded with an ETH Koth. Seeing it in Vigilance was very interesting, playing much more like it's not the exact same aspects, but something like a Kira would play. Much more soft control, a lot of removal, utilizing that Gain the Force to really maximize on Shatterpoint and cards like Shield, Itinerant Warrior. So interesting build to see, but unfortunately, kind of ran into what I would imagine is a rougher matchup.
Yeah, I think you know, Avar I played a lot of games with various Avar Chris decks when Legends of the Force first came out. I really liked the idea of that leader. I was unfortunately never able to make one that I thought would offer like a really consistent competitive performance, but I'm glad to see people continuing to try that leader in this new post rotation meta. And while the Avar Chris player was defeated in the match that we just saw, I think the leader does have at least some potential. That flip is so good as long as you can actually get to it, and she does also offer a huge amount of consistency when playing cards that require the force token.
Yeah, and we've seen that a lot of vigilance force decks in the field. We've seen it in Obi-Wan, we've seen it in the Hera, which Eric just played. We've also seen it in Mother Talzin, just inherently being a vigilance leader. And I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that Shatterpoint is far and away the most efficient removal in the format. And so being able to maximize that and try and build a deck around that card a little bit. Also, the vigilance heroism force payoffs, especially things like Itinerant Warrior, really showing their value in a format built around base racing and some burn damage from decks like Boba Fett.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Piet Piet is a deck that has some, you know, I think for a lot of people, playing big powerful cards is fun. And
Yes.
Kia is a leader that has a great ability to enable playing some of the biggest and most powerful cards of all those capital ships and play them more early in a game as well. You can
Hmm.
be playing potentially like 2 turns early, even without any ramp. And then, of course, you can maybe double up on some of these things. You can use Piet's ability to play resupply carrier before you would otherwise be able to, and that ramps you towards being able to play some of the bigger ships themselves even more quickly than he would already enable. So if you like playing big capital ships, Piet is a very good choice for you.
And I know Charles has previous experience playing a Piat Vigilance combination. I believe back in set 4, when Django was all the rage, he was playing Piat Vigilance back then as well. So has a lot of experience with that archetype and that aspect combination in general. Outside of Piat, I know he's played Kira Data Vault a lot, so very comfortable within those aspects. And yeah, it's a deck that if you can get it to feel comfortable against some of the more ground-based aggressive strategies, it's built to beat Boba and it's built to beat all the space strategies. So even if you just feel remotely comfortable with the ground matchups, it is a very powerful, very potent option.
Yeah. Well, we've seen some nice matches on the stream thus far, but we still have some more rounds to go. I believe there are going to be 2 more rounds of Swiss play today that we're going to be bringing you here on the McClunky Gaming channel. Big shout out to Star City Games for hosting this event, and of course to Fantasy Flight Games for designing this awesome game and putting together this organized play schedule. So very cool stuff here. I am Tower Number 9, joined here by Mickey D, and we are about to take a quick break before bringing you 2 more rounds of Swiss play. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Star Wars Unlimited Sector Qualifier in Atlanta, Georgia, presented by Star City Games and McClunky Gaming. I am Mickey D, joined by Tower Number 9. Tower, how are you doing so far?
I'm doing great, Mickey. It's been an exciting event of Star Wars Unlimited thus far, and we're about to bring you two more rounds of Swiss play. There's going to be 8 rounds of Swiss today. We're about to be moving into round 7, and we will be continuing our coverage tomorrow with the remaining rounds of Swiss as well as the top cut. So we've had a lot of nice Star Wars Unlimited here on stream, and there's a lot more Star Wars Unlimited to come here on the McClunky Gaming channel.
Yep. We're rounding into the final quarter of the first day of Swiss competition. And as such, with a necessary record of 6-2 to be qualified for day two, we are going to have some qualified players already. Any undefeated players after this round, which I believe there should be a handful, maybe 5 to 10, will automatically already be qualified. Now, obviously, if your goal is to make the top cut or win the event, you want to do even better, be the last undefeated, potentially hold the trophy at the end of the day. But it always feels good to get that monkey off your back of, all right, I'm into the second day of competition. I get to play tomorrow.
Yeah. Should be interesting, Sometimes you're in that really smooth spot and having one out and then thinking, okay, I'm mostly playing for standings at this point. I know I've made the next day. And sometimes you have that gritty winning in, I got to get this next one or my tournament ends tonight.
Yes. Having been to a few of these myself at both Arizona and back in Minnesota, I think even in Milwaukee, I have played a handful of win and ends myself, and there's no rush quite like it, either win or lose. And I've won a handful and then I've lost a handful. So
Yeah, it definitely can be an exciting moment for a player. One of those rounds where it really matters, and of course all the rounds matter, but you feel it more when it's, win and go on, lose and go home.
and that adrenaline spike of, last single elimination game of the day can really help combat the exhaustion you might feel at the end of a day like this. This is 8 rounds of Swiss. That's 8 hours on average of gameplay, if not more. Not a ton of time necessarily to get food in between, keeping hydrated. So these are long, exhausting days for these players.
Yeah, tournament fatigue can be very real. That's something that is true across a range of different games, but it's definitely something where, especially if you're playing a deck that has a lot of complex decisions, you might find that your ability to make the right choices is diminished at the end of a day compared to what it is at the start of a day.
I
Because,
think
I
that
mean, if we're thinking, 8 round Swiss today, that's potentially, depending on how many of your games go 2-0 versus 2-1, you could be on your 24th game of Star Wars Unlimited by the end of the day, and that can really be fatiguing for people.
And I think that's part of why a big mantra for a lot of players is just play what you're comfortable with. Partially because you're comfortable, you're going to make the best decisions. But part of that is, at the end of these days, sometimes your autopilot kicks in. And if you're playing a deck you're more familiar with and more comfortable with, your autopilot is oftentimes more accurate and, a higher level than, say, if you were to just have picked up a deck a week ago or so. So I think that's part of why people often gravitate to what they're comfortable with.
Yes, and another thing to consider is that in addition to what you're comfortable with, you could potentially have a deck that puts more or less stress and cognitive load on your opponent. There are some decks that are easier to play against than others, and that can factor into the decision making in these matters as well.
I think Boba Fett from Jump to Lightspeed is a great example of that. That single point of indirect that you deal to your opponent isn't a ton, and it's not a huge decision, but it adds additional mental work and overload for the opponent, which can, over the course of a tournament, wear your opponent's down. And, it's one of those decks that I think puts more mental fatigue on the opponent, presenting a lot of questions and a lot of decisions for your opponent to make.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about that is that the decision that you're making with respect to that indirect damage isn't always the same each time. Sure, you might say, okay, my game plan is to put damage on my base right now because I don't want to set my units up for top of the summit. But there might come a point where you're like, well, my base is getting kind of low.
maybe I should be reconsidering this. Maybe I have some units that I can afford to sacrifice to stay out of range of, say, an aggressive negotiations play. So there really are some interesting choices to make.
Make a great point there, Tower, especially around the aggressive negotiations play. You never want to leave yourself open to an aggressive negotiations or even just a big punch with something like a Boba piloting a punishing one, getting all that raid from your damaged units. I don't know how other players feel about it or work with it, but at least personally, I do have like a couple rules of thumb that help streamline that decision making process of, if I can keep them undamaged and afford the the damage on my base, I'll do so to prevent topple. Otherwise, if I feel like I have to put damage on my units, I try and keep them at 2 HP or greater to play around things like Punishing One and IG 2000, and having these, little shortcuts to help you make those decisions easier as opposed to trying to take all the information in at one time can be helpful for that mental load.
Yeah, for sure. And like you were saying, there's definitely some little shortcuts or heuristics that you can use. I think you mentioned some ones that are good in terms of, oh, I'm not going to leave any unit on 1 HP in case they can ping it off with IG 2000, or punishing one. You can have, also, it depends on what your own deck strategy is. If you're playing a really aggro deck, you might be like, I don't care about damage on my base. I'm faster than this guy. All the damage goes to base. Who cares?
Yeah.
But even then you might find yourself being like, well, I'm almost there, but he's almost there. What do I want to do in case there is that devastator or in case there is that aggressive negotiations or whatever it is. So, and then, it gets even more complicated when you consider things like, maybe the opponent has shown you some cards with just close effects. Maybe, oh, yeah, I'm like, oh, well, normally I wouldn't leave this unit on 1 HP, but my opponent attacked and showed me their only cards in hand with Cyril, and I know they don't have ping damage this turn. It can
Yeah.
be pretty interesting.
And oftentimes that 1 point of damage might not matter at a holistic scale. It might not, determine the winner or the loser of the game. But that ping happens 4, 5, 6 times a game, and over the course of a match, you'll find pretty often that like I put the damage on my unit when I should have put on my base or vice versa. Of like, oh, I didn't think about the attack from the punishing one dealing 1 damage to my unit and then charged with treason being able to finish it off. I should have left it at 7 instead of 6. Or maybe it's like, oh, I put that 1 extra damage on my base and then I didn't think about the aggressive negotiations on the punishing one, give it, and it adds a ton of extra raid. And so, and it might not be a decision you just made, it might have been an indirect decision you made 3 turns ago. So like these decisions do add up. And while it's important to like fully understand that in the long run they're kind of minuscule, these decisions, but it's the accumulation of them that really can impact a game.
Yeah, there are a lot of decisions where it's like this individual choice is not going to decide the game right here, but it might compound into a situation that's different later on. Maybe you assign the ping damage in a way that leaves something on 1 HP, and then that unit gets cleared later, and then it's like, oh, if I had done it this other way, I would still have been able to make another attack or two before my unit was defeated. And I could have got 4 more damage, and maybe 4 more damage matters, and maybe it doesn't, but these sorts of things can add up. And in a game like Star Wars Unlimited, where there are so many decisions to make and the decisions can be so interesting, I think you can really be in a situation where a lot of like small to medium sized decisions can add up to have eventually as much impact or even more impact as like individual big choices.
Yeah, and it's not just the indirect from Boba Fett either. It can be something as small as like you're sequencing when attacking with units. Do I
Yeah.
attack with my larger unit or my smaller unit? If you attack with the larger unit, then if they have the removal, you got more damage in. But if you attack with the smaller unit, then you have your larger unit still readied in case they play something that you want to attack into. So even things like that, these incremental decisions over the course of a game is kind of what makes the great players great.
Yeah, or here's another one. What card do I resource? We've talked about
Yeah.
this earlier. Resource decisions can be huge. I've had games where I was like, I lost this game because I resourced the wrong card. And I've had other games where I did like a weird resource choice or something that would seem a bit odd, but later really ended up paying off. There's a lot of nuance even to just the basic resource mechanic in this game, and it creates a lot of very interesting decision points.
Yep, and that kind of opens it up to where these incremental decisions matter both on a micro level, like, individual actions. sequencing certain things can be immediately punished by certain actions, but also on a macro level of like, I really value keeping this aggressive negotiations in my hand. I think it's really important. I'm never resourcing it. I'm going to sacrifice other cards in my hand because I think it's going to win the game.
All right. Well, we have our next match. It is going to be Brandon Levy on Chewbacca Moss Isley versus Micah Overly with Obi-Wan Kenobi and the Shadowed Undercity. So we're going to maybe see some more aggro gameplay here with Chewbacca. Chewbacca Moss Isley, that's going to be a 30 HP Cunning base. Shadowed Undercity, a 28 HP Force base.
Yep, and this Chewbacca deck very much built to beat up on these space decks, get out on the ground aggressively enough to where top of the summit doesn't matter. You're never going to deploy your leader. I'm just going to deal enough damage to your base before you can even deploy your leader. But I think it has a weakness, a soft spot to this Obi-Wan Kenobi, a 28 HP Vigilance force base. A lot of Sentinels, a lot of restore, a lot of ways to interact with the board. Things like protect the pod, being able to defeat leaders. Being, if you play like an Ezra Bridger unit on turn two, the 3/5 resource cost Ezra Bridger, and then you give it an experience with Obi-Wan Kenobi, that puts it up to 6 HP, and then the protect the pod can checks the toughness of the Ezra Bridger. It has 6 HP, and then deals 6 damage to a Chewbacca. Now, you can disrupt that with the damage from Chewbacca's ability, but point being, a lot of interaction, a lot of Sentinels, a lot of Restore is not what Chewbacca really wants to see.
Yeah, and it's an interesting matchup too. I think the earlier Virgin's Temple decks were easier for Chewbacca to deal with than the Shadowed Undercity version. So should be interesting to see what Brandon puts together. Ultimately, I do think that Chewbacca is a powerful deck and can have some nasty surprises, but I agree that Micah has some good options into it. Looks like Micah's going to lead things off with the Mina Bonteri ground unit, while Brandon pulls off the combo there with they hate that ship into the B-wing skirmisher. So they hate that ship gives the opponent 2 ready TIE fighter tokens, and then you play a vehicle unit from your hand for 3 less. In this case, the B-wing skirmisher is played, and when played, it deals 1 damage to each of up to 2 space units. So they hate that ship creates those TIE fighters, but they're immediately cleared by the skirmisher.
Yeah, and this is the exact kind of start you want if you're Brandon. Just put as much power in the space arena as possible. Try to ignore the ground, and you know, only ground unit I think we'll see Brandon deploy this game is the Chewbacca leader unit, and force Micah to deal with that because it's not something you can ignore while still punching it in the space arena.
Yeah, and so here on that turn, we saw an attack from the B-wing skirmisher for 4 damage. The Mina Bonteri ground unit attacks base for 2 damage and heals 1 from Micah's base. Um, Brandon plays Millennium Falcon, get out and push. Micah playing Ezra Bridger, the 3-cost Vigilance Heroism ground unit that can buff a friendly creature or specter on attack. B-wing swings for another 4. Ezra swings for the Ezra Bridger ground unit swings for 3 damage to Brandon's base. That Millennium Falcon get out and push. Another 3 damage for Micah.
And you notice here, Micah's putting the experience on his Ezra instead of his Mina Bonteri. You would think put it on the ready unit to get the extra damage in, but setting up that protect the pod with a 6 HP unit, I think is what he's going for here.
Yeah, so we see Chewbacca ping Mina Bonteri with that ability, and now I think maybe walking in to protect the pod. That is
Yeah.
exactly right, and it's worth noting that if Brandon had seen that play coming, he could have averted it by using Chewbacca's ability on Ezra instead of on Mina Bonteri. But it looked like Brandon was going for the line of play where you deal 2 damage with Chewbacca's leader side ability before deploying. Then you deploy, attack, and use the on attack to do another 2 that could have cleared out Mina Bonteri, but it was susceptible to protect the pod, and a lot of Brandon's momentum being drained away by Micah that turn.
It is interesting to note that Brandon could have maybe been. I don't know if this is the play I would go for, but could be baiting Micah into protect the potting because it means he doesn't develop something like an itinerant warrior or a chariot unit. And he has such a good space force that maybe he thinks if my Chewbacca basically acts as we both skip our 4 resource turns, but I got to attack with my space units, that might be enough for him to win the game.
Yeah, it's possible, although From my perspective, having played a bunch of games with Chewbacca, I would actually rather my opponent play Chirrut than protect the pod there. Chewbacca lines up pretty well into Chirrut because you can deal 7 total damage if you use the on attack ability, which means that even if the opponent has the Force, Chirrut will be defeated in 1 attack. And yes, Micah could then have used another attack to clear Chewie, but it would at least be like damage on one of his other units and so on. I don't know. It's
It
hard to say
is
for sure.
It's very close. Long and short of it is I don't think Protect the Pod is necessarily game ending there from Brandon because he
True.
had that early that hate that ship. He has such a good space arena that it might be tough for Micah to overcome this, even with such a clean answer.
Oh, but there's the constructed lightsaber on Obi-Wan Kenobi that's enabling a lot of healing. And at this point, I think Micah has turned the corner with the constructed lightsaber, with Yaddle, and with all the experience tokens that Obi-Wan Kenobi has been able to get out. I think that at this point, it is a ground versus space race, and the ground side of that looks to be quite ahead.
Yeah, head on damage on base, and his units are slightly bigger, so it's probably going to be more action efficient. Although Brandon does have more options for the pump events, such as aggressive negotiations and commence the festivities. So if he manages to punch for enough, attack with these units with additional pump before Micah has the actions to get in that restore, he might be able to squeak over the finish line.
2 resources and a credit used there for an aggressive negotiations. So that's going to be +4 damage, I believe. So I think 7 total damage. And is that a red 5 there that was attacking? So
Yes.
that would be 2 damage to Mina Bonteri from the on attack ability there. So that would defeat her as well and limit some of the incoming damage and some of the incoming restore. But Brandon does not look to have enough damage to close this out this turn because there's still 8 HP and Brandon only has 7 damage on the board. Conceivably, we could see a cheap pilot or a commence the festivities to be a further damage pump, but the problem is there's likely going to be some healing as well.
Yeah.
Micah playing Shatterpoint and defeating the B-Wing skirmisher. We do still have the Millennium Falcon. There's a commence the festivities to buff it. Hits for 5, but 3 HP still remaining thanks to all that restore. And I think Micah Overlay is going to be able to close it out this turn with the remaining
Yeah.
units.
Very sharp play from Micah there. Kind of analyzing the math, found a checkmate position where if you remove 1 unit, there is no pump in the game that costs 1 that can defeat you from that point. You had 8 HP, it would be 3 plus most of the 1 cost pump does 2, so 5. You still have 3 HP left, and then you have enough damage on board to deal lethal to your opponent. So finding the checkmate, I don't think there was any 1 cost card that could interact with the constructed lightsaber or anything like that either, which would be the other concern. So smart play from Micah there, turning the race very quickly in his favor, and we see the power of constructed lightsaber, especially in that game.
Absolutely. I think the 2 highest impact plays that game would be the protect the pod to defeat Chewie on flip without, Chewie ever having a chance to attack, and the
Yeah,
constructed lightsaber on Obi-Wan, which not only helps Micah turn the corner faster in terms of putting damage onto Brandon's base, but also represents some critical restore, and at the end of that game, we saw Micah almost defeated, but not quite, with that healing managing to get him out of range.
yeah, I believe there's a Mina Bonteri as well as the Obi-Wan with the constructed lightsaber restored probably 4 to 5 HP over the course of that game. And without that 4 to 5 HP, I think that aggressive negotiations is lethal damage. So we're really seeing kind of the power of this Obi-Wan deck in these racing scenarios, especially against these space race decks. Brandon had about as good of a start as you can with the turn one. They had that they hate that ship into a 4/4, other than then playing a red 5 to follow up. Maybe the only thing that would be better is like a Han Solo pilot or any sort of pilot to do additional damage with those spaceships. But I think you're right. Walking into that protect the pod, followed up with a big restore turn and damage push from Micah, really swung that game.
Yeah. Very interesting situation there. But Brandon now knows that is a potential threat, and we'll see whether or not he plans accordingly and maybe plays things a little different going into this one. You know, if we had seen that ping headed towards, if we had seen that ping from Chewie with 2 damage headed towards the other unit there,
Hmm.
might have been able to save the Chewbacca from being defeated. Although, of course, we don't know what else was in Micah Overley's hand.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he had a backup plan, because when you attack with the force unit, I believe it was an Ezra Bridger as the 3/5 getting the force, and then you put the experience on your exhausted unit instead of your ready unit, it's a pretty loud signal to your opponent as to what's about to happen. So I think the protect the pod play was pretty face up there, and I imagine Micah knew his opponent was maybe suspecting that and had a backup in case Brandon did play around the protect the pod.
Yeah,
Could have
maybe it's
potentially protect the pod at one of the spaceships instead of the Chewbacca or something like that.
yeah, or maybe you don't play protect the pod at all. Maybe if the opponent damages Ezra, Micah would have then played Typho or Chirrut or something that will like still prevent Chewbacca from getting damage to the base that turn, even if it doesn't outright defeat him.
I do know one of my favorite lines is setting up a protect the pod on 4 resources and having a Galen in hand. And so your opponent goes to use the Chewbacca ability, defeats a resource, creates a credit, and deals 2 damage to get it out of protect the pod range. And then you play a Galen Urso, the plot Galen Urso from Secrets of Power, and you name credit. So now
Right.
that they're 3 resources and they can't flip their Chewbacca anymore. So that can be a big tempo swing as well.
Yeah, that's something that Chewbacca players really have to watch out for is credit hate. I think this is actually another factor as to why Lando Calrissian is not necessarily in a really dominant position. Early on in the meta, we saw people playing Lando, and at that time, I don't think credit hate was actually all that common. And
Yeah.
seeing Lando do well early on, I think players have started including the Galen Urso, the Arvel Skeen, these various unit cards that also have things that mess with your opponent's credit tokens.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, turn one for this game. Brandon is going to lead off with an N1 Starfighter space unit, while Micah Overly plays the Yaddle ground unit card. Yaddle is probably the best of your opening plays here, I think, in
I would
terms
imagine
of
so.
setting up a huge amount of restore if you can play other Jedi units.
Also, gets you the force early in the game, which is quite important.
Brandon swings for 3 damage with that N1 Starfighter. Micah responds with an attack from Yaddle, which hits the base for 2 and restores 1. Once again, it is Millennium Falcon Get Out and Push, the space unit card there for Brandon, while Micah Overly plays Obi-Wan Kenobi and uses the Obi-Wan Kenobi ground unit there, buffed by the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit card with an experience. So now a 4/6 that can potentially gain Sentinel and once again threatening a protect the pod play to defeat Chewbacca once that Wookiee unit flips onto the ground arena.
And even if he doesn't have the projectile pod here, Brandon's going to be thinking about it, especially since it happened to him last game. And even if Micah doesn't and Brandon still plays into it, having the potential for that Sentinel unit is quite big as well.
It looks like we're going to see a very different line here, though, Mickey, because Brandon Levy isn't going to be deploying Chewbacca this turn, plays Han Solo, the pilot unit, and attacks with that Millennium Falcon get out and push with +3. Two from the Han Solo has his moments card, and one from the bonus that that version of Millennium Falcon gets when you have a pilot. Micah Overly going to throw a constructed lightsaber onto Yaddle for even more healing. And Brandon Levy going to play Karis Nemec to the ground arena. Very strong card. But once again, Micah has a lot of healing going on here. Brandon has actually taken more damage on his base at this point.
And this is a very interesting, it seems kind of innocuous the way Micah sequenced that turn and where he put stuff, but I think it's pretty important. He decided to attack with Yaddle first to get the force and then put the experience on the Yaddle, losing out on a damage but gaining a restore with the on attack from Yaddle giving restore to the Obi-Wan. He also put the constructed lightsaber on the Yaddle instead of the Obi-Wan, and you might think put the constructed on the bigger guy, but not only does the Yaddle then get to restore 3 and 1 big chunk with an on attack, it also can be protected if the Obi-Wan gets Sentinel in the future, and I think protecting that constructed lightsaber is really important to Micah. So small plays, but I think very thoughtful.
I think what Brandon would really like to have here is some upgrade removal to stop that constructed lightsaber, but it seems like it wasn't there last game and isn't here this game either. The combination of the bonus stats and the restore 2 on that card is a major issue for Brandon in a race here.
Yeah. And Brandon continuing the race, I don't know if he's necessarily favored, but he's committing to a line that I think, you know, he might not be favored in the race, but he definitely isn't favored in a board control fight. And so it still might be a losing line, but it's his best chance at winning here. So I agree with what he's been doing so far.
Yes, and so now we see the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit card from Micah Overley hitting the field. Brandon attacks with the N1 Starfighter in the Space Arena for another 3 damage, and there's Yoda's
Oh
lightsaber
my.
on Obi-Wan, healing 3 damage from the base when played, and giving a nice chunk of bonus stats. Chewbacca cannot now safely deploy. It looks like it's going to be another B-wing skirmisher for Brandon Levy instead, but I think there just is not enough pressure for Brandon, while Micah is going from strength to strength here.
Yeah, I believe if I counted correctly, Micah has healed a total of 10 HP this game. 4 with Constructed Saber, and there's the fist bump, Brandon, knowing he has lost the race. But 4 with Constructed Saber, I believe 4 or 5 with Yaddle total, 3 with the Yoda's lightsaber, just a ton of healing over the course of that game.
Yeah, really rough game there for Brandon. One of the strengths, in my opinion, of that Chewbacca leader card from A Lawless Time is that you deploy early on with a very powerful stat line for that point in the game. So if
Hmm.
you're having a game where you never deploy Chewie, you're likely far behind.
Yes. And I think both players showed adjustment there. And it was sharp from both players where Brandon realized flipping on 4 isn't necessarily my best play because Micah has a lot of ways to interact with that. And so decided to develop further in the space arena, which he felt he was strongest. And Micah realizing that, I think kept options in his hand of if my opponent deploys his Chewbacca, I have like the protect the pod play or potentially a turret to be a ground sentinel to gum up the ground arena. Or, as we saw in that game, if Brendan decides to go on the aggressive, well, I'm going to punch him right back and play my constructed lightsaber on my Yaddle and just start going to town immediately. So, good recognition from both players. Micah countering the potential counter from Brandon there.
Yeah, I think one thing that we didn't see from Brandon that would have been nice would have been more options to interact with the upgraded units from Micah. I think that the Chewbacca decks do have some options, so we could see, there's different upgrade removal cards that could be played. Chewie is in the aggression aspect, so that the aspect has the strongest upgrade removal options. We could be seeing cards like the Sabine Wren unit from A Lawless Time. We could
Hmm.
be seeing the Outer Rim Constable. That's a classic unit that can deal with upgrades. We could also be seeing bounce options. So, cards like Beguile, for instance, or perhaps the axe forgets could be
Yes.
used to remove that Yaddle from the board, bounce the unit back, get rid of the constructed lightsaber. But it seemed like Brandon either wasn't playing or didn't draw those interaction options and was not able to deal with the upgraded Yaddle doing a lot of healing and lot of damage there.
Yeah. And those options are quite good. But the other nice thing about this Obi-Wan deck is that some of the healing is through wind play. Like when Yoda's lightsaber comes down, the healing has already happened. When Itinerant Warrior comes down, the healing's already happened. So you get that initial impact of healing. Plus, from the Chewbacca side of things, you're often operating on such low resources. And the way that that interaction can help you win the game is through things like you play the Outer Rim Constable or the Beguile, and you follow it up with an additional unit to continue pushing the pressure, or maybe an aggressive negotiations to push extra damage in that same action phase. But when you're operating on such low resources, oftentimes you're just playing these removal pieces and falling behind on tempo.
Yeah, and I think that is one of the reasons you might play a card like like the Axe Forgets, where it is more specialized but also cheaper to allow you to put more pressure on. Here we are now in our backup match, though. We have Nashua James with Obi-Wan Kenobi Shadowed Undercity. That's the same leader in base that we just saw. This time playing against Padme Amidala from the Secrets of Power set with the Imperial Prison Complex, a 30 HP aggression base.
Now, if you know me, I have a soft spot for both this leader and this aspect combination in general. So excited to see it do quite well at the top tables here. And it's historically been pretty good into these force mid range decks, being able to oftentimes your two drops can effectively trade into your opponent's two drops. You have cards like the K2SO, which was just revealed here as additional ambush plays to help clear down big boards. And so I'm excited to see how this matchup plays out. Currently down a game, but not the match.
Christopher attacks with the Warrior of Clan Ordo, getting the disclose there and showing that copy of the K2SO ground unit. The Warrior of Clan Ordo card attacks into Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader unit card there, dealing 3 damage and being defeated itself, but maybe setting up for another play later on in the turn. We do still have Red 5 as well as Karis Nemec on the field here for Christopher Gray. Nashua plays a copy of Obi-Wan Kenobi Protective Padawan, the 3-cost ground unit that has conditional Sentinel. Christopher going to attack into that Sentinel with Karis Nemec, who is defeated. And we do see the disclose there, showing, I believe, that same copy of K2SO to create a spy token. Obi-Wan Kenobi, the leader unit, attacks and defeats the spy token, giving an experience token to that itinerant warrior. And now we see a big play with that K2SO that was shown earlier, clearing out I believe, the Obi-Wan Kenobi leader unit with the on attack as K2 ambushes in and defeats the Obi-Wan Kenobi protective Padawan ground unit. So nice 2-for-1 there. Nashua James then plays a copy of Gunji, the 2-cost 2/5 vanilla ground unit, and Christopher Gray thinking about what to do next. We do still have a ready copy of Red 5 in the Space Arena.
Yep. And this was a great turn for Christopher. And the sequencing was quite interesting because he also had the red 5 on attack to potentially deal 2 to the Obi-Wan Kenobi. He could have ambushed the K2SO first, but this red 5 doing a good job of hostaging this itinerant warrior a little bit of it can't really afford to trade into the K2SO because then the red 5 on attack will finish off the itinerant warrior. And you see the itinerant warrior go to base because of that.
Yeah, Red 5 is a very powerful card. The 3-cost 3/4 stat line in space is like decently strong. And
Mhm.
then the on attack ability to deal 2 damage to a damaged unit can be extremely effective at getting those last points of damage in to clear something out that has already, taken some damage but survived in an earlier combat.
This K2SO unit is also quite a powerful unit that just hasn't quite found a home yet in the post rotation meta from A Lawless Time. A lot of it is because a lot of those ping leaders, specifically Quinlan Voss from Twilight of the Republic, is probably the most potent example, have disappeared or rotated out. But Padme's still here, having some of that ability, and just as a base unit, if you're trading for the board, getting that extra on attack can be really powerful.
That is a good point, Mickey. And I think these units like this K2SO and like this Red 5 that can get a bonus on attack ability against damaged enemy units are great to pair with with abilities that allow you to do that little ping damage or otherwise damage enemy units to set up the on attacks. And Padme can definitely do that. Here we're going to see Padme deploying as the first action, and a copy of Sudden Ferocity played via plot, giving her +3 power.
Yeah, this is kind of what you're looking for when you're flipping this Padme leader. 8 HP is a lot of HP, but 3 attack, you know, big number, big, small number, small. But being able to add extra attack to your Padme, making her a real threat. And oftentimes, it's pretty easy to pair a Sudden Ferocity with another 3 cost, whether it be a copy of Red 5 or something like a Beguile, and helping you control the board a little bit further or even start pushing to the base is really what you're looking to do on the deploy turn for Padme.
There's a Jedi lightsaber for the itinerant warrior, or I'm sorry, Yoda's lightsaber, giving +3/+1, and the force is used to heal 3 damage from Nashua's base. So that itinerant warrior now very buffed. I believe we are actually looking at an 8/6 unit there.
Yep. 8-6 versus a 6-8, so perfectly answering that Padme Amidala
Yeah, we
leader
could easily
unit.
see a trade here. Unless Christopher Gray has something that can deal with it, it would be great to have one of those bounce options here, but I don't think that's forthcoming.
Decides to go. to trade the Gungi, which I think I like, although this really opens you up to something like a Protect the Pod, blowing out your Padme leader here.
Nashua is deciding, I think I'm the aggressor in this situation, and attacks with the itinerant warrior into the base. This is a huge chunk of damage, 8 damage, only 14 HP left for Christopher Gray. Normally I would think of Padme as the more aggressive deck between these two, but it seems like right now it's kind of the other way around. The Obi-Wan deck is attacking base, and the Padme deck is trying to deal with some of these units.
Now, getting this ping off from the Faith in Your Friends disclosed due to the Padme ability, I think is really big here from Christopher Gray. It turns on that K2SO on attack to allow the K2SO to trade with the Itinerant Warrior if it wants. Alternatively, you can attack with the red 5, get 2 additional damage onto the damaged Itinerant Warrior, and then the K2SO on attack by itself would be enough to deal with the Itinerant Warrior, and your K2SO can either attack into another unit or potentially go base and leave your K2SO alive at the end of it all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough spot here for that itinerant warrior with these on attack abilities, but let's see whether there's going to be an answer from our Obi-Wan player here. There's a protect the pod clearing out K2SO, and now the situation is a lot more tenuous for Christopher. I don't see any easy way for him to stop that itinerant warrior this turn.
We were talking a little bit about sequencing before the round started, and I think Nashua made a slight missequencing, letting Christopher get that ping off with the Faith in Your Friends, and meant that to protect the pod didn't have enough damage from the HP on Itinerant Warrior to take out the Padme, as well as allowing the K2SO to potentially trade with it. And so I think that slight missequencing really put a wrench in Nashua's game plan here.
All right, so Christopher is going to take the initiative rather than attacking with that copy of the Red 5 space unit. And this means Christopher will potentially have an opportunity to answer that itinerant warrior before it gets a chance to attack. At minimum, the Padme Amidala leader unit could trade, but I think actually we're going to see an ambush from I believe that is a Qui-Gon Jinn ground unit coming in to ambush and trade with the itinerant warrior there. Both units removed. The when defeated effect there, when defeated, you may choose a non-leader ground unit its owner puts on the top or bottom of their deck. That effect is not being used. And I think those are the spies that should have been created by Faith in Your Friends. I guess they forgot to bring
Yes.
out those spy tokens, but they're on the field now.
Yes, and funnily enough, I totally get it. It was kind of the disclose and the ping from the Padme that was really important in that, and you're getting these, 2 quite valuable spy tokens kind of as an afterthought. So very powerful card, Faith in Your Friends, especially in Padme.
So, Mickey, do you just crash these spies into the itinerant warrior if you're Christopher Gray here?
I think so. A lot of Padme's strength comes from controlling the board. You're getting that extra 1 damage when you disclose. You have a lot of units like K2SO and uh, bigger ambushers and that red 5 to deal additional damage. You crash the spy in, you get the red 5 on attack to clear the itinerant warrior. Although it is a little worrying because that Obi-Wan could buff it to get it to 3 HP remaining. So got to think about it a little bit. But a lot of Padme's game plan is controlling the board until you find the right time to turn the corner. And I think we're still in control the board mode for Padme here.
All right, so the spy token does attack against the itinerant warrior there. The itinerant warrior suffers 2 damage, but still on the board, whereas the spy token is defeated. And now we do see Obi-Wan Kenobi's leader ability being used to grant an experience token to that itinerant warrior, bringing it out of range of red 5 here. Red 5 would otherwise be able to attack and use the on attack ability to deal 2 damage and remove that itinerant warrior. We are still going to see an attack with the red 5, hitting the base for 3 and adding that 2 damage, but it's just not enough to actually clear the unit. And now Christopher
Yeah.
Gray deciding what to do with Padme Amidala ends up attacking with the Padme Amidala ground unit and defeating Gunji there, taking 2 damage back in return. So going into this next turn, we have a damaged Padme Amidala ground unit, but buffed by sudden ferocity. We have a heavily damaged itinerant warrior, but buffed by an experience, and then we have the undamaged red 5, our only unit in the space arena.
I think if I'm Christopher there, I liked sending my Padme Amidala to base because this itinerant warrior is always already super incentivized to trade into your Padme leader because the red 5 on attack is going to finish it off anyways. So if he doesn't have something like a constructed lightsaber or something else to buff its HP, it's just going to die for free anyway. Um, which we see it still going to base here. Nashua deciding he is truly the aggressor, but I still think I like the Padme going to base because the Itinerant Warrior could have then traded into the Padme to defeat both.
Yeah, and so now the mighty Master Yoda. My ally is the Force. Very powerful ground unit hits the board. Force token spent to deal 4 damage to red 5 and heal Nashua's base for 5. But Christopher Gray plays Liberty. When played on attack, exhaust an enemy unit and return all upgrades on it that cost 4 or less to their owner's hands. So that's going to exhaust the Itinerant Warrior and return the experience, which then defeats it because the 1 HP from that experience token was the only thing keeping that Itinerant Warrior on the field. Very interesting play.
Yeah. I also think Nashua made a very sharp play there. Yoda healing the 5, defeating the red 5 as opposed to the Padme. You might think it's the leader unit and it's bigger, it's scarier, but that on attack from red 5 really mucks up combat a lot. And so Nashua analyzing that as the bigger threat. And I think I agree with that analysis.
Now, we saw a big push for more damage on Christopher Gray's base here. Maz Kanata, the light guides, buffing Yoda's attack. Yoda swings Christopher Gray with only 2 HP left on that base. Now, Liberty was able to get a nice chunk of damage in, but Nashua James now has several units, and all of them could defeat the base in one action. Does
Also,
Christopher have anything? Do we have an aggressive negotiations or something that's going to allow Liberty to close things out in one action?
I don't believe the Padme should have been defeated there either, unless there's a villainy card in Nashua's discard. I believe that Padme has 4 HP remaining. I'm not
We
entirely
see
sure though.
Qui-Gon Jinn ambushes, uh, defeats one of those units and bounces the other one, and then Karis Nemec on the field, but that's not enough to stop Nashua here. Maz can just swing and close the game. I wonder I wonder if Christopher Gray doesn't play attack pumps?
There as aggressive negotiations is tough with a Padme deck because you're oftentimes spending so much time discarding. So your hand is a little bit lower, and that pump is usually for +1 or +2 at most. Sometimes they do play things like Flash the Vents because it is a gambit, and sometimes these Faith in Your Friends is also Gambit, so sometimes you play Master Codebreaker for search for Faith in Your Friends. While you're there, might as well play an additional pump spell that you can find off of the Codebreaker as well.
Yeah, I was wondering if the move there was maybe just to claim and hope to top deck aggressive negotiations, play to your outs. But if the deck isn't playing aggressive negotiations, it's not much of an out.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't think he had enough damage with any sort of pump he found anyway off of a top deck. Not sure his base was so low, but was quite fun to see that matchup play out. Very interesting style of matchup. It feels almost like a pre-rotation matchup, right? That's the kind of thing I would expect to see in sets 4 through 6. That command vigilance heroism versus an aggression cunning heroism matchup.
Yeah, I remember back in the day, playing the blue green hero decks were not what I wanted to see when I was playing Sabine Wren. Those
Yes.
command vigilance heroism builds often had a bunch of stuff that would be really useful against a my Sabine aggro game plan. And that's part of the game though, and there are a lot of interesting options. One thing that I think is cool about this game is that restore and like base healing effects are actually good. Um,
Yes.
there are some other card games where those sorts of effects are considered kind of infamously weak, but in this game, restore can be a very real part of your answer to aggro builds.
Yes, it is kind of a core mechanic in the game, so much so that we've seen Fantasy Flight push a lot of restore units. Especially, I remember in Secrets of Power, it was notorious that there's a Satine Kryze, the leader that has Restore 4 as a 0/8. There's also Chandrill's Sponsor and a lot of other cheap restore units. So pushing that, and I think recognizing that's kind of a core part of their game, and it's really mattered a lot in this current format due to the presence of Boba Fett and a lot of these base racing matchups.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting to see how how restore is a key part of some of these answers. You know, I remember we were seeing earlier with Eric playing that Hera Syndulla deck that was really able to get a large amount of healing through restore and through effects like itinerant warrior and Yoda's lightsaber in order to get out of the danger zone and win.
Yes, and we saw Micah in just this round restore 10 health over the course of 3 or 4 turns, and that drastically swinging the race in his favor. Being left at 12 HP on your base as opposed to 22 HP on your base is a big difference in a racing style matchup.
Yeah, and there can be some important breakpoints too. You can get into these situations where a certain amount of healing might get you to the point where you don't have to claim early. But if you don't have that healing, even if you're not necessarily going to lose, you might have to claim early to prevent a potential aggressive negotiations play from the opponent. So, really can lead to some interesting gameplay. That
Yes.
being said, that's going to do it for our coverage of the seventh round of Swiss play here at the Sector Qualifier event in Atlanta, Georgia, brought to you by Star City Games. I'm TowerNumber9, and I am going to be signing out for the day, but don't leave because we still have one more round of Swiss play that's going to be coming to you soon with coverage from Mickey and Josh.
Over 400 players entered the field today to compete in 8 rounds of Swiss on this beautiful Saturday here in Atlanta. And now there's just one round of Swiss remaining to settle who's going to make day two. These players looking to be at X and 2 or better, or you could be 5-0 and 3 and make it into day two. I'm Josh Snyder, Mickey D alongside me. Mickey, it's been a great day of SWU so far. We've got one more action-packed round, and things are really starting to shape up here at this sector qualifier.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of interesting decks on stream. A lot of Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan seems to be kind of the winner for today. We've seen the power of that restore package with Itinerant Warrior, Yoda's lightsaber, constructed lightsaber, that sort of build with the 28 HP Vigilance Force base, as opposed to something like the Virgin's Temple. That was kind of the initial instinct when building Obi-Wan for the new format. That extra HP and a Boba Fett world has made a lot of sense and has propelled a lot of Obi-Wan players to our top tables. But he's not alone. There's a good amount of Landos. There's still some Boba Fett's out there. Even some sneaky Yalarans and Aura Singhs hiding out at the top tables. So should be a vast and interesting field for day two competition.
I think what stands out to me the most right now is coming into today. Of course, Boba Fett was public enemy number one. Obi-Wan Kenobi very much on the rise, and we knew Obi-Wan Kenobi was going to be a very popular deck coming into this event. And sure enough, Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force ended up having more decks in the field than Boba Fett Lake Country. And at this point of the tournament, 7 rounds concluded, just looking at the standings here, there's not a Boba Fett until you get to 16. Now, that's an X1 player. They are, of course, locked in to day two, but that really stands out to me that Boba right now is not at the top, and the final 3 undefeated decks right now at 7-0. We've got a Lando Calrissian Lake Country, Aura Singh Aggression. So, that's a control deck. That's super interesting. 7-0. And you've got the deck that I feel like we've all kind of been trashing on because of the performance that it's been putting up the last few weeks, and that's Luke Skywalker Data Vault. We saw Michael earlier on stream. He's 7-0. So what a run to have Luke Skywalker, Aura Singh, and Lando as our 3 undefeateds going into the final round.
I do believe as well at 6-0 and 1, there is another Lando Lake Country deck sitting there. So not necessarily that 7-0 record like you were mentioning, but technically has not taken a loss on the day either. So like you said though, no Boba in sight, and it's the meta has really responded well to Boba Fett. Maybe even a little bit better than I anticipated. Obi-Wan in particular, I think, is the main contributor to this response. A lot of extra restore, adding at that 28 HP base instead of 25. But decks like the Lando Lake Country, as well as like Luke Datavolt, just more decks turning to extra HP, whether that be through Lake Country, whether that be through Datavolt or extra restore. The big shocker to me is that Aura Singh deck. Now, I haven't looked at the exact deck list, so could be a little bit more unit based than we expect. Could have some units like Hana to help with that restore race as well. But that deck, I think, would struggle mightily into a Boba Fett deck that is indirecting you down. However, now that it's at the top tables and we've seen Boba Fett kind of fall by the wayside a little bit, maybe it's in the clear and maybe it can start feasting on these Obi-Wan mid-range style force decks.
It's such a good point, Mickey, because it's one of those questions you ask yourself when preparing for an event like this. Am I bringing what I feel is the best deck in the format? Am I trying to counter the deck that has been the best deck over the past several weeks? Or do I try and bring maybe a counter to the counters? And maybe that's what we're seeing with Aura Singh, because like you talked about, going against Boba, if you're more of a control deck, that's not great, because even when you remove their units, there's constantly this flow of indirect damage coming in. The big plays like Devastator can be backbreaking to these control decks. So Boba can be a tough match for sure, but now with everyone pivoting to try and answer Boba Fett, to create a real solution to the Fett problem, and we're seeing that here in the top list of decks, maybe this Aura Singh, maybe this is the moment for it, Mickey.
Yes, and you great point of bringing the deck to beat the deck that beats the deck. Kind of level 2 thinking instead of level 1 thinking, where if the deck Boba Fett is level 0, and then level 1 would be these, Tobias Beckett, which hasn't had as big of a surgence, but Lando Lake Country, which seems to be doing well into these Boba Fett decks, these Obi-Wan decks that seem to be doing well. That's kind of your level 1 of let me beat Boba Fett and be good into the rest of the field. And level 2 is, all right, I don't think Boba Fett is going to be that big of the field. Maybe I play 1 or 2, but I can stomach those losses. And I'm gunning for the decks that are trying to beat Boba Fett. And I think Aura Singh fits into that. I think something like we saw earlier, Mother Talzin fits really well into that. Mother Talzin historically does very well against those Obi-Wan Force mid-range decks, as well as the aggressive negotiation decks, just with that great control over the ground arena. But these players deciding to go more of that hard control route and like bordering on level 3 thinking of, if you think that Talzin's the deck that beats the deck that beats the deck that beats the deck, going all the way down, then hard control can be the deck that beats Talzin while also still being good into Obi-Wan and Tobias and all those other strategies, while maybe sacrificing a few points into Luke and Boba. So I'm interested to see how it plays out. I don't know exactly the matchup spread for Aura Singh. It's not been a huge player in the meta, but obviously kind of overperforming today so far.
Absolutely. Now, you're talking about going past that level of bringing a counter for the counters, and that's where my brain starts to give me a little bit of an issue there. So I'm going to stick with the Aura Singh, bringing the counters to the counter. But you make an excellent point, and that may be exactly what we're seeing in the field today. And one other thing I want to point out when we're talking about the top 16 decks right now going into this final round, there's 3 Admiral Piet. 3 Piets in the top 16 right now. We know they're solid into Boba, and they're also very solid into these more greedy decks, these decks such as Lando or these other mid-range style decks. So really feasting today is Admiral Piet. But we're going to get ready for a win and end match here in round 8. We've got Ethan Cole on the left on none other than Mr. Fett, Boba Fett, Lake Country, and Ray Nurple on the right on Vel Sartha Aggression. Both players at 5-2, a must-win match right here. It's all on the line to get into day 2 in Atlanta.
Yeah, and we talked about how Boba Fett is down. That doesn't mean he's out. There's still Boba Fett's lurking out there, and maybe with this kind of triangle metagame we've started to see form, if Boba Fett can make it into day 2, if it can dodge those bad matchups, maybe it can start hitting those Aura Sings and start hitting those decks that are built to counter the counters to Boba itself. So very interested to see how Boba performs. And even if you hit one of those bad matchups, it's such a strong deck with such strong interactions, you can win those matchups anyway. So excited to see this play out.
Now, Vel Sartha, I would assume, going to be leaning more heavily into the ground arena, which means we could get one of those classic space versus ground showdowns. However, we know that Boba does have some solid ground interaction units, the new BT1, the 000. Of course, you've got the early plays like the Allegiant General Pride and some others as well. So will be interesting to see here how much space interaction Ray has. We know that these Velsartha decks paired with aggression, they are going to be packing the aggressive negotiations a lot of times as that finishing punch. We saw Vel earlier today become a massive unit. I believe you and I were casting that game when
Yeah.
we saw 2 of the big plot mechanic cards come out, the sudden ferocity onto Vel. So Vel has a chance to really explode quickly with all the experience tokens, the plot mechanics, plus the aggressive negotiation. So it'll be interesting to see if this ends up being a very racy match or if we see a solid amount of interaction.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting because you had mentioned those early interactive units on the ground from the Boba Fett deck, things like BT1, Allegiant General Pride, Cyril Karn, and those are normally quite annoying to deal with, especially on turn 2. But the Velsartha Ray here, he can oftentimes deploy a 2 or 3 attack unit and then give it the experience with availability, letting it trade into that turn 1 play while still staying alive. Now, that's risky because you're giving the opponent the credit, and the Boba Fett deck is flush with a lot of powerful 4 drops, things like the IG-2000, the Fett's Fire Spray, stuff like that. So it is a risky play, but it allows you to clean up that early game pretty efficiently and perhaps get ahead enough on board that aggressive negotiations can close the game out from there.
And then the question becomes, with the experience tokens that can have a real impact for Ray in this Velsartha deck, how well will Ethan Cole be able to take advantage of those credit tokens before they get sniped by something like an Arva? We'll have to see how that plays out. But here we go. Ethan Cole has the initiative. It's BT1 to start out, and Chandrillan's sponsor for Ray. And you talked about the early experience tokens. That's exactly what we see. Velsartha action ability used, and that Chandrillan sponsor, a 3/4 unit with Restore 2.
Yeah, and Ray really respecting the format with just the deck building. Changeling sponsor, not necessarily something you see in every deck list, but just a 2/3 restore 2 if you can give it some experience to protect it, and it's a format where you're racing each other. That 2 restore adds up very quickly over time, as we've seen all day today.
Now, Ethan Cole is going to immediately take advantage of the credit token. That Fett's Fire Spray 4-cost unit comes out here, and that is going to be a total of 3 indirect damage, 2 from the When Played ability, 1 from Boba's triggered ability, 3 damage to Ray's base as the Chandrillan sponsor is going to attack for 3, restoring 2. That Restore 2 is going to be very important at mitigating some of this indirect damage.
Yeah, I think an interesting line there from Ray might have been if he buffed the Changeling sponsor, because there's a kind of thing you can do with this Vel deck where you overwhelm your opponent's ability to use the credits by giving them too many. Now, saving the ability because of the Synta cause, giving it an upgrade to give it Sentinel makes a lot of sense.
What a problem to have. I have too much money. I can't spend it. That would be quite the conundrum. Ray is going to play that Centicaz 3-cost unit, give it an experience token. It's a 4/6 with Sentinel now. So protecting the Chandrillan sponsor in the ground arena as Ethan Cole claims the initiative. BT1 in the ground arena for Ethan Cole. The Fett's Fire Spray in the space arena, and is going to attack with Fett's Fire Spray first. That will be 4 damage to base with the power, but that on attack trigger, that's 2 indirect damage. And then, of course, Boba could trigger again. So Ray has some decisions to make with this trigger.
Yeah, total of 7 damage coming Ray's way. We'll see how much he decides to put into his units versus on the base. I think it's really context dependent on what's in my hand here. If I'm Ray, if I have the aggressive negotiations, if I have enough pump, but I think I like his line here, just taking it all to base. You have that Chandrillan to restore, and while you deploy a little bit later than most decks in this kind of matchup, you still can potentially win this race.
Absolutely love what the sponsor is doing so far. Ray was up to 10 damage on base, attacking with the Chandrillan sponsor unit. And just like that, the damage totals 8-6 in favor of Ethan Cole. And now the BT1 is going to attack into the Centicaz, discarding an aggression card from the top of the deck. And that will allow 1 damage to be dealt with that on attack trigger to Centicaz unit. And then 2 more from BT1. Centicaz taking out the Blastomech. And now Centicaz attacking for a total of 4, and Ray jumping ahead in the damage count here, 10-8. And now the credit tokens will be effectively used again, and Topple the Summit is
Yeah, that
coming
is
out.
huge.
We're so used to seeing this being plotted out when Boba deploys, but just paying 5, playing it from hand, both of those ground units for Ray defeated.
Yeah, that's a huge play. Oftentimes, that's the tell of a sharp Boba player is how often they decide to hold that Topple the Summit in the hand, because that is a very potent play a lot of the times. But being able to do it on the 4 resource turn with the credit, huge play by Ethan there.
Now, it's not all down for Ray. He had a good response, good follow-up here with charged with treason, disclosing 2 aggression aspect icons to deal 5 damage to the Fett's Fire Spray unit. And we go into the 5 resource turn with no units in play. And one thing for sure, if you can keep those space units away from Boba, that is ideal. So right now, Ray doing a good job of taking care of the space threat, but Ethan Cole has the initiative, and I have a feeling a space unit might be coming down.
Yeah, and deciding to go with the 3-drop space unit here, the droid missile platform, and I kind of like this. Initially, it seemed like he was leaning towards the punishing one, but that gets really punished if Ray has any sort of removal, meaning you can't deploy another space unit and then plot and flip your boba onto a space unit there. So deciding to go with a potential 2-wide strategy, or at least threatening to do so, forcing Ray into a different play line.
And now Ray playing Hona into the ground arena, another unit that can really change the damage race. This is a 4-3-5 that has Raid 2 and Restore 2. It's going to become a 4-6. That action ability from Belsartha is used. Credit token over on Ethan Cole's side. So Ethan Cole going into this 6-resource turn has 6 resources and that credit to work with. Leaning for Boba right away. Might be a quick deploy here.
Yeah. And Ray buffing the Hana I really like, because obviously if it's top of the summit, there's not much you can do about it anyway. You're giving your opponent a credit, but it does hit a specific break point of taking your Hona out of charge with treason, I believe it is. Charged with treason range. So
We see Boba deployed right away. When it's deployed as an upgrade, you can deal 4 damage, or deal up to 4 damage, divided as you choose, to any number of units. So 4 plus the topple was plotted out, taking out Hona, and then it's the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite in response. Ray defeating the Boba Fett leader upgrade. And then it's the droid missile platform attacking for 4, 12-10 now. The damage count in favor of Ethan Cole, but some great back and forth play.
yeah, this is the most unique Boba Fett game I think I've seen. Quite, you know, trading the board early, having no units going into 5 resources with such an early top of the summit. And I think I'd slightly favor Vel here, but don't underestimate Boba's late game. Things like Devastator, things like more punishing ones, and being able to go 2 wide makes the late game from Boba Fett quite threatening.
Now Ray deploying the Velsartha leader unit, attacking for a total of 5. That on attack trigger, an experience token given to Velsartha. So 15-12, the damage now in favor of Ray. Didn't have any other resources to plot anything. Did have to spend the 5 resources to get Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite out to take care of Boba. And Ethan Cole has the initiative with lots of credit tokens.
Yeah, and we're at a point where Ray is probably just going to give Ethan an initiative token or a credit token anytime he can, just because Ethan already has so many. He's going to have the resources to play what he wants anyway.
Now the big Devastator coming out. Devastator hunting the Rebellion. That is a 9-6. 4 indirect damage will be dealt. +1 from Boba. 5 in total. All 5 damage there. Or excuse me, 4 damage onto the Kit Fisto's Ether Sprite. 1 onto base. But Ray's space threat is neutralized as Velsartha leader unit attacking again. Continuing to grow. Another experience token. Now a 6 power threat. And it's 21 damage on Ethan Cole's base.
Yeah, and we got to start doing aggressive negotiation math, the classic card. So
Absolutely.
Velsartha is going to attack for 7 next turn. And I think with his hands, you see Ethan doing that math out right now. Attacking for 7 puts him to 28. So the aggressive negotiations would have to be for +6, meaning a total of 7 cards in hand. I can't quite see how many cards Ray has in hand, but I know it's close.
So 4 damage coming through with the droid missile platform. 17 damage on Ray's base. And looking at the hand here, I'm not seeing an aggressive negotiations, but we are seeing a direct hit from Ray. That will defeat a non-leader vehicle unit. So the big Devastator unit is taken care of right away. And Ray just continuing to keep the momentum here. Chio Fane down into the ground arena. Ethan Cole has the initiative, but right now we still don't have an answer for that Velsartha.
Yeah, this is a very tight race. Both players at effectively the same life total if you count for the fact that Ethan starts with 4 more HP. So a bigger board for Ray, but Ethan does, I believe I saw a second Devastator in his hand. So going to present another big follow-up threat, potentially be able to clear that Chiao Fane. But Ray, that Vel Sarth, the leader, is going to attack relentlessly.
So here we go. Ethan Cole has the initiative yet again. Has plenty of resources to work with, including those 2 credit tokens. Looking at Ray's hand, still trying to figure out if he has that aggressive negotiations option. That is what really changes the math. Now, he doesn't resource, so even if he doesn't have it, he is certainly making Ethan Cole really think about it here.
Yeah. Although if if you dive super deep into it, Ethan might be able to pick up on the fact that Ray doesn't have it, given that if Ray did have it, he might be incentivized to claim super early with that veil. Now, he might still try and play around a top deck to aggressive negotiations because you can never stop what's coming off the top of the deck, but it's very tight and hard to tell exactly if you're on Ethan's side whether Ray has that aggressive or not.
Another action phase with Devastator hunting the Rebellion being played. The credit tokens will be utilized. And once again, it's going to be 4 indirect damage, could be 5 with the Boba trigger. It's enough to take out the 2-cost unit, but not enough to deal with the leader unit, and that's the big threat here.
I think so. I don't think Ray has lethal this turn without aggressive negotiations. And I think if he does have aggressive negotiations, you are just losing either way because even if it's not enough this turn, Ray could just claim with you only having 2 resources up, and that 2 additional cards might be enough for the Vel to attack with aggressive and win. So if I'm Ethan here, I don't think I'm playing around the aggressive negotiations. If that's the case, I think I want to deal 4 to Ray's base, and it looks like what he's going for here because it makes the Devastator lethal in one action, so really puts pressure on Ray to have the aggressive negotiations this turn.
Love it. That is some tight math, and it brings Ray up to 22 damage on. So 1 attack from Devastator. We are going to see Geofane attacking into Ethan Cole's base for 2. Both players will draw a card. Now the question is, does Ray have a way to close out this game or
Now this
answer
is
the Devastator?
This is scary from Ethan as well because if Ray has enough cards in hand, something like a Rebellious Hammerhead could be enough to clear that Devastator as well, which might as well effectively be lethal. Although I think I saw Ethan top deck his own aggressive negotiations from that Xiao Fane. So really tense last turn or two here in this game.
Super great game. Super awesome way to start this winning in match in round 8. Wouldn't have it any other way. Ethan Cole really in the tank here. Lot to think about, lots of math to do for these players. And Ethan Cole is just going to claim the initiative. It's going to be the ghost for Ray. Here comes the Velsartha swinging for 6. An experience token to the ghost. And now the ghost has Sentinel Mickey.
That is huge. That not necessarily a direct answer, but is exactly the kind of play you need if you're Ray. Being able to block up the space arena, force your opponent to have to take 2 actions while you have lethal in return with just 1 action.
And this is why Velsartha is so good with cards like the Centicaz 3-cost unit, this Ghost unit. They get Sentinel when they are upgraded, and Vel can so easily upgrade these units. And now it's a problem for Ethan Cole. He needs to either win right here or find a way to stop Velsartha. One more attack from Velsartha. Game 1 in the books. What a game it's been.
Yes, and I don't know if there's a way Ethan's gonna figure out every single option he has, but even if something like an upgrade removal for one of those experienced, still at a high enough damage on your base that the Vel attack is lethal.
Aggressive negotiations for Ethan going to attack into the Ghost. That will initiate a trade, and it will be a total of 3 indirect damage on the when defeated trigger. Plus, he could deal 1 more with Boba, and he can assign it, but that's only 4. It's not enough to close out the game.
Yeah, very, very close. And that was the kind of play I was potentially looking at, but not quite enough damage on Ray's base, and that Velsartha just stuck around for too long and wins the game for Ray.
Velsartha, the leader unit that could, puts the dagger in game 1. Ray Nurple taking it. And in this win and in match, Ray now finds himself just 1 win away from day 2 of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier. But we've said it a few times already, but man, that was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, that was a very tight game, very different from most Boba games you see. And Ray surviving not 1, but 2 topple the summits that game. Now, I think part of that was Ray put on so much pressure early that he forced the first topple the summit out of hand. which meant that any further development was not as much commitment from Ray. And so that second top of the summit didn't hurt as much. And then having the leader removal with the Kit Fisto's Aether Sprite, allowing him to stay ahead in the race, not having to deal with that big leader unit while Ray was attacking with his own, really gave him that extra push to get over that 4 extra HP that the Lake Country presented.
You could see here with the player cams, Ray put hands to head, kind of that sigh of relief from the first game because that was a grindy one. And I know that took a lot out from both players. Now we go into the sideboarding step here, and one card that has been actively used quite consistently in these aggressive negotiation decks. I've seen a lot of Corellian Hounds in the
Mm.
sideboard. Is that something that could play a role here in this particular match?
It is a little interesting. I think I would bring it in, especially if I had enough stuff to bring out. Now, it's a little bit more sketchy against the Boba Fett because, like you had mentioned earlier, when we were setting up this match, Boba Fett does have a lot of good ground presence, especially in the early game. But we saw that they do like to pivot to space after about the 3 resource turn. And if you're giving your opponent a bunch of credits, maybe they make that pivot a little sooner, playing like we saw in that first game, Fett's Fire Spray on the 3 resource turn. And if your opponent is focusing more on space at that point in the game, all you have to do is clear up their 2-drop ground unit, and that Corellian Hounds can be just enough extra damage to push for lethal with that aggressive negotiations.
One thing we saw in that first game was how important the leaders are right now, because in the post rotation format, there seems to be a lot less direct answers for leaders. And that was really magnified because you had Velsartha get the experience tokens become bigger, and there was just nothing that Ethan Cole could do. So the question now going into this next game, is there any type of change that can be made on the Boba side to try to more effectively deal with that leader unit for Ray?
It's really tough because I think what you normally want to do from the Boba Fett side of things is just put overwhelming pressure on your opponent to where their leader doesn't matter as much, especially a 6 deploy leader like Vel. But Ray did a great job game one of making it so the board state was relatively even when both leaders were flipping, and he had that efficient answer. And that's kind of the risk of the pilot leaders is they're vulnerable unless you're Luke Skywalker to upgrade removal. And that was really the big swing in the game. Now, what you could do if you're Ethan, you could commit even more to the race, maybe focus more on those aggressive negotiations. And we saw him topple the summit earlier there. Maybe if instead of a early topple the summit, we go for another spaceship to try and increase the damage potential on your own board. That gets really tricky because of things like the Chandrillan sponsor we saw and all those restore units. So it's a very tightrope to walk if you're Ethan.
I do like that mentality, though. Let's maybe just try to win before Vel can really pose a problem, right? If
Yeah.
Ethan Cole can put himself in that situation where he's aggressive enough to where it just doesn't matter, that's the spot you want to be in. We'll see if he can do that. And of course, here in game two, will very likely be opting to start with the initiative, and we'll see if that plays into his favor. Maybe starting with the initiative, something like Allegiant General Pride, that'd be a pretty good way to start with an aggressive amount of damage.
Yes, and especially if Ray is giving experience token to his units, that Allegiant General Pride extra line of text of if any indirect damage is dealt to a unit, defeat a token upgrade on it, or maybe it's even non-unique upgrade. But either way, we'll defeat that experience, and
Right.
so all that indirect is going to the base. Um, as of last game, I do think it's important to point out. I think the pivot turn really was the flip turn for both players because Ray did a great job of pacing his threats correctly. Where the only threat he had on board was a Hana going into the Boba flip turn, and that was enough to get the top of the summit out of Boba. And I think it's correct to have the top of the summit there. Hana is such a big threat, but Ray lost so little in exchange that really pushed him ahead. And pacing those threats really importantly is something to watch out for if you're Ethan and trying to match that pace.
We have all talked about the devastating effect that Topple the Summit plus Boba can have. So yes, if you're only losing one unit, I think that's an exchange that you're probably willing to make a vast majority of the time. Both players now have shuffled up. We are drawing up for game 2 of round 8, the final round of Swiss here on Saturday of the Atlanta Sector Qualifier Day 1. These players in a win and in match. If they win, they will find themselves in Day 2 to try and continue on and get those points on the leaderboard. And of course, try to make the top 8 and become a Sector Qualifier champion, as Ray now just going through some initiative decisions, and he says, nope, we're going to mulligan.
Yep. I think I saw a Hona in Ray's hand, but maybe didn't have the early game he quite wanted, and so deciding to chip it back. It's hard decision to make there. There was good cards, but I think from what I saw, it was the correct one. On Ethan's side, I did peek. He does look like he has that Allegiant General Pride for turn 1 that you mentioned, and he also brought in his own Arvel Skeen, not because his opponent's making credits, but because he doesn't want his opponent to take advantage of the credits he's giving to Ethan himself. So using that Skeen just to ping the own credit that is given to you and deal extra damage to your opponent.
I like that a lot. Some real tricky maneuvering here from Ethan Cole. That Allegiant General Pride with the initiative is so good and really could be a big factor here in this second game.
And we were talking before earlier too about the space to or the ground to space pivot that Boba Fett likes to do in the mid game, and this hand looks more set up for an early ground presence from Ethan compared to last game where he pivoted to space pretty quickly.
Still in the tank a little bit here, an important decision. And here we go. Game 2 is underway. It is absolutely the Allegiant General Pride for Ethan Cole with the initiative. This is going to allow that on attack trigger to deal 2 indirect damage plus the one from a Boba trigger. So really polarizing turn 1 when you have the initiative. The black one played for Ray, and we do have the early Velsartha action ability used. We saw this earlier with another Velsartha build. You give that experience token to black one. It essentially gets +2/+1 because while it's upgraded, it gets an additional power.
Yeah, and that black one is actually very important in this matchup too because it becomes a 4/4. A lot of Boba's early to mid game space unit threats have 4 toughness or 4 HP. You have the TIE Bomber, the Fett's Fire Spray, the IG-2000, all with 4 HP. So that 4 breakpoint really big in this matchup.
And it looks like all of the indirect damage going on to Ray's base. So Allegiant General Pride with that one attack, a sixth of the way there in terms of damage. 5 damage on Ray's base. Black 1 attacking for 4, and now into the space arena goes Ethan Cole with the droid missile platform, and it's all space early for Ray Nurple. We've got the Red 5, that prestige copy of Red 5.
Yeah, and that droid missile platform is about the ideal response Ethan can have to something like the black one because that 4 breakpoint is so big for his deck. Being able to trade off the droid missile platform into either the black one or the red 5, it will get to answer one of these threats because if Ray decides to buff with Veil, he can only do it to one. So one will be vulnerable, and it answers these threats quite cleanly.
Ethan Cole has the initiative, and Ray opting not to use that Velsartha action ability this time around. So let's see what Ethan Cole starts with here. It is going to be the droid missile platform that he's reaching for. The question is, do we have a trade or does he go to base? And he is thinking this through here. He's got multiple options, 3 different targets to be
Yeah,
exact.
all 3 valid targets, I think.
Absolutely. It's going to be red 5. So red 5 dealt with, and 3 indirect damage when defeated, plus another from the Boba trigger. It all goes to Ray's base. That's another 4 damage, so it's 9-4. As Black 1 crashes in, it's 9-8.
I think I really like the play that Ethan just made trading into the red 5 because it means the indirect is most likely going to Ray's base. Because he doesn't want to put the indirect on his black one due to Allegiant General Pride's second ability losing the experience. Note, General Pride doesn't care if it's its own indirect with the on attack ability or an indirect from a different source. Any indirect can remove those upgrades. So I think If you're going to make a trade, that's the option to go for is into that red 5.
Ethan Cole showing some very tight play here in a must-win game with his tournament life on the line. Allegiant General Pride. Keep in mind, Ethan Cole once again has the initiative, and Ray just feels this is too much damage on my base early. So 2 of this indirect damage going to Black 1. And as you mentioned, that defeats the experience token. So now the Black 1 essentially a 2-1 with just the 1 HP remaining. Belsartha is going to buff it right back up. So now it will have 2 HP remaining and still be a 4 power threat. 2 credits now for Ethan Cole. Let's see if he makes use of them.
Don't know if he can fully maximize, but I think there is at least the punishing 1/5 drop, so might be able to accelerate that out a little bit early.
And it looks like that is going to be the line. Exhausting 4 resources, spending a credit token, punishing 1 will deal a damage to the Black 1. With that win plate ability, and Ray has a great response for the punishing 1 unit, charged with treason, disclosing the 2 aggression aspects, and now the Space Arena cleared on Ethan Cole's side.
But you mentioned before game 2 started having that Allegiant General Pride with initiative. Ethan continuing to have initiative throughout the course of this game. This General Pride has pushed something close to 15 damage to Ray's base all on its own.
Allegiant General Pride could be the piece of the puzzle for Ethan Cole that forces a deciding game 3, because any damage that's now dealt to that Black 1 will defeat it. Ethan Cole has the initiative. He's got another copy of Punishing 1. That is going to deal 1 damage to Black 1 and defeat it. Strong play here, cleaning Ray Nurple's side of the board, and 1 indirect damage coming through. 12 damage on Ray's base.
Yeah, and even if Ray has some removal, oh, this is the kind of removal that works. I was about to say, even if he has removal, he's not developing to the board, which is really risky going into Boba's flip. But the Zeb develops a body and X's removal. Very powerful play there.
Do like that indeed, because Allegiant General Pride had just gotten way too much value so far in this game for Ethan Cole. Zeb Aurelio's unit says that's enough. And now the question is there anything else from Ethan Cole? There is not. He is just going to claim the initiative. And now he does have a space unit in play. So let's see what the line of action is. You can see him looking through the resources. He pulls the plot card, topple the summit to the front. We're going to see it yet again. Boba Fett deployed onto the punishing 1, topple the summit, plus the Boba is going to take care of Zeb. And now, once again, Ray's got the answer to the Boba upgrade. Outer Rim Constable, punishing 1, attacking. The on-attack trigger will take out the Constable, but Boba just can't stick here.
That might have been a slight misstep from Ethan too. Because of the flip, it does deal 4 damage, and so didn't need the topple if he wanted to just defeat the Zeb. So might have spent those resources unnecessarily here.
That is an excellent point. I was kind of thinking the same thing, but I wasn't sure. Maybe I was missing something, but it is a great point. That was only a 4/4 unit in the ground arena. Boba does deal 4 when deployed as an upgrade, so very interesting catch there. Ray able to deploy his leader unit. And this time, let's go ahead and add mastery to it for +3/+3. Devastator is going to come down at 16 to 15 right now in favor of Ray, but 4 indirect damage puts Ray up to 20. How much damage can Ray deal? Can he do enough to close
So
this out?
This is 9, I believe, total. I don't know if aggressive negotiations was enough, but setting himself to potentially claim for an aggressive negotiations. But Ethan's in a position where if he has an aggressive negotiations of his own, he gets to claim and swing in with that Devastator for lethal.
Direct hit is going
Unless
to take out the Devastator. And that Velsartha is just lethal by itself.
doesn't
You
even
don't
need
even
the
need
aggressive.
Yeah, you don't even need a pump here. It can pump itself to victory. There's only 9 HP left for Ethan Cole. He claims the initiative because he has to find an answer for this leader unit.
Looks like we may be rewinding the game state a little bit here, but
Okay.
interesting math to do. So if Ethan has an aggressive negotiations. He attacks with the punishing one. That's 3 base damage, plus the raid 1 from pinging the Velsartha adds up to 4. So we need 6 additional cards in hand, plus the aggressive negotiations, meaning Ethan would need a total hand of 7 cards for that aggressive to be lethal.
And we've backed it up, so we're not playing the direct hit. We're playing Galen Urso, and I could guarantee you, Mickey, that the call with Galen Urso is aggressive negotiations, because that would mean
Absolutely.
that Ethan Cole could not pump the units up to cross the finish line.
Yeah. Now, commence the festivities is another pump that sometimes exists in these decks, and I think Ethan has it in hand. However, Ray sharply not resourcing a card because it only gets the +2 additional attack if you have fewer resources than your opponent. It still gives the Saboteur with the on attack, but not the pump. And the pump is all Ethan is looking for here. So very sharp play from Ray, not just resourcing. Might be doing that anyways because of aggressive negotiations, but really putting Ethan in a tough spot if he has to commence the festivities.
And it looks like he does. It looks like that's what he's pulling out. What a heads up play from Ray. It will not get the power buff because they both have 6 resources. Commence the festivities only gives the power buff if you have fewer resources than an opponent. There's commence the festivities, but it's only going to be 8 damage to Ray's base, and Ray is going to swing for lethal with Velsartha. Ray Nurple is heading to day 2 here in Atlanta.
That was a great match. I think just crazy back and forth, and Vel swinging the tempo, having the answer for the Boba leader both times really allowed the Vel leader to take over. Now, unfortunately, I think Ethan might go back and look at that top of the summit play and regret that one a little bit, but Ray played quite well. So well deserved winning into day 2 for Ray.
Indeed, Ray played extremely well, but that was a tough one. I think that is the big question mark, was that top of the summit when Boba was deployed, and maybe they are talking about that right now. You could see the disappointment for Ethan Cole, so close to making day 2 at this sector qualifier, but nevertheless, even with it being a 2-0 match, that really was an exciting match from start to finish. Both players really gave us a show to close out day 1.
Yeah, very, very exciting gameplay there. And I don't think it can get much closer than that. I think a Boba player was 5 points off in game 1 and 1 point off in game 2. Just ever so slight advantages. And Vel really played tight. I do want to go back and credit Vel on the direct hit versus the Galen or so decision there. Have to do the aggressive negotiation math as always, because if you can direct hit the Devastator and the aggressive negotiations is still lethal on the punishing one, you're losing to that card either way. Whereas if you do the Galen, name the aggressive negotiations, you play around the commence the festivities, it's really only things like flash the vents as an additional pump that gets you there, or maybe like a planetary bombardment. But those aren't cards that are in a lot of Boba Lake Country lists currently. So very sharp play, Ray, understanding the meta, knowing the direct line that aggressive negotiations is really the only card I lose to here either way, and it on either unit it's lethal. And so going back and just answering that one threat and locks up the game for him.
Wow. Yeah, that really was a good one. It's a great point that there were some other options that could have been in the Boba Fett deck to get Ethan Cole across the finish line. But at the end of the day, I think aggressive negotiations, of course, is what you're really looking for. That is what is being included in pretty much every aggression deck in the format. Maybe not in the RS Singh and Dedra Miro decks, but nevertheless,
Yeah.
in most aggression decks, you will find aggressive negotiations. So, wow, that was great, and we are going to have to wait for some standings here. We've got just under 20 minutes left in the round. And unfortunately, our backup match has already concluded as well. So, as much as we wanted to see some more gameplay here in the final round of Swiss, everyone went a little bit too fast.
Yes. In an aggressive negotiations meta, even with those Aura Sync decks kicking around, most decks are designed to finish the game within about that 30 to 45-minute time frame, depending on how many games they're going. But it was a great day of Star Wars Unlimited. We saw a lot of different decks. We saw kind of a reshaping of the meta a little bit, where Boba Lake Country was on top. And I think after today, we can pretty confidently, not 100%, we have to see the full results of the event, but pretty confidently say, I think Obi-Wan is the new top dog and going to be the new deck to beat going forward into the meta.
Yeah, I think that's spot on. I mean, Obi-Wan Kenobi really represented today. The Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force deck, the most represented deck in the tournament. And going into that final round of Swiss, we did have multiple, just doing the quick math here, 1, 2, 3, 4 of our top 16 going into the final round, the Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force. So I think this is a deck that if we go back, it was either 2 or 3 weekends ago. I can't remember. You might know exactly, Mickey, but
Yes.
Ophir or Wu played this particular deck at a Northeast PQ and ended up
Yes.
going all the way to the top 4. Unfortunately, he ran into the, I believe, worst matchup for that particular deck in Darth Vader and fell there. But outside of Darth Vader, there's just so many things that this deck is doing right as long as you can dodge Vader. And now all of a sudden, you fast forward a couple weeks, it's the most popular deck in the room.
Yeah, and I think it is a great call because you identified its weakness perfectly. It's really just Darth Vader is its obvious weakness. Maybe some of those hard control decks we had mentioned, like Dedra and Aura, but those aren't really players in the meta. And you can argue Darth Vader isn't much of one either. Now, the Darth Vader deck is quite good. Its problem is its matchup spread. It has very weak matchups into some of the top decks in the field, such as Boba Fett and Luke Skywalker, both from Jump to Light Speed, and so if that is the kind of decks you are weak to, that's not a deck you really want to be playing. Now, if the meta turns around and Obi-Wan Kenobi is the new top dog, maybe you can start turning to that Darth Vader as a way to counter the Obi-Wan deck. But you still have those weaknesses into other decks that I expect to see in the field. So it's a tough call to make.
That is the constant dilemma, right? The ever evolving meta constantly trying to tweak things to beat the new deck of the format, trying to find exactly what works and find angles on
Hmm.
these different meta decks. And so it's constantly evolving and it's always a dilemma. And it's one thing that I will admit, Mickey, that I do like being at the desk commentating these tournaments instead of playing in them because sometimes the decision of what deck to play can be overwhelming.
Yes, it is one of the hardest points of a tournament, and it's before the tournament even starts, is deciding what deck to play. And this was an especially tough event to prepare for, at least personally. If I were going, I think I would have been on the Obi-Wan Vigilance Force deck as well, potentially a Lando deck, but it is a tough call to make. And you have to prepare for Boba Fett, but you also have to prepare for Obi-Wan, and we're especially in a post-rotation format. This is the first big event with these new cards. People have been playing some archetypes at PQs, but this is the first real event with a lot of the top players present. And trying to prep for a metagame like that with a whole new suite of cards and a whole new game almost. The game feels different than how we used to play Star Wars Unlimited is a really tricky proposition.
Now, of course, going into this tournament and throughout the day, we've talked about Boba Fett, but just looking at the numbers going into that final round and overall how Boba Fett seems to not be performing maybe as well as we would expect. The question now, of course, we've got to see the conversion rate, who all ends up in. But if what we're seeing from, say, the top of the standings here, if that trend continues and Boba's conversion rate is nothing like what it has been over the past 2 or 3 weeks of planetary qualifiers, do you think that changes anything in the meta and how people are playing going forward? And do you think, because there's been a lot of talk about Topple the Summit and Boba, and that interaction may just be too much. If Boba doesn't have a huge showing here, how do the talks shift, do you think?
So I think the likelihood of any changes to the meta, at least from like a suspension level, become a lot lower. Now, I still think the Boba Fett top of the sun interaction is maybe a bit too much, even if Boba is underperforming in this event. And I think that trying to, and this is subjective because people like different things, but personally, the gameplay that tries to counter the Boba Fett top of the summit interaction can be a little, it can get grading over time potentially. It's a lot of the same, you got to attack base, you got to restore. But we saw in that last game, there's other ways to beat Boba Fett as well. It can get very interesting, and people are building around it, and we're seeing Boba start to plummet a little bit. How the meta reacts is tough because it almost feels like how Set 6 did, the Secrets of Power meta, where we started with the Anakin Data Vault deck. That was kind of the breakout deck early in the format. It and the Han 1 command deck from Sparky Rebellion. And then after that, it took a few weeks, but then we saw Yoda Data Vault kind of rise to the top to counter those Anakin Data Vault decks. And maybe this is the Obi-Wan deck rising to counter the Boba Fett decks. And now it's positioning itself at the top. And Yoda never really lost its position atop the meta. We did see some interesting developments further into that meta, such as the Spark of Rebellion Han Solo paired with the Tarkin Town base, rising to prominence for the regional qualifier in Milwaukee. So it'd be interesting to see if we have a similar deck rise up, or if this is just Yoda Data Vault again, Obi-Wan positioning itself up at the top. It's really tough for decks to try and beat both Obi-Wan and Boba, but I'm curious to see if they can do so.
I think that's going to be a very big question moving forward because I was talking a little bit to Tower earlier in the if you look at the representation of decks and the drop off between Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force and Boba Fett Lake Country to the next most played deck in the room, it was massive, right? You went from 15% down to 4%. So it's very clear that those are the two decks that everyone believes are the overall two best decks in the room right now. So you have to ask that question of, am I trying to beat one or the other? Because I don't know if there is a deck that can beat both. But looking here in this top standing category, a deck that you mentioned earlier as the third most played leader in the field, but it had several different base pairings with it, was Lando Calrissian. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, several of your teammates are on that deck. And if we go to our list right now, the matches, one of our undefeated players, you called out Andrew Cox, who was XO-1 coming into this final round, has taken down Luke Skywalker Data Vault and will go in to day 2 at 7-0-1 with Lando Calrissian. So how do you feel Lando has positioned himself with the surgence of Obi-Wan and Boba Fett?
You kind of hit the nail on the head. The next deck to talk about really is that Lando leader. Now, the ones at the top of the field, and part of it might be due to the player, the caliber of player that brought it, but is Lando Lake Country. Now, you had mentioned our team did commit to that deck and bring that as the team deck, and it's doing quite well. A lot of players are either into day 2 or are playing some win and ins into day 2, so expect to see a few, four or five, I believe, into the second day of competition. But that's not the only way to play Lando. The reason it evolved to that point was because the other Lando decks, both in Vigilance and even in Command with something like Data Vault, they can struggle into Boba Fett because you have that big explosive play on your 6 resource flip turn, but so does Boba Fett. And they've probably done a little bit of extra damage to you because a lot of Lando's gameplay is about falling behind early to explode on your flip turn. And if they have that extra damage, they also have an explosive flip turn. They have the reach with aggressive negotiations and devastators. It can be hard to fully stabilize. So other Lando decks might take a more aggressive approach. These mono cunning versions oftentimes have cards like Faith in Your Friends and creating a bunch of different spies and Rose Tico. So maybe you want to either be equal or even ahead of the Boba Fett on the damage race going into the flip turn, so that when you both hit each other with your explosive flip turns, that you're still at equal standing to where you were before, and you're still ahead in that race. At a macro level, that's kind of what's going on. On a more micro level, cunning heroism in general does have some good tools. I mentioned faith in your friends, but blue ace, a great card against all of the space decks, but especially the Boba Fett and the Luke decks. Um, you have great, return to hand options such as Beguile for those Obi-Wan Force decks, and great tempo tools. Some of the exhaust effects, if you get an early Liberty because of your flip, that can be enough to stabilize against those Obi-Wan decks. Remove that constructed lightsaber from whatever it's upgraded to, plus tap down the unit. So the Cunning Heroism has some of the best cards in the game right now. I think it has some of the strongest tools. Cards like Liberty, Faith in Your Friends, even Rose Tico, personal favorite of mine. Not necessarily seen a ton of play before this weekend, but I think it's a card that can potentially be quite broken. And when you put them all into one deck with 34 HP, maybe that's enough to get there.
You called out Rose Tico, and personally, I love both Rose Tico and the Corellian Hounds, especially against these space decks. Having
Mhm.
these 5/5 units into ready is just such a good feeling. Now, the thing about Rose Tico, it's a lot more flexible, right? Because all you have to do is have a non-unique unit in play, and this particular Lando Lake Country deck has several options, right? There are several ways to get a non-unique unit in play. You called out Faith in Your Friends. That's a great way to do it. So yeah, I just love these 5 cost units, these 5/5 very solid statted units that are able to enter ready in this format, especially with lots of pumps around. Now, this Lando deck, I don't really think you're running pumps, but still having that option to throw out a 5 power unit ready can really swing the tide of a game.
Yeah, in the absence of pumps, having surprise 5 damage, it doesn't work great going, you need the one action lethal, you need that immediate pump to finish the game off. However, it can be great on the setup turn before all of that happens, where you hit them with a surprise Rose Tico, and suddenly they had claimed early and they're in check when they didn't expect to be in check going into the turn. So it's kind of more proactive pump in a way, where you're getting that damage in potentially action free if your opponent has already claimed. But like you mentioned, the flexibility of Rose as well. Sometimes if your opponent just plays a Hona or some sort of 5 HP unit, just being able to slam the Rose Tico, trade into it effectively, and still have that 5/2 body at that point left behind, that is another great aspect of that card. I remember saying, coming into the format, the first card I was going to try and break was Aggressive Negotiations. That's not a hard card to break. I think a lot of decks are doing so. It's the most universal pump in the game right now. The second card I was looking to break was Rose Tico. And you called out great cards like Faith in Your Friends and stuff to do that. And I think there's a lot of potency in a Rose Tico. We saw a card like Cassian Andor from set 2, Shadows of the Galaxy, being able to come in ready as a 3/5 for 5 with Smuggle. And that Smuggle obviously is an important part of that card, as well as the unconditional entering ready. But that was probably one of the best cards in its format. So you show me something that even looks a little like it when you squint, I'm going to try and break that card.
Absolutely. I mean, I think if you go back to things like Cassian Andor entering ready, that was a very real staple of the meta for quite a long time. And also, Millennium Falcon piece of junk, right? Just another
Yeah,
unit that would
absolutely.
interplay ready. And so, historically, all of these units that are able to interplay ready have been very impactful in the metas that they represent. And so, yeah, I think Rose Tico has real possibility to be a serious player moving forward, and I would love to see it. I think it's great to get a very competitive Rose Tico card. You know, we've seen Rose Tico be printed before, and unfortunately, she didn't see as much play in the meta. But I think this one has a real chance.
Yes. And it's one of those cards you do have to work a little bit harder to get the build around working, right? It's not like a Cassian or a Millennium Falcon piece of junk that you could just put in your deck and plug and play, basically, I like to say. Um, You have to put a little bit of effort in deck construction, but with throws, I think it's worth it because the cards that back it up are so powerful. And I'm curious to see this Lando deck go further. And that the winner of day one is Obi-Wan Kenobi, but we'll see if that stays consistent. It totally could. Obi-Wan, I think, is a great deck choice. It's probably the one I would have made for this tournament. But Lando is sneaking back there. And while Obi-Wan might be the most represented deck in day two, I wouldn't be surprised if Lando had the highest conversion percentage going into day two.
I personally wouldn't be surprised by that at all. I think just looking here at the top tables, I mean, you have a Lando on 4 of the top 6 tables, at least one Lando on 4 of the top 6 tables right now. And yeah, I mean, there's plenty of Landos here towards the top. Interestingly enough, you do actually have a Lando Calrissian Data Vault, which is also here at the top. Kyle Warren on Lando Calrissian Data Vault won his final match. He is going into day two at 7-1. And then we've talked a lot about the Lando Calrissian Lake Country. And interestingly enough, all of these Landos that we're seeing here towards the top, there's not as many paired with Vigilance, and that was the real pairing initially, right? There was
Yeah.
most of these Lando decks were paired with Vigilance, but right now we're seeing the Data Vault at the top that's kind of come out over the last week or two, and you've also got the Lake Country deck, which we mentioned earlier, won a planetary qualifier in Canada last weekend, and now making a real splash and leaving plenty of wake behind here today in Atlanta.
Yeah, and I think we're seeing that oftentimes it's the cunning cards that are really the drive to play Lando. Now, Vigilance does get Bo-Katan. That is a huge get. However, this doesn't feel like the meta for Bo-Katan. If the meta gets more focused towards Obi-Wan, maybe it becomes more favorable to do that. But against Boba Fett, if they're clearing your board and pushing a ton of damage, -3/-3 to all your units isn't going to do a whole lot. And so Bo-Katan has kind of lost some of its potency in the meta. I think that's part of why Vigilance Lando is down. I think another part is that we've realized that the plus HP, whether it be through the extra restore units or we've been talking about it all day, these plus HP bases, whether it be Lake Country, Data Vault, even Colossus, are all super important. And the Vigilance extra HP base Colossus is the one that sacrifices the most. Losing that extra card in your opening hand has ripple effects throughout the rest of the game. It makes resourcing really hard. It makes keeping a long-term game plan together really hard. And so I think that's why we see these top of the meta Lando decks, these top of the tournament Lando decks, turn towards these other plus HP bases. Lando, Lake Country deciding, I don't need any other aspects. I think cunning is just enough for me. I have all I need. And I think that's a totally fair call. The Data Vault version deciding, I think the inconsistency, I'm totally okay with it. I think my cards are redundant enough that I can sacrifice that consistency and I get these command cards. Things like Mina Bonteri, Obi-Wan Kenobi, uh, Queen Amidala. An especially cute line that I have preferred when playing Lando Data Vault myself is you make a credit within the first couple of turns, and then on 4 resources you play Queen Amidala with that extra credit, creating 2 spies, and then on 5 resources you play the Rose Tico, and you're presenting 14 damage in the ground arena on 5 resources just with those 2 cards.
Get out of town, Mickey. That's not right. Shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff to your opponents. That is amazing. I love it. It's kind of funny that you mentioned the Lando Calrissian, though, paired with, well, we were talking about it paired with Vigilance, and you mentioned the downside of Colossus. It's kind of funny, though. I was just scrolling down here, and as of now, coming into this round, the highest ranked Lando Calrissian paired with Vigilance is actually at table 10, which was a Colossus. That's the first one we see. So that's kind of interesting. But one thing that I do want to mention real quick, because we've got time in the round called, so only a few matches left. We'll be getting the final standings to you very shortly. As you can see, if you look on your screen, the timer there and the distance, they're a couple minutes into overtime now. But we have some more major events coming up for Star Wars Unlimited in the very near future. May 2nd and 3rd in Palm Springs, California. We've got another event put on by Star City Games. This one's going to be a limited sector qualifier. So if you're able to get out to California and compete in some limited A Lawless Time play, that is going to be a lot of fun. I know that a lot of players are really enjoying the A Lawless Time limited format. And then when we jump over to May 9th and 10th, we have another sector qualifier that starts the Europe major events for A Lawless Time. This is over in London. That is going to be a premier tournament. And then our major events will come to a conclusion May 22nd through the 24th in Prague, another Europe event. This is our regional for the A Lawless Time meta. So definitely try to get out to these major events if you can. They are so much fun to attend. I know, Mickey, you have competed in many. So if you can get your tickets and travel to any of these, I suggest you doing so.
Yes. It hurts my soul to not be there in Atlanta with the rest of the player base grinding away at the tournament, but uh, the best consolation prize available is to be here in the booth. It's been a great weekend so far. We've seen some great Star Wars Unlimited, and I'm excited to see some more tomorrow. It's, the meta is really shaping up to be a little bit different than I expected, and I'm excited to see it continue in those other major events going forward, and even across the PQ circuit. I know, at least for myself, following this event for the next 3 weeks up until the Palm Springs sector qualifier, I have PQs to attend myself. And so I'm going to be closely watching this data and making my deck choice accordingly.
Sounds like a good plan for sure, Mickey. Now, it's kind of funny. We are down to one last match left to be reported. And guess what that is, Mickey?
I have two guesses. All right. First up, Aura Singh.
You already got it. Done. And it was
Right.
table number 1. But here's the exciting thing and why it's so important. This is going to be the only true undefeated 8-0 player going into day 2. It was Lando Calrissian Lake Country, piloted by Dylan Sumner, versus Istvan Seas on Ara Singh Naval Intelligence HQ, Ara Singh Aggression. So that is for the true undefeated number 1 seed going into day 2. We may have experienced an earthquake in Atlanta there. Something has happened with the camera. Awful things are happening. But nevertheless, it's hilarious to me that the final match that has yet to be reported is table number 1, and you better believe there's an Ara Singh there.
Yes. And big run of events for Dylan Sumner here. He was, I believe, the lone undefeated player after the last undefeated player in Swiss at the Portland sector, I believe, playing Hantu Vigilance Force Base back then. He recently won a planetary qualifier a week or two ago with Boba Fett Lake Country, and now positioning himself to be one of the lone undefeateds after day 1 of this event with Lando Lake Country, doing it across 3 different archetypes as well.
That is awesome. So sounds like Dylan really has been the Swiss terrorist in these events. We'll see if he can close it out number 1. Now we're getting a look here at some of the McClunky crew there. Got the camera back up. We're now about 6 minutes into overtime. I keep refreshing this page and oh, there we go. Okay, it was a draw. We have a draw. So there are no 8-0s going into day 2. We have 3 7-0-1s. A Lando Calrissian Lake Country, Ara Singh Aggression, and Lando Calrissian Lake Country. So 2 of them, 7-0-1.
Yes. And great performance from this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck so far. I believe it has 2 or 3 players in the X1 bracket as well. I believe Tyler York is 7-1. I believe Stan Gask is 7-1 with it, and Christopher Patrick, who people might know as Crispy, also been a incredible demon across these sector and regional qualifier events, oftentimes being X-1 or X-0 after day 1 of these events. He is continuing his run as well at X-1 with Lando Lake Country.
That's awesome. Yeah. Christopher Patrick Crispy's been doing so well, and we'll see if he can. He's talked about doing so well in day 1, and then usually in day 2, everything just falls apart. So hopefully day 2 tomorrow for Crispy will be a different result. He's been putting on a great show. But ultimately, you're talking about Christopher Patrick here, Crispy, you guys kind of did him dirty because he is usually playing like a really cool, spicy rogue deck, and he's right there towards the top competing with the big dogs. This time, you guys put him on Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force. That's just not right.
We convinced Crispy to play the team deck. He is on. He is also on the Lando Lake Country deck. So
Oh,
it's
Lando,
not.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's my bad. I was looking at somebody else.
It's all good. It's not fully spicy. It's still a little bit spicy, but
A little bit.
rest assured, I will let Crispy tell the world what he was planning to play. But he did have a spicy deck in mind coming into this event. But we convinced him to play the team deck, and it's going well for him so far. Not that these events go poorly for him ever, but going well so far. But hopefully, that conversion to the team deck helps him into day two.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be great. Okay, so that makes things a little bit better because for a second there, for some reason, I was thinking he was on Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force, which means he would have been playing the most popular deck in the room, and that is not at all what Crispy does. So here we go. Here are the top 8 standings as we look into day 2. Dylan Sumner on top there with Lando Calrissian Lake Country. We talked about this Ara Singh, more than likely a pretty hard control deck paired with aggression. Istvan there. We go to Andrew and Stan. So the top 4 all on Lando Calrissian Lake Country. We just talked about Crispy. He's in 6th, separated by Carlos in 5th with Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force. We see another, so 2 Obi-Wan Kenobi Vigilance Force. And then how about that Admiral Piet? And I believe that's John Morris. That's a former Sector
Yes.
Qualifier champion on Admiral Piet, rounding out the top 8 of day 1 standings. That is pretty cool. But I got to say, Mickey, this Lando Calrissian Lake Country deck, good grief. 4 of the top 8,
Yes.
that's pretty good.
And I want to give huge shout outs to our teammate Lego Pizza or Ian. He was the driving force behind this deck. He was the one, if you remember the Galactic Championship, he was also kind of the ideator, the brainchild of the Kylo Ren from Legends of the Force Tarkintown list that he took to the finals of that event with. And once again, he came up with a brainchild, and I distinctly remember him saying, quote, "This is the most confident I've been in a deck since Kylo." So obviously he is being proven true here. Unfortunately, Ian himself did not make day 2 of this event, but his hard work is not going unrecognized, especially from us on his team with him. Without his hard work, this deck would not be here where it is. And so I just wanted to give credit where it is due for this Lando Lake Country list.
That's really fascinating. And if this is the most confident he's felt, if you don't know, Ian Klein, Lego Pizza, was actually the runner up, finished second at the Galactic Championship last year, and was 1 win away. He was 1 game shy and so close, 1 attack away from becoming the world champion. He was so close. So Ian really put on a great show back then. He has been a fantastic player, so many great results. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all that he was the brainchild behind this deck that the Eclipse team is doing so well with this weekend. It's kind of funny, before we move on here, you were talking about Ian and Navarro. One of the other team members of Ian said, the whole goal in mind when we got together and formed the team is we want to finish what Ian started last year. He was so close to the world
Absolutely.
championship last year. So we'll see if these guys can turn it around and take it all this time around. But there's your top 8 standings. Mickey, it has been a fantastic day of Star Wars Unlimited. Wow, so many good matches.
Yes, and real quick, I also want to shout out some of the other names I recognize on here. We've talked about the Lando Lake Country players here. I believe all members of Eclipse, yes. All of the members of Eclipse are on the Lando Lake Country players, but Carlos Apodaca as well. He has top aided the regional in Minnesota back in set 4. He's also won some PQs. A great player out of the Midwest. Nashua James. I'm sorry, I don't recognize where he is from, but I do recognize that name. I've seen it around. And you had mentioned John Morris, the sector qualifier winner from Arizona, crushing again. Istvan is really the only name among these top 8 that I do not recognize, but excited to see him doing well with such a like, we know hard control decks, but this is kind of a toxic or a hostile format for those hard control strategies, but still succeeding regardless of that. So,
Yeah.
very fun day of SWU.
Absolutely. It was great. So we had 8 rounds today. And now everyone that was X and 2 or 5-0 and 3, as long as you got your 18 total points, you advance on to day 2. So tomorrow for day 2, we will bring you 4 rounds of Swiss. There's 4 more rounds of Swiss before we cut to the top 8, and then we will be able to crown our sector champion. So it looks like we're getting word from production. We are trying to get the conversion. No, it looks like we can't get the conversion quickly here, the conversion rate. So we'll try and get that for you tomorrow. It's been a great day. Definitely tune back in tomorrow morning. It starts at 10 a.m. Eastern. More action, the final 4 rounds of Swiss from the Atlanta sector qualifier. And I'm sorry, we're getting word it's 9 a.m. So I misspoke there. I was wrong. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. So don't miss it. We will see you there. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody.